Okay. Okay. All connected. I don't think those sites do kick. Even if they did. Actually, no. Don't say that, Carl. Just check. Notify me. Notify me. I did not open up fucking TikTok. Stop that. Always at the most inopportune times. Burning desire to just get a fucking clapper. Dashboard. Here. Can I kick? Whoop, whoop. Yes, I can. Never say never, Carl. Never say never. Never say never. Boom. Running into content announcements. Ping everyone. Almost live. File style default with M's. Done. No, I will not try premium. There you go. Guess favorite. Update. This bot is a slow ass fuck. Content channels are running. Test notification. You need to vote on top GG to use this feature. How about no? Okay, wonderful. 2 back pages. This was my tab that I was watching Overlord in. Yeah. I'm on episode 3 of Overlooked 4. As with updates and new changes, there's always fucking growing pains, and this one's gonna hurt the most because it's the most fucking annoying. There's nothing I can fucking do about it. It's already done. I just need to copy and paste what I wrote there and there. And then once more on YouTube in the community tab. In the meantime, how are we doing, everyone? Are we fine? Are we cool? Great? Hope you're great, because I'm not great right now. One's not legal. That technically could be legal. this already my bookmarks? It is. All the way down there. There we go. That pushes it down the bookmarks, put this back on the bookmarks, and then drag that over here, put that there, and we're chilling. We're big chilling. Now I can copy paste this, and now I have quick access to that URL. Wonderful. Good. Fucking hate. Alright. Cursively, I cannot get into my first Twitter account. So, since I've been restreaming it, usually, onto X, purposefully for reach and engagement, I cannot do so anymore. Elon will help me in my account. Every single instrument of the support staff is a bot, because they're all bots that want me to log into an account that I can't get access into. It is effectively locked and permanently fucked for me. This is annoying, but there are some silver linings. First, because it never had the payment shit going through, it's not a extremely large, extremely bad detriment. 2, I can always rebuild. 3, as long as I make sure to call the bank and cancel the charges, it's not a problem. And 4, there are alternative platforms and alternative means to do the restream from. It's just very useful putting it onto X because that's a lot of visual traffic. Is what it is. Moving on. Happy Monday. How are we doing? How are you doing? Are you alive? We don't know. You ain't saying shit. Plenty of news happened over the week. Plenty of stuff to talk about. Plenty of things that have happened. Lord have mercy, Steve Shives is back. Amongst other shit. Let's dive right into the news. Ouch, my fingers. Over the week, Dark Viper has decided to stick his head back up again and put himself back into drama. For reasons who knows what, no one knows. But he's decided to stick his head back up into drama. We're gonna find out what the hell he has to say. Because certainly it's gonna be fucking stupid. Again. But let's hear it from the man's mouth. Where did I put it? Here. Technically, this is where I put it. First, we have a thread that goes along with the video.
Can I vent to you guys for a second? Telling you.
No, I do not want you to vent to me. I do not want you to vent to me at all. You cope and seethe. You seethe and cope. And you cope and seethe and seethe and cope and cope and seethe and seethe and cope and cope and seethe and seethe and cope. Alright. On Twitter. Rick Flaper has multiple cuts inside his video, but one which was highlighted by
every clip that he can possibly
Chud Logic.
Every clip that he can possibly find of me that looks bad and just lies about the context of those clips. He finds every video with anyone ever insulting me and reacts to every single one of those videos. Months crusade to find anything he can on me. This even led to a Kiwi Farms document being made by his viewers so that they could funnel content back to him in which I was doxxed. It's part of the reason why I have more security now. It's because of this fuckwit. Every
cap. However, I do believe that the thread was indeed made by a Chud Logic chatter. But it is what it is, what it is, what it is, what it is. What's the simple, open approach to this? You wouldn't be in drama if you didn't make a drama whore of yourself. People wouldn't have the opinion of you if you kept not doing what you keep doing. No, you cannot blame Chud for things that his audience does, especially if he's not condoning it. But two, you cannot fucking blame him for your inability to take care of your security concerns online. And you certainly cannot blame him about it and then have no accountability onto yourself or others concerning how you chose to commit to your actions and your communications. Is that not a pinprick in this? Oh, lovely. I need to change the bulb. Oh, that's fun. It's coming out from the side. Oh, that works. That I have to fix though. Yeah, I don't think you could ever blame another content creator for something that they did not directly have a hand in doing themselves. Personally, I think it's bullshit. I think it's cope. Because what the fuck happens next? Let's not break it, Carl. What do you want to have happen when your fans, backwards, somehow get blamed for shit that happens to you because of you being a spurging idiot? What do you actually want to have happen? Because I can tell you what Noel's not going to do. He's not going to take it down. They're going to look into it. They want to know why you will blame him for it. Which in itself will bring involvement, entertainment to those that are watching it happen, which will then make them wonder, damn, what that nigga do to make him really that mad? And then you're right back where you started. same involvement, the same interest, the same intrigue, an even bigger drama around yourself because you Streisand yourself into relevance. Or rather, Streisand yourself into attention to irrelevance again. There's only so many times that you can do that. For anytime you ever show up, people are going to say, oh, it's that idiot again. There's literally only so many fucking times. And you've burned like all of them. And you don't care that you burned all of them either. That's the bigger problem. You don't care that you burned them. You, it doesn't matter. Except when the blowback comes to you. Then it does matter. If you don't want people to look into you, stop doing things to make people look into you. Pretty basic approach. Where's my red cloth? It's not there. It's a pretty basic approach, if you ask me, personally. Honestly. Give me a second while I put this up and not break my fucking foot and not break the glass. Alert! No, it's not as impressive. Actually, it's pretty bright. The sheer unnaturalness of that light is actually pretty jarring. But we'll have to get used to it, chat. Do-do-do-do. Ah. Alright, now to the video.
You a long story that can I vent to you guys for a second? Telling you a long story that most of you won't care about and that the most of the world should not care about anyway. So,
hello.
Let me begin. Like, the story is almost impossible to tell, which is why it hasn't been told. So, like 7 months ago, I took down this video from this guy named Chud Logic, right? And I explained the whole story. You already lost. You just did something really stupid. Oh my god. Oh, you already lost. You already lost. in this 45-minute video, I think it's pretty good. There were details in that at the time, even I didn't know. So basically, the story of Chud Logic is probably over a year ago. There was a dude in my chat spamming, "You should debate Chud Logic, you should debate Chud Logic, you should debate Chud Logic." I don't know who this is. I'm obviously not going to debate anyone. And it turns out...
That's you admitting that you were never going to be serious about talking to a single person that you wanted to approach. For reasons. But, you know. For reasons that don't make fucking sense. For reasons that don't make fucking sense.
That I talked to this person because the viewer said that I should talk to this person. So I was like, hey, one of my viewers wants me to debate you on stuff because you were asking about it or something. And so we had a back and forward here where he asked me about whether I think what kind of reaction content he does is permissible, justifiable morally. He says he accepts, of course, that reaction content is bad in the way that I described, because it's obviously true if you've gone through my work. But so I've spent, a couple of paragraphs here explicitly explaining to him why what he does is not something that I consider okay. I had forgotten about this. Oh, okay, this happened November 2022. So I explicitly said to Chud Logic, what you do isn't okay, and I do not give you permission to react to my content. Still then later, he reacts to...
So, here's the first thing about that, Viper. You don't get to send people's permission to watch your content, especially when you decide to make yourself into a drama lockout, and then impose that, I didn't give you permission to react to me, reacting to things in the world. You can't do this to me. You're not allowed to react. I give you permission. Even though there's a nice line on my back to kick me, you can't kick me, because I tried to kick you won't kick me. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. It would be one thing if we're talking about no drama involvement. You stay in your lane. You do your job. You make your videos. You make your content. Out of nowhere, YouTubers, just like they've always done, Twitch streamers, because they're lazy and they can't react harder and don't have opinions of their own. Lazy fuckwits that want to monopolize and monetize and gamify and edge every single case down to the hyper metagame that it comes to content creation, to the point where they're putting Subway Surfers on the side of your video on TikTok, coming in, stealing your shit, stealing your shit, stealing your shit, stealing your shit, no care, stealing your shit, stealing your shit, still don't care, stealing your shit, stealing your shit. That'd be one thing, where you'd say, I don't give permission for any of you people to be using my shit. It would be powerful. It would be meaningful. It would be useful. You cannot talk like this. You cannot do these things. Because you struck first. You threw your hands and all of a sudden it's, no, you can't hit me. No, I don't want it. No. You consented. You consented the moment you opened your fucking mouth. You consented the moment you started opening your mouth. And then complaining that people started criticizing the fact that, hey, you're being pretty pathetic now. You're being pretty fucking weird. Maybe you should stop doing this. Maybe you're not cut out for this shit. Maybe you should stay your ass over there in GTA land. With your buggy ass controls and you're very fucking mid-game. No, you wanted to wade into the community content waters. You wanted to go up against some of the giants and fucking slapping on their ass, saying, damn, what you doing around here being dummy thick. Then, now, when they come back to clap that ass because you directly accuse them of things that they're not doing and that they're not accountable for, now you're saying this song. Wimp, boring, wimp.
One of my videos because he thinks it's going to be funny, not for any legitimate reason of commentary, and he has no idea what he's talking about the entire video. In fact,
that's just your opinion, man. That's your opinion.
The thumbnail of the video looks like this: raped by Jack. The premise of this video apparently was to answer the question as to whether or not Jack's films personally sexually assaulted me. You can
No, Dark Viper. It was not to find out if you were sexually assaulted. It was to find out if you failed the basic standard question of every single drama interaction. Do you understand what you're talking about? Does your argument hold water? Certainly you know this. Certainly this is facetious. Certainly this is just coping. You don't actually mean that. Because after all the drama you put yourself through with multiple people, there's no way you believe that. I don't think you believe that.
You can probably understand the kind of quality of content that we're talking about for this video. So obviously, Chud Logic...
Drama, sir. Drama. The thumbnail is designed to get people to click on it.
This video apparently was to answer the question as to whether or not Jack's films personally sexually assaulted me. You can probably understand the kind of quality of content that we're talking about for this video.
Am I jealous of crediting the creators? Jack Films' entire approach, especially when it came to Sniper Wolf, is do you credit people in your efforts? Do you go out of your way to make sure you actually give people the material circumstance, the content you're looking at? When you give an opinion about a take, are you being honest about the approach? Like, see, I'm with What Knights of the Hannibal. Like, motherfucker, you don't get this. You really don't get this. I have to assume that you're being... You have to assume you're being facetious. It's a popsicle. I'm eating it off in chunks. Just want me to sit here silently licking a popsicle for 5 minutes?
So obviously, Chud Logic was in the wrong in that he legally doesn't have any right to repost my content on his YouTube channel.
It's free use. Specifically, fair use. Yes, he does.
In the video itself, he mentions twice that he knew it was illegal what he was doing and he simply didn't care. He had...
Can you post a clip of that? Since this is clearly an edited video? Certainly you have that clip immediately coming up, right?
a personal message from me saying you should not do this. I do not give you permission. I do not believe what you are doing is right. And he stood it anyway. And so I struck his video. Case closed, right? For anyone with any semblance of sense in the world, that's the end of the story. But Chud Logic is a drama YouTuber. A drama YouTuber with connections with some of the slimiest, well, most terrible people on these platforms. And so for...
Why are you being safe about it? You called them slimy. We knew what word coming behind that. It was fuck. Call them a slimy fuck. Have some balls.
months, he digs up every clip that he can possibly find of me that looks bad and...
The drama YouTuber? Creating drama? Or rather, consuming drama so that everybody can consume it at the same time. Nah, his job's to do backflips, clearly.
Just lies about the context of those clips. He finds every video with anyone ever insulting me and reacts to every single one of those videos. Months crusade to find anything he can on me. This even led to a Kiwi Farms document being made by his viewers so that they could funnel content back to him in which I was doxxed. It's part of the reason why I have more security now. It's because of this fuckwit. But amidst all this, offhandedly...
So, let's assume that when he says security, he means more security authentication so that his shit can't get broken. And that people can't break into his sensitive security information to get even more information about himself. Ignoring that you're a public figure. Cap, still. And also, they're just talking shit about you, dude. It's just words. It's just words. They can't do anything to you. Words. You do more to yourself than the farms could ever do to you. You do more to yourself than a drama YouTuber could ever do to you. And all you gotta do is just open your mouth. Just like a stripper.
In this video that I made, I mentioned someone called Willie Macshow. So Willie Macshow is one of these cartoonish grifters who...
Grifting implies that he is stealing and tricking people by providing something that is not the material service of which he is advertising. Willie Macshow, just like him, is a drama YouTuber. He is one who summarizes most events so that people can immediately understand the context of what's happening, usually with the effort and the humor that he provides from said clip, especially when it comes to information gathering. Chud Logic wants to talk about the hilarious drama and farm it as a immediate live reaction. Willie Macshow makes the video that summarizes what other people may or may not have said, as well as including his own opinion. Secondhand reaction. They provide similar but two different services. Or, to put it a different way, Willie Max makes videos about the topics that Chud Logic may make update videos on, but he's also live streaming about it, foot on the ground. Two different kinds of content.
friends with Chud Logic. In fact, as I found out recently, he is in a group of drama YouTubers that all work together to like collaborate and push the same message and attack the same people.
Collaborate? Does not mean attack vector organization. They are talking to each other because they exist in the same sphere of content. Usually more voices, more consistent voices, the better. Consistent voices talking about the same topics and coming together usually discuss those topics in live streams of their own, hosted on other channels that are going to be friendly, if not beneficial, to each other's increase, because collaboration breeds growth. That does not mean they are working together to snively hands every single person they don't like. Claiming that they do means you need evidence, which you don't have, because it doesn't exist. You don't have it, it doesn't exist, it's not happening, and you're just now lying, not just about Chud Logic and Willie Mac Show, but about every single person in that clip. So, who is in this clip? I see Optimus, I see Wavy We Surf, I see Dumpy, I see Mudahar, I see Augie, I see Chud Logic, Bo Blacks is here, I see Keemstar, I see Tom, I see Nicholas, the Oreo, I see Willie Mac Show, I see Kristen Ark, I see FES Diesel, I see an account for Neo Augie, I see Bull Black's other account, I see Salvo Pancakes, and then, from the clip over here, from your Twitter, how was I unaware of the leak showing the cringe group of drama YouTubers coordinating attacks on people? Fucking Mudahar was in on this? No wonder he started to promote these clowns. A few months ago, when these weirdos started lying about me, it looked so coordinated. They had the exact same, often ancient clips, such as similar false claims that clearly wasn't coincidence. This confirmation is nice, I guess. What type of deranged weirdos are these investing in winning clout on social media? Who are these cowardly and weak people that they're going onto every internet fight 10-on-1? Could the esteem of people low enough to follow petty YouTube drama really be so worth this effort? Lying this much? Insane. Any residual thought or debunking of exposing these liars weirdos is gone. Apparently they were already exposed and no one cared. These leaks apparently had some incredibly sexist, brain-dead, and hate-filled shit in it. I am not invested enough to look at this for hours, but I will reference it in my eventual iceberg video of my career. So, you're not interested into looking into what people have claimed, but you're super interested into what people are posting about you. And you're willing to dig into it to post any video of your career, but not in even a small form series of videos or any long form stream of clips helped and sourced and provided either by your research or others' research into what other people have said about you, or even from these content creators, you approaching them and you ask them for it because they will give it to you if you don't look for it yourself. If you want to give context, yes.
In particular ways. Mudahar was in this group, and he's apparently now promoting Willie Mac's show, so they're associated as well. But here's Chud Logic down here.
Boop. The context, please. Take your time.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I updated to Windows 11 last night, and it fucked everything up. So the context here is that this is a chat from a year ago that was between a bunch of commentary YouTubers. They called the commentary cabal as a joke. That were in communication about a litany of random things that were going on between 2022 and beginning of 2023. This ended up getting leaked by Salvo Pancakes because his initial account that was at that time banned was reinstated by Elon, and so he got access back to this chat because Keemstar refused to remove him. And because he refused to remove him, and Salvo was still salty about being completely blackpilled from every which way from the sun because of all the stupid shit he was doing in 2022, he decided he was going to post little bits of screenshots of this to try and make everybody in there look like they were conspiring to attack people, which they were not. And this was proven because Zyla Gets Real did, I think it was like 16 hours worth of streaming going through every single bit of those logs.
Okay.
Since it was in there.
Okay.
The only thing that was even remotely bad, or was even close to that, was a group of them working together to keep Salvo banned off of Twitter. Because he was working to dox, to stalk, to cause all the worst kind of bad taboo shit you're not supposed to do as a content creator to anybody that used to be associated with him.
Seems reasonable.
Meaning everybody in that chat. Other than that, there wasn't anything that they could possibly consider going after anybody or conspiring to attack anyone. It was just Salvo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seems very reasonable to me. Certainly he'll mention that in the next second of the clip.
No, he won't, because he hasn't watched it. A lot of people haven't. They just want to go off of, oh, there's a bunch of these commentary creators that I don't like that are in a group chat. Everybody gossips. Get over yourself. I can guarantee you, you're in a similar chat. Everybody's a content creator. But that's the context. I figured I would give that because I highly doubt most of your audience knows about it. And I definitely do because, well, I was there.
I see.
So, yeah.
Friends in high places.
There's your context. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to work.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay.
Winnie Mac Show doesn't disclose this association, even when he talks about the situation between me and Chad Logic, because Willie is a liar. But in the video, I referenced how Winnie Mac Show, for some reason, had been saying entirely false things all over Twitter. Why I lost respect for Willie Mac Show. And in this video, I showcased that Willie Mac made like a dozen false tweets about this situation, including retweeting misinformation from Chad Logic himself, and he seemed to clearly know nothing about anything that was going on. This pissed off Willie Mac Show to no end. What was funny about him being pissed off is that in a live stream later, he admitted that he knew nothing about me.
Had to call you about the Viper stuff. Does he live in Australia, right? He doesn't live in your country, right? So I don't even know what he's had. But yeah, I don't get it. I don't get any of this. No, because I don't even know if what you reacted to was fair use. You sent me it, but I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, talking to him makes no sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I never know what the f he's going on about. It is actually like talking to like one of the crazy crackhead homeless people. Yeah, I mean, what kind of content does he even, like, I would love to see what his live streams hold.
He does mainly GTA content, I think. GTA speedruns and stuff like that.
Like Let's Play stuff?
Just to be clear, based on the dates of videos releasing, he did at max 3 weeks of research into my career, which is 12 years long. I can almost guarantee he did not spend 3 weeks, but at max, he could have spent 3 weeks.
I mean, GTA dedicated content creator doesn't exactly inspire the, I have to dig into this. I have to dig into this to the degree of a breakdown by Barbara Walters. I'm not finna hold him on that. Quite honestly, I'm not finna hold him on that. Nobody really could or should, but it seems to be a level beyond coping. But okay, alright. He knows nothing about you. He doesn't know anything at all.
Given that he also made commentary on my entire 33 years of life for some reason, you know, not enough time to learn about a topic you know nothing about.
Drama? Because we're not talking about GTA, we're talking about drama. You getting involved in drama. Striking other people over drama. Fucking with people's livelihoods over drama. That's what we're talking about. That's the material substance that actually is considered here. Not whatever it is you believe you're talking about. That's not at all what anyone's focused on. I don't know why you think that'd be what they'd be focused on, but they're not focused on that. I would be in the crowd in the capacity to say it doesn't matter. It's literally material. It literally doesn't matter, but it does matter. It matters to you, and I won't take that away from you. That's fair. You're allowed to care about who you perceive to be a problem, but you don't get to decide that it's not serious or they're not doing the right job, because they are. You just don't like how they're doing it. Okay. Alright. Nobody needs to be an expert on literally when your daddy's buttery biscuit slipped your nut into your mama in order to be able to say that you're a retard. I don't think that's necessary. Me personally, I don't believe it's necessary to do that. I don't think it's necessary to do that for me. I don't think it's necessary to do that for other people. So it shouldn't be necessary to do for you. Because yo bitch ass is scary as fuck.
I mean, hey, he is the expert grifter lying on the internet for money, but
There's that word again.
if I was in his shoes, I would have limited my scope of my video to like...
I voted early. I forget what day it was. Was it Tuesday? Wednesday? But no, I voted early. So I have every concern that whatever the fuck happens, no matter who wins this election, it's going to be a shit show no matter what. It already has been. I'm tired of getting these fucking flyers. I'm tired of getting them Kamala! I'm tired of these flyers, Kamala! You're not saving the environment, Kamala! Waste the paper! Waste the limit! Think of the trees! Think of the squirrels!
like 1 or 2 topics rather than like the 30 that he tried to cover in 40 minutes. But hey, when you don't care if you're accurate, it doesn't really matter. He knew
So, accurate about your life, not the drama. Got it.
nothing about the situation, had not seen Chud Logic's video, and despite that, he was defending Chud because they were friends.
I mean, no. He'd be defending Chud because he wants to know whether or not what he was doing was right. Not because, bro, you're my bro. I gotta get in there, bro. Bro. I don't want people to defend me just because they personally know me. I would like them to defend me because they know I'm right. Granted, the friendship will probably lean them in the direction of, well, I know Carl personally, I don't think he does things like this, so clearly there must be another reason for him to be involved in the situation. He just doesn't go half-cocked about anything. Be that as may. There's levels of cope to this, my friend. There are definitely levels of cope to this.
Something, again, he doesn't disclose, and again, this will come up in the story a little bit later. So despite not knowing anything about the situation, he says on Twitter that, oh, I'm going to make a video on this situation between Chud and Dark Viper EU. I haven't made up my mind yet about my stance on the issue. So Willie said here, all right, I'm going to look into this Dark Viper stuff. And so Jin here asks which side, and Willie says, depends, haven't decided yet. To which I say, might be the first time I'll get a video about me where someone actually reads and watches my work beforehand. Good luck. Admittedly, would have been nice had you done this before mouthing off on Twitter. Honest of a man to say he didn't look into something before writing about it. Of course lying, because he had made up his mind, he was friends with one of the dudes, and had already been spreading misinformation about the thing for weeks, right? So he makes this video. Dark Viper EU won't stop, from reactor base to lolcow. And so I watched this video when it came out, and 17 minutes in, I had to stop and think, why is this video so false? At this point, I already knew that Willie was a grifter who was lying. I knew his association with Chud Logic, so he was motivated to lie. I knew he was lying, that I called him out for his previous lies, and so I knew he was going to lie more to defend those lies. But even then, I still didn't understand why.
No, the thing, Viper, about lying is that in order to prove that something is a lie and not just misappropriation, you have to be willing to point out where the lie is. If you can't point out where the lie is, you're just yapping. So in this yap session of yours, are you going to tell us what the lie is? If the lie is, well, he doesn't know anything about me. He doesn't need to know about your life story to talk about you. So what's the actual lie? What is the lie? What is the contingency of the lying? I can give you an example of lie. Single player Carl assaults people. How do you know single player Carl assaults people? Well, I just know. Okay, you know, right? So that means you can confirm it. So is there a news story where he has sexually assaulted someone that consists of the attribution of said words? Well, no, not exactly. So he has a prior record. So he has a police report that demonstrates that he is an assaulter, right? No. But you said that he's an aggressive assaulter. You say he victimizes people. So there has to be evidence. Because if you ain't got no evidence, he might better sue you into the ground. Nah. But I know for a fact that he does. How? He said he don't like black women. But he's an African American male. But you know, he has that look. The look of what? The look of an assaulter who never did nothing? It goes really quickly to, do you have evidence? He's lying. Okay, do you have evidence? But he's lying. Do you have evidence? It doesn't seem to sound like you got evidence. So fuck off.
Why it was so false. And the big reason for this is he would say false things that benefited him not at all from saying. It's like there was no...
So your evidence that he's a liar is that he said things that, in your opinion, he wouldn't benefit from saying, even if they were true, which they're not true, according to you, but if they were true, you wouldn't benefit from saying them, okay? Can you give me an example?
Practical benefit to the false things he was saying, but he was saying them anyway. Because I had the impression that while Willie Mac didn't know much about me, I thought he knew at least something. Because for the previous, year and a half, 2 years, he had liked 50 of my tweets, had responded to a dozen of them. Of all the creators that I knew at the time, he had engaged with my Twitter the most, in a positive way. I assumed on that basis that he had at least some like for my content, in the same way that Turkey Tom admitted that he used to like my content quite a bit.
But
Past tense. Liked.
Dark Viper AU is someone with a smaller audience who you may or may not have heard of. He makes a lot of content within the game Grand Theft Auto, and while he's not as popular as Critical, he is a very successful creator in his own right, who does a lot of cool things on YouTube, and he's someone that I watch from time to time.
Until I called him a bastard in DMs, and then he just also started lying. But that's another story.
Oh man, this person who used to like me stopped liking me when I called him a bastard. Oh god, I can't believe that. How could he deny you the cloud, bro? Bro, that's not friendly. That's not friendly at all. Nigga! Be for real! Please be for real. I need you to be for real. I need you to be down. I need you to be with the hood.
As it turns out, Willie is a person who is a clout chaser in the traditional sense of the word, where it's not just an insult,
The traditional sense of clout chaser. You're not giving your take on it because you can guarantee nobody here would like it. Take on what? On me?
actually just follows people that have a lot of viewership and tries to buddy up to them in order to get views. And so the reason he followed me on Twitter, and
I don't think he has to do that specifically with you.
Engaged with my stuff so much was in an attempt to get views from me. When he found out that he couldn't get views from me because I didn't respect him, as was in this video, he seemed to conclude, at least that's the only explanation I can think of that explains why this video, that he could just lie about me. So in this video, that was meant to be about defending Chud Logic, he doesn't talk about the situation between me and Chud Logic until like half an hour in large part because Chud Logic was clearly in the fucking wrong. So what he does instead is he goes to archive.org and likely talks to Chud Logic himself and grabs every clip that he possibly can to spam in this video for like 40 minutes. Often repeating the same clip multiple times, never mentioning when these clips happened, why these clips happened, often lying about why those clips exist at all. And that's what this video is. And so I'm watching this video being like, this video can't be responded to. Nothing in it is true. Every sentence uttered, often for dozens of reasons, is false. Sometimes it is really knowingly lying in that different statements that he makes can't both be true. Well, he can't believe both are true. One has to be a lie. So you can deduce that he is lying to some degree. Second is he's so ignorant of everything that he speaks on that I would just be explaining things that he doesn't know. And the third is really, really dumb. The two main arguments he uses to dismiss most of what I say about reaction content are one, he doesn't care.
When it comes to React content being the worst because it's stealing impressions from completely unrelated creators, I don't care.
Any argument.
Okay, that's kind of a fair assessment. There's a feeling, and then there is the actual, I have to operate like this in order for this to be right, because if I decide this doesn't matter, then no one has to agree and decide that this matters. So then everybody abuses the system as is for this. Do I have to care emotionally about the fact that there are people who will complain about the small level problem from the position of him? Him saying, which is to say, Willie Mac Show. Do I have to care about conglomerizing views from smaller content creators? No. And he's right, because it's a marketplace of business of attention. Realistically, even with it being a marketplace of attention, the people who are going to be watching it are going to be people who are watching his channel. People who are watching my channel and his channel can watch both of their videos at the same time. Live streams are entirely different, but Willie Mac Show does not often do live streams. So, he doesn't have to care about that because he's in an entirely different marketplace than everybody else. Does that mean that that gives people the right to just steal shit and not make fair use content in perpetuity? No. And that's not what he was saying. Okay? And now you say
that he personally doesn't care about is no longer valid if he doesn't care about it. I know that sounds...
That's not what you're complaining about, though. Your problem is that you don't like people reacting to clips of you and people learning things about you. So you get mad at them, and you tell them you don't have the right to cover the drama that I created. He's talking about, aw, your business is going under mine? Good. Market capitalism. Yours is, how dare you talk shit about me? Those are fighting words, sir. You can't call me a retard. Two different things. Two different things.
Sounds stupid, but he is that dumb. The second, on the basis of seemingly nothing, he argues there is a broad consensus that disagrees with me. And if there's a broad consensus that disagrees with something, it is false. Now, that again may sound stupid because, you know, you're probably a person who's gone through high school and you would know that even if the majority agrees with something, it doesn't make it true. If the majority is against something, it doesn't make it false. That's not an argument.
But as of right now, creators and viewers value the free speech and opinions that come with good reaction content more than they value potentially losing that extra dollar.
What?
That is true.
Though how he does this is he just asserts there's a consensus against my positions and therefore I'm wrong. I realized I didn't really cover it much.
You didn't cover that. Let's listen to that again. Maybe I missed it.
There is a broad consensus that disagrees with me. And if there's a broad consensus that disagrees with something, it is false. Now, that again may sound stupid because, you know, you're probably a person who's gone through high school and you would know that even if the majority agrees with something, it doesn't make it true. If the majority is against something, it doesn't make it false. That's not an argument.
But as of right now, creators and viewers value the free speech and opinions that come with good reaction content more.
So, he didn't say that. That's not what the clip you just played says. Brain blast. There are more people who are willing to watch and listen and consume the good reactions from good reactors than there are people who care about the loss of the extra ecumenical dollar. He said a lot of people believe a thing and therefore it is true, therefore he doesn't listen to what I have to say. How does this relate to this? It doesn't. This is a lie. He's not talking about that. So let's assume that that was what he said. It's not, but let's assume it's what he said. There is a scientific approach to how much coping that Dark Viper is doing. If enough people have the same take and the same consensus, they're going to approach it from a scientific theory level. That's why many times when people get criticized for shit that they're doing badly, poorly, wrong, or embarrassingly, they usually get criticized and it becomes a rule, a law, a cycle. It's something that can be physically witnessed as a part of the loop of effort that leads to people understanding it as a cosmic law of content creation. And therefore, that is the reason they have that approach. Example, the Ana cycle, the Ana Valen cycle, Ana being one of the X's of Destiny, has a sure, true set coping cycle that involves her and him that then required them to make up a physical content rule for covering Anna when she was in one of her manic cycles. Because she would cycle, and she would not stop cycling. Because that's how the Anna cycle goes. She gets obsessed about something with Destiny, the shit becomes viral, it requires Destiny and Party to do something to help her with her emotions. She gets the help, she then goes back to the cope cycle, and she does it again. 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 Until it holds out in perpetuity. And then if something stops the cycle in its tracks permanently, it stops there before it then ratchets up again and happens again. The cycle continues. That would be an example of someone saying that. That's not what he said. Now, of course, Dark Viper himself has a cosmic cycle. You, in fact, do. Your cycle begins with you complaining about content creators and reactors. You then don't establish the difference between bad reactors and good reactors. You then say everyone's bad. You then get angry that people don't do what you want. The cope continues. The seethe continues. How does someone have an opinion to help you with your revelation and witness without you insisting that they must be in on the grift too? Grift. Then after you make that assertion, instead of showing how you know it's a grift, as you've accused them as such, instead it becomes, well, they're bad people because I said. So I don't have to care about it anymore because I know they're one of the bad ones. Apropos of nothing, with no evidence to back up what you just said, as you accuse them of something even worse. This is a cosmic scientific cycle that can be summarized down for anyone listening so that we don't have to go on explaining a lot of shit and just bang out the points, bang out the points, bang out the points, bang out the points, which is what Willie Mack Show does. That's why he has the clips he does. So Logic is willing to go into the nitty-gritty details, and I'm certain he did. We'll find out in his own video when we get to that coverage. But, in your own opinion, Viper, you literally don't understand the people you're accusing. You literally, materially do not understand the effort of their work. And you're not willing to do the work because you consider them all to be bad. Presto changeo, wash your hand of it. And that's why people aren't leaving it alone. The only voices you're good at debating, my friend, are indeed the ones inside your head. Sag.
More than they value potentially losing that extra dollar.
Worse, though, how he does this is he just asserts there's a consensus against my positions and therefore I'm wrong. I realized I didn't really cover it much at the time, but one of the most interesting things that Willie does in the video is lie so much to defend Chud Logic, calling him reasonable and everything he does being reasonable, like asking whether he raped me, perfectly reasonable.
All I wanted to know is if Viper struck Chud and why. He's being so indirect. If Viper just said, because I don't think it's fair use, that would have been a good enough reason for me. Chud's even been reasonable about it.
But here's just a small selection of how Chud acted reasonably when his video got taken down entirely justifiably.
And pay money, pay his good money to get this fucking retarded bitch to file this stupid takedown request, okay? Idiots, total fucking clown show over at that fucking lawyer place. That this lawyer would say this. It has to be that Dark Viper's been like, can you just please make sure that Chud doesn't get this because it'll just make more content about me. Correct! Here I am, Dark Viper, let's go! I'm here, baby. I'm here making more content about you, little wretch. The last thing you wanted to happen. I've got no intention of ever watching any Dark Viper content again because he's a litigious little freak. The DMCA request that Dark Viper sent me originally because it was funny and he's pathetic and cringe, and I showed everyone how pathetic and cringe he was. But I'm being very cautious about this, except for fucking shitting on him because it's funny. I'm never going to stop doing that. But this has been fun. It's been fun to go over this, and I think it's pretty clear that this lawyer he's hired is also quite retarded and makes some very fucking weird arguments in this.
Chud's even been reasonable about it.
So let's have a look. Oh my god.
Well, you're attacking him in his business. You don't have a reason, really, for any other litigious purpose other than I don't like him, how dare you make fun of me. You don't like that he's making fun of you, so he's gonna keep making fun of you. I don't know, what's hard to get here? What's hard to understand?
God, man, he's such a fucking nerd. Look at this. This dude is such a fucking loser. God, this guy's such a fucking loser, man. And the thing is, he can hide behind his fucking retarded opinion on taking an entire video. This guy's such a fucking loser, man.
Chud's even been reasonable about it.
What a fucking loser, man. Loser. What a loser. Dude, Dark Viper.
The worst he's done to you is call you words. The worst you've tried to do to him is actively fuck with content on his channel. Who's worse here, Viper?
But you're pathetic, dude. DMCA this, bitch. DMCA this. Oh, wait, you can't because I'm not fucking watching your content at all in this bit, am I? You fucking bitch. What a loser. What a fucking loser. DMCA me, come on. Send some more my way. Let's fucking go, bitch. What a fucking idiot. Ha! Idiot! You're an idiot, Dark Viper. You, bitch. How many videos has this freak got on his channel about bigger creators reacting? Like, you're fucking retarded. What are you trying to say? Okay, so give me an answer then, Fergus. Give me a fucking dollar amount, you retard. In fact, hop in the Discord. Hop in the fucking Discord and you can explain it to me. Do your fucking little analysis of how much money this has all cost him and what damages are due. You fucking freak.
Chud's even been reasonable about it.
Let's go over every...
He didn't look over, it doesn't appear to be looking over content, he's just looking over reactions. Reactions and an email. Yes, YouTube copyright email. So you're upset, or actually, this and also an update of tweets. Especially with you attempting to copy strike the stream and coverage of the edited video of his own content. With this also being knocked back from YouTube. And with this being confirmed as your email because of the email shown on the old post. So you're angry that he's talking about you. You're not angry that he's reacting to you. You're angry that he's talking about you. You're angry that he's talking about you and making reference to the fact that you've tried striking him, which you've done. You're not denying that you haven't, but you're upset that he's still mentioning it. As though by cosmically removing his ability to react to the content, you would have stopped him from having the ability to criticize what you're doing.
Embarrassing thing that's ever happened to Dark Viper, shall we? How about that? Should we have a little look at some of the most pathetic things Dark Viper's ever done? What do you reckon? That's going to be fun, isn't it? Looking forward to this because, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot more to be discovered. And don't worry, guys, I'm committed to this. I will be looking up as much as I possibly can of this guy, and I'm going to be finding every single thing he's ever done that's embarrassing. And I'll be broadcasting it and talking about it, you know?
Chud's even been reasonable about it.
Dark Viper
Dropper YouTuber does drama things. More news at 11.
has made it very clear he's a pathetic little wretch when it comes to this stuff. So this is him looking at some gay Reddit video, okay? One of his retarded fans, one of his idiot fans, has put together some stupid, lame edit of him, right? Oh, I love you so much. We love you, Matt. We fucking love you. Let's put together a bunch of clips of your stream. Oh, we love you so much. It's so brilliant. Okay, anyway.
Chud's even been reasonable about it.
Guys, if you can find clips of Dark Viper talking in his videos about not having a life, okay, please, by all means, send it to me. What a pathetic fucking loser, man. Oh my god. No friends. Oh no. What's happening? Oh my god. Oh. What a fucking loser! Oh my god, how pathetic is this guy? He's crying. He's crying because of some gay Reddit video. God, what a pathetic wretch. He's crying. This dude is crying over a fucking Reddit fan video. What else have we got on the agenda? Let's have a little look and keep going.
Chud's even been reasonable about it.
There's a word for what it is at this point. Traumatization and re-traumatization. At that point, don't look. Don't look. Don't look. Woosah, let it go. Over the shoulders and out of your being. Because, man, this is getting pathetic. It's getting pathetic. How many copes? Exactly how many copes on top of it? Where's the fair use here? Or are you just watching Chud directly? This is from his video. These are his clips. And I'm looking at the clips for the first time. This is from Dark Vipers. I have his on the back here. What was I about to say? Hilo, how many minutes and hours did you spend editing those clips together itself for you to look at in the ability to edit it, Dark Viper? How many clips of yourself, how many hours, excuse me, how many minutes and hours of yourself reacting to Chud did you watch to put together the compilation of you just being upset at him making fun of you? The high or low number of this kind of measures up to how much people care about it. Because this would be what they meant by, I don't care about people like that doing this, in terms of Willie Mack's opinion. He doesn't care that you're upset that people are talking about you. So in your upsetness, you then look at multiple clips of Chud calling you stupid. So then you get upset and angry, because it's supposed to be about Willie Mack, but these are a lot of clips about Chud Logic. Although I guess the opinion is Chud Logic isn't being reasonable, but you chose to put yourself in the middle of his sightline, and then you got mad that a drama YouTuber does what a drama YouTuber does. Granted, I'm letting him play the clips, or rather I'm not skipping over the clips, because it's his point. I'm going to let him make his point, even if I think the point's kind of a little bit moot. But his point is, look at how mean he's being to me. Look at how mean he's being to me on the clips that I chose to look at. Look at how mean he's being to me on the clips that I chose to look at that I then had to look at again to edit myself in. There's a reason I didn't put that in my fucking review. It's half the reason why my review took so long. Because how do I demonstrate my point without basically allowing it to be a hall of fame of the individuals who are trying to get at me? And the easiest answer there is to just use the worst case examples. But not re-explain the context, which is what we're doing. We are 13 minutes and 39 seconds into a 40-minute video, and it's solely been in the first fourth of the video, specifically just about Chud Logic, and not even about Willie Mack show. Maybe 3 minutes total has been a Willie Mack show. Oh, no, that's actually a good argument. Or I thought you were accusing me for a second. That's good. Oh, that's good, actually. If you replay... Fair use context. That applies to re-edits for montages. I need to look at that section again. It's basically the Aquila Obvious section. YouTube... Fair use policy. Because it should be under edits and remakes for the legal doctrine. The nature of the copyrighted work, the effect of use upon the potential market, the amount of substantiability of the portion used relative to the whole copyright work. Here we are. Borrowing small bits of material from the original work, more considered to be fair for use, and then the nature of the copyrighted work. Considering that this is factual cover, this does not have the part that I was looking for. I'm looking for a specific part that ascertains to the basis of Keela's case, which is that it was a form of an edit that contextualized the fair use doctrine on her exception. Is it inside the copyright exceptions? No. It had to do with the fact that it had been altered into a basically satire parody by Sargon editing it the way that he did. Fuck, I'd have to go back to the video that I saw it in because I'm pretty sure it was from a recap video about that drama. Either way, Horror's right. The fact that he's reposting all of these particular clips in their whole context of him just listening to him cope about him is actually him breaking the terms of service for copyright use, which then leaves his edits open to copyright strike. But I'm assuming Chud hasn't struck them, because Chud knows he gets more benefit allowing him to do this free form of advertising for him than him striking it, which that should obviously obviously. Because it's like, everything you're accusing him of doing, you're currently doing. So your argument obviously is not consistent for yourself. And maybe he feels I have to show exactly how brutal he's being. But then it'd be you'd number them, right? You would number the amount of times he slanders you. Instead, it's just been slander, slander, slander. Timestamps, dates, basic shit, you know? I think shit, even in his attempt to cope, even Boblex technically had timestamps of the streams that he was looking at from when he's being embarrassed and mocked on. But I guess the point is moot. It's just a cope session, I guess. Or rather a mold session. Material.
I don't know, making fun of a dude crying is pretty low-hanging fruit. Listen!
I'm gonna start. I'm just gonna start forwarding through them.
Sam.
No, I'm not really gonna do that. Okay.
I guess we're close to the end finally.
This, I think.
Just to be clear, he made dozens more videos that I didn't bother looking at because it doesn't matter. Like, even a small sample here. This is what Willie means when he says Dark Viper is not reasonable, but Chud Logic is. I do not act enough like Chud Logic, therefore I am not reasonable.
Obviously, you know.
That's not what he means. You're not being reasonable because you've gone in the past to go accuse people of things that you're saying they're guilty of, like you did with Destiny, like you did with all the reactors, like you definitely did with with EFAP, and then you run away from the consequences of your own actions and of your own mouth.
You know, I am biased because I do react to things. I, you know, feel I do a fair use job, even though not legally, but ethically, I kind of react to stuff pretty heavily. Because legally, I think that all of them fall under the same issue with, you know, full reacting to the content that exists. Like, if you watch a 30-second TikTok, right? I don't think that's a big deal, and I think ethically or morally, it's not that bit crazy a thing. But from an IP perspective, you have breached that person's IP, and they could legitimately file a DMCA request against you if they wanted to. Same with Asmongold React.
So go ahead.
If you have breached that
from an IP perspective, you have breached the person's IP, and they can legitimately file a DMCA request against you if they wanted to. If somebody watches my content, I could attempt to file a DMCA request against them. That doesn't mean that it's going to go through. It doesn't mean that it's going to have legal standing. This is one of those things that people often accuse other people of, especially when it comes to trying to antagonize them, concerning stuff that falls under a bannable, reportable offense. A bannable offense means if you're caught doing this and it's confirmed that you were doing this, your account's getting suspended on whatever service the bannable offense is. A reportable offense means someone can say, teacher, 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 he's doing something I don't like. That doesn't mean it's going to result in the result that you want. It shouldn't, just by, proxy and Miriam of that entire approach, but there's been worse things that have happened. Storage full. Like, there's been worse things that have happened, but it doesn't mean you get what you want. It doesn't mean that you're right. It literally just means that you're upset. And you'd rather have someone do something to make you feel better about it. So therefore, it's not that big a deal. It's just that big a deal to you. Which kind of proves that you don't know what you're talking about, which is weird considering how long you've been a YouTuber. But okay, Dark Viper, alright.
Same with Asmongold Reacts. Yes, he talks a lot, but it includes the entire video.
Again, there was so...
request against you, if they wanted to. Same with Asmongold Reacts. Yes, he talks a lot, but it includes the entire video.
Okay. So, there's two things going on there. One, Asmongold is talking over the entire video, which changes the context of it. It cannot become a market replacement, because now it has Asmongold's opinion embedded through the entire essence of it, in the form of a commentary tract, which is really the better way to look at most reactions. You look at them as a commentary tract. If a person were to put my stream on entirely, and they were to be following along with the video, and each time there was a pause, especially since you should so you actually have the ability to show exactly how much of it is the breakdown. If I take a video and then I take the commentary track of that YouTuber's reaction to that video and I splice it on top as a file to be an actual commentary track with subtitles over that content, the way you can tell if a person's reacting harder is whether or not there is more talking than there is video. Of course, this is the long man. It's only a 15-minute video. How did you get an hour out of it? Because we probably had a lot to talk about. How did you get 2 hours out of a 1-hour video? Because I had a lot to talk about. Longer content breeds longer responses. More to pontificate about means more to comment on. More to comment on and more to then speculate and then taking notes. The more people are going to reference back to what's being said. And then the more people notice those same things that content creator notices, the more it creates and breeds more reactions. If React content is fair use, then it depends on the reactor. Like XQC chair isn't fair use. True, but XQC finally learned. XQC finally learned after watching Hassan do it, and finally learned after watching Boogie do shit like this. I just realized I still have more cough drops in my back pocket. And they're melting together. Well, you or Asmongold are reactions because you're adding to the conversation, like how they can joke about EFAP making a 12-hour stream out of a 5-minute video. True. Because the other problem with that then becomes the material purpose of exactly what the stream is there for. I think I talked about this a bit the other day. My days are starting to blend together to me. After other topics. But I mentioned this the other day when I talked about doing things to promote the content of my channel. The way that I look at my channel and the way that I should promote my channel shouldn't be, at least my main channel, shouldn't be as a gaming channel. It should be as a commentary, drama, and news channel that plays video games. Because if you view my channel as just a gaming channel, yet anytime I talk about something that has nothing to do with gaming, the context is lost. If you look at it as a drama channel that talks about current events, news, and anything that comes up on the front page of the internet, then that follows in tracks. And then when you look at it from that perspective, especially when it comes to channels like EFAP or Nicholas Oyorio or Asmongold, who is probably a better application of it, it becomes more sensible. Asmongold makes videos about dramas that's happening on the internet because he's a big YouTuber, he's a big streamer, and he literally streams about current news events. He reacts to shit. He's the front page of Reddit. So whenever somebody brings him something to react to, he's going to look at his subreddit, and he's going to pick things out of the subreddit the same way that I look at Twitter, and I look at news topics and situations that are happening, and I pick things out of it that then become the conversation of what I talk about on that live stream. And then, from those best topics, from my best takes, from that stream, it gets then edited into a video that will have the topic of what was discussed, and inside that video will be my opinion of it, and probably, if there are people present, especially if it's a versus chat, other people's opinion about it. Especially if it's doing due diligence and actually showing the context of what's happening. So everybody's able to learn the context of the situation, they learn my opinion, and they learn the opinion of some of the bigger voices, especially if they happen to be an authority figure on the subject. And when it comes to commentary, there are different people that could be considered authority figures, but that doesn't mean that you yourself cannot then become an authority by doing the work. Then on that video edit, it could then become referenced in another piece of medium so that in the future on that topic, if it comes up again, like the remakes and remasters have, within the last 3 months, back to back to back, you don't have to waste people's time going over what you already have explained before. You can instead point them towards your video that they could probably watch, pause the live stream, at least on YouTube. Can't do that on Twitch. Pause the live stream on YouTube, watch the video for the context, then return to the stream, press play from that moment, catch back up to the live stream pod, watching it on double time or 1.5 time. Or they get the context of the video, and just like a Wikipedia article, It's one of many references. They watch the stream, they then go back and watch the VOD of the stream, and now they have the context of the video playing, so that when they hear me talk about reactions, remakes, reviews, and remasters of games, they now know what my opinion is. So now they know from the school of thought that I'm approaching from. And then they can do that for every single content creator. It's very simple. It's very simple, it's very straight through. But that does not mean that it is by any means short. Lord knows I'm a yapper. Lord knows I have the gift of the tongue and gab. And it's good, because that's a part of my work. If anything, it means that I make money off the effort and the content of my mind. My intellectual property is literally my words and my opinions. Nobody can take them from me. They are mine. It's the same reason why people get angry that you strike their shit, especially if they're giving more content through the reaction of their words. Because the cope in this is what's in red. Yeah, he talks a lot, but he includes the entire video. So the context of your opinion wouldn't be gainable. If I take out context of the video from what I think is superfluous from my arguments, and it's about something that people probably have no context towards, and I don't provide the original link, then I have failed my job, because now I have taken you out of context. If I include the original link to it as a school of reference from the school of thought that is Dark Viper AU, that's where this is where my sticker was. If I remove the content from the context of the video, or the content from the context, but I put the original link to it inside of that video. So, on the live streams, this is not as likely, but on the video, definitely. If I haven't done this now, I will make sure to do it more in the future, and I'll probably make sure to go back to all the ones done this year, and make sure that they are appropriate and do so. If in my video, covering my own live stream talk, I provide the original video that's being reacted to, and people can watch your original context, they don't need to see me re-summarize it again, and therefore I can do that, because that would be accurate. That would be accurate, that would be fair. The opposite would not be fair. Adding on top of that, and then he included in the entire video, implies that he's a market replacement for your content. Believe you me, Dark Viper, ain't nobody replacing you in your content market. Ain't nobody replacing you in your content market. But that's the cope, which is bizarre. It's bizarre, to say the least.
Again, there was so much I could say about this video. I tried. I spent like 3 days writing a script to debunk this video. But I recognized, as you can probably see now, I am a terrible speaker. You see me when I'm making...
Okay, that's a skill you can improve on. The same way that I improved on my skill as a public speaker, the same way everybody can. It's all in your head. It's all in your mind. It's all in your head. The only thing in your way is you. It's the reason why a lot of people have the opinion that they do. The only person who's in your way is you. If there were other people in your way actively stopping you from doing what you want to do, they would go out of their way to make sure, no, those are his cringe takes. They are allowed to him. Only he can have them. You can't take those from him. And that would be fair. But that's not what's happening now. Now is it, Viper? No, it is not. You're coping again. You're coping and you're seething again. Act bizarre and weird. Your need to cope and seethe is bizarre and weird and has to stop.
Intros and stuff, and I'm reading from a word pad, and it often takes me like 10 tries to get out a couple of sentences scripted in perfect fluency. I realized that I had written so much that it would take literally months for me to explain through a scripted thing.
So don't script it and go off the cuff. Take it as it comes. React to the entire video in its length and then get it out. It's not perfect. It won't be perfect. But it's better than what you're fucking doing. What you're doing is not acceptable. Quite frankly.
Why this video is false. In all the ways that it is false. Because I'm not a person who likes to half-ass anything, as I'm half-assing this story now. And I knew I couldn't do it. And that really annoyed me. That for business reasons and emotional reasons, I should just let this go. Just accept that a person like Winnie Mac Show will lie openly and not care what is true for money. And it's just a corner of the internet that exists that there's nothing I can do about, but it annoys me. And apparently this dude feels like he's made at least enough money of a return on investment for the like 15 seconds he spent making this video. Because, you know, if you don't care what's true, you can just make up shit till the cows come home. And he's like, yeah, I'm gonna make a second video. Good money. Like, when you're not bound by reality, you can of course just fire out video after video on the same person because you can just make up shit. And the people who he speaks to know so little that they can't deduce for themselves that this stuff is false. He will say a lie, show a 5-second clip that does nothing to substantiate that lie, both ultimately therefore being lies, is because one's missing a wide host of context that is explicitly excluded, and the other just being something he made up. And you look at that and go, well, neither of those two things are supporting each other. Surely then there's something going on here false. But people don't, because they don't really care. The story that Willie Mac Show has constructed is more interesting to people than the actual truth. And so there's nothing I can do.
The story being, he doesn't care that you're molding and seething? Okay.
So I'm trying to tack into this video stuff that I don't think is going to come up in the next video. I want to showcase how brazenly these guys lie and how low their standard of evidence is. It's not just Willie Mac Show, it's not just Chud Logic, it's an entire support group of these drama creators who do not care if what they're saying is true, they're just trying to make videos as fast as possible. So Nicholas Dedrio says here, this guy has actually—
That's a way to say his name. I don't think that's the right way to say his name, but Nicholas Dedrio.
become a total lolcow. Someone told me he was showing off his girlfriend to own the haters, got her doxxed, and then made a video crying about the people who did it. What the fuck is happening? So this is the video he's linking here. And those who actually know my content are gonna notice something very immediate here. Hello and welcome to your daily happening. So this is the video he's linking here. And those
Why some people falsely believe I am toxic. The Ramble Podcast, 25 minutes and 12 seconds. I mean, if you insist, we have to take you at your word, Viper. Viper, you made me do this. You made me do this. You made me make this content. I have to do the research. I have to do it correctly, right? I gotta do it. Otherwise, I'm doing my job wrong. Dark Viper AU. Actually, no, it's Viper Rambles. It's queued up, chat.
Hello.
It's queued up. Doing the job. This is doing the work. If I want to make sure I'm doing my job correctly so that he doesn't come at me, I have to listen to him traumatize himself. That's how he wants it. This is the world that Viper wants. Just body shot, headshot, heart shot. Dempsey roll. All right.
Those who actually know my content are gonna notice something very immediate here. Hello and welcome to your daily dose of Legacy Rambles, where Legacy Rambles are years old from my main channel, long before I met Aitana. It is
okay, but you still published it, so people are still gonna consume it. It's on the table. Viper, it's on the table.
literally impossible for this video to contain information about Aitana because the footage came from before I even knew her. I have never shown off Aitana to own.
Okay, it came before you knew Aitana. Are you currently dating her now? Hey guys, here's a video from this guy who was so fucking upset about people talking about him that when we talked about his girlfriend, he then complained about his girlfriend. Is he weird? They're still in your ass, bro. They're still in your ass, bro.
Haters, I don't care. We do the Instagram content because I like doing it and it's good for taxes. And she was an Instagram person way back when, so she can help me with it. Got her doxxed. I didn't know she got doxxed. When did this happen? I mean, she lives with me now, so I guess she's been doxxed vicariously because these assholes are partly responsible for me getting doxxed. But this video is nothing about this. Everything here is false. And it starts with Nicholas saying, someone told me. At best, this is Nicholas being like, look, anything I hear in the world is instantly true if someone tells it to me. I'm gonna put it on my Twitter. You need to understand, people watch these guys and actually believe the things that they say. As you probably know, I'm a bit of a workaholic. I am very passionate about what I do, so unless I have a good reason not to, I will spend every waking moment working, as I have done for countless years. However, this changed at the start of this year when I met someone and fell in love. One huge perk of this is that she is someone who makes traveling incredibly fun, in part because she not only loves organizing trips, but she is already very well traveled and so knows best how to travel and to where. The result is that this year I went to far more places and events, often making these trips into content exclusively for Instagram. This is content that you are missing out on unless you go over to Instagram.
I don't think I want it. I'm gonna be honest, Dark Viper. That's very nice. She looks very beautiful. You look very happy. People could say the exact same thing to me about me and Star. And also Zulu. They don't need to see the things I'm doing at home. If there's pictures taken, they're probably taken outside of his first memories, specifically because Star wants pictures to then show off to other people. I ain't putting it up there. And of the shit that I do put up there, it's going to be things like when I went to go get her a new party dress. Because she didn't have a little black dress. So we got her a little black dress with moons and stars on it. She loves the fuck out of that dress now. I love the fuck out of that dress, chat. I love the fuck out of that dress. Me, I love it. I love it. I picked it out. Technically, that's a lie. She picked it out. I approved immediately. Still, I'm not. I don't want it. I send it back to you freely. It is yours. The yams are yours, sir. I don't want them. Because Lord knows he be on me next. No.
Instagram and follow me right now.
Excellent start.
You will get to see footage of my adventures with Aitana, when I hang out with my YouTube creator friends, and when I meet my fans at conventions. You will also learn about all the best places to go in Sydney, Australia, where I live, as well as come with me to see the most beautiful sights the world has to offer. I'm planning to go on a snow trip, as well as a trip to Fiji, and I'm even going to Japan with a few creators that you might know. It is easily my most active secondary social media, and you guys in the comments are often hilarious. It is literally just free additional content for you, and I plan to make as much of it as makes sense before GTA 6 comes out and I never leave this room again. So again, follow me on Instagram, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the video. Like, I know for a fact, if I spent all that time debunking this video, I'd get like 150,000 views. Maybe like 20% of people will get to the end. The thing I think that convinced me of that so much was that video I made on Gabby Bell. So this video almost has 500,000 views, showcases that video this terrible creator made was full of lies, stuff that she knew was lies, manipulated text, terribly argued, and she is still as successful as she was back when I made this video. The one thing that dishonest people have over people like me who try to be honest is that they know what they're doing, and so they can very easily ignore when they're called out for being liars. Gabby's like, yeah, this Dark Viper guy called me out for lying, who fucking cares? And she just continues on in her career, never acknowledges it. 500,000
I don't believe that's what she said. I don't believe you.
views, it does not impact her career at all, in the same way that Willie Maxshow's video of him lying for 40 minutes didn't impact me at all. The sort of people who are going to believe something this false don't watch my stuff anyway. But this is the sort of content I used to make back in the day. Holy shit, like guys, in the video, there are points where he makes claims, then shows a clip that immediately debunks that claim.
Viper said Ethan memeing him saying 14 pages has traumatized him.
It's 14 pages!
Because one of my favorite people on the internet, Dark Viper, 14 pages!
I don't think Ethan is a very good person, and his using a soundbite of one of the most traumatic, angry moments of my entire life for many, many years on his stream, perhaps 100 times, is a bit more than excessive and very sick.
Why was this traumatic for you? You're angry over nothing.
Like, how was that not interesting to people? It's just so impressively stupid and so impressively false. There are parts in it where, like, I am saying one thing, the person I'm responding to is agreeing with that thing, and Willie has come back like 4 years later and said, hey, they're both wrong. To be clear, even after Willie made his video, it's not like he stopped spreading bullshit, because he just goes on. These are just tweets about me, by the way. I blocked the dude, and he just still goes on and on. I have to speed this up a bit. Like, there's just months of tweets over and over, just whining incessantly. Just cannot stop talking about me. To say he's obsessed with me because he's tweeted about me like hundreds of times, it would be a little bit inaccurate, because he's obsessed with like anything that he can spam out to get a bit of engagement.
Obsession is not the word you use for a person whose job is to actively cover shit that people see, are talking about, and want to know about. You would not know that because you don't know what people are interested in, and you certainly don't take efforts to learn.
at some point was like 30 tweets a day for an entire month. The man is nuts. What I've been thinking about doing is, as you guys know, I hold the position in regards to React content that if you're reacting to something that you've already seen before and directly involves you, that it's fine to do. Because obviously every bit of the video you have some invested interest in because it's about you, and you are knowledgeable in it because of course you've seen it before and you're the one being talked about.
Pause. So that means that by your definition just there now, everyone that you've talked shit about, Willie Mac Show, Chud Logic, his reactions that are going to happen to your content, they are all literally your fault. You involved them. They are involved and directly tied to it because you're complaining about them. They now have free, right, easy, clear, legal, fair use concerns and confirm and approval from you to react to your shit. Glad we could fucking see eye to eye on this, Viper. Glad we can see eye to eye on this. Because what the fuck's finna happen next, bro? What should happen next is everybody plays that clip, and then you say, no, I didn't mean it, not like that. And then you make up a new bullshit rule if you don't in the next 30 seconds of this clip.
I'm thinking about debunking this video live. See, but the thing about this, I hate half-assing things. Like,
okay, don't be a half-ass, be a whole ass. Okay, do it live. Why won't you do it live?
Understand, it's dozens of, I don't even want to show you my notes because it's just so embarrassing. This
no, it's not gonna be embarrassing. You're already talking about it. Show the notes. Come on, show the app. Show me your notes. I want to see your obsidian.
Like, the amount of notes I've collected since I made those videos about reaction content, so many examples of different events and stories and people saying certain things, even just in discourse and stuff, like it's, and I know doing it live, I would never do it justice. I could absolutely destroy Willie. And I think that might be why, like because by now he must know that a significant portion of this video is false. There's no way he doesn't. As in, he knowingly lied, but I doubt he realized how much of his video was false. And that's probably why he wants to make the second video, so he can kind of cover his ass. But do I care? Like, why? Like, I have
but you do care. But bro, you do care. You care a lot. Bro, you care a lot. You care a lot.
Time to do stuff that I gave up on the Rambles channel. Although, to be fair, I am bringing back the Rambles channel on the main channel. It'll be like a long form video at the end of the month. It'll actually probably come out today or tomorrow. Why would you want to even bring any attention to it if it's such BS? I don't think anyone that I can lead to this video wouldn't realize immediately that the video is false. You guys know enough about me. Even people who've been following me for like a week would know enough about me to know this video is false, at least to some degree. Those who've known me for a longer period would be able to go, oh, actually, I was there for that. That's entirely false. I was there for that. That's entirely false. No amount of attention from me really impacts the situation at all. I personally have...
So why are we here, Viper? Why are we here, Viper? We're here for a reason.
Talked about all these situations dozens of times, but I've actually talked about them, unlike what Willie did, which is just lie about them. I want to make an iceberg where I talk about my entire history, every controversy, everything I've ever done. And there's a huge list of that. Like, there's no amount of me that is ashamed or wants to hide certain things. I talk about them all the time. Willie, of course, doesn't disclose that. In the same way he doesn't disclose when any of these events actually fucking happened. So when this video came out, I'm getting spammed about things that happened 7 fucking years ago. That's just one of the ways that Willie was so dishonest in his video, where he mentioned nothing about the dates of when things happened or who was actually involved in any situation. He just made shit up. Okay, again, that's reductive because a lot of it he was just ignorant that he was saying false things, but he did in many cases actually lie. And it led to a surprising amount of grifters realizing they could also get some views by making one of these quick videos where they just parody the lies as well. A part of me is concerned, guys, that...
Parody? Parrot? Bro, your problem isn't public speaking. Your problem is speaking in general.
My legacy is going to be defined by grifters like Willie Mac Show.
Your legacy is not going to be defined by grifters. Your legacy is going to be defined by you coping constantly. That's what's going to define it. Your history is going to be defined by the shit that you say out of your mouth about other people talking about you and you not being able to tune it the fuck out. That's what's going to control you. It's not gonna be them. It's gonna be you. It's not gonna be them. It's gonna be you.
That someone at the end of my career is going to try and make a downfall video, or at least like a history video of Dark Viper AU. But a person who can be legitimately honest and then they want to know the truth would end up going to a Willie Mac show video and believing the false things that he says. That often what's being discussed is so old that all the people involved aren't even on the internet anymore. The original discussion...
Okay, so who's the people who are on the internet? Aren't you being discussed? Isn't your video that came from your channel? Bro, this Viper Rambles came from your shit. Viper Rambles, 4 months ago. Why some people falsely believe that I'm toxic, the Ramble podcast. According to you, this has clips and content that came from months, if not years ago. Okay. Are you on the internet? You're the one being discussed! Come on! Come on! What are you doing? Who are you talking about?
Of events back then doesn't exist, which of course was in Willie Mac's favor because it enabled him just to make up whatever the fuck he wanted.
No, it wouldn't. Ha! This person doesn't exist, so they can't defend themselves. Me, a person who was there. Wait, why the fuck are you saying that? That didn't happen. Am I going to have to be the fucking Cat Williams of the situation? Like, you can't allow liars to lie. You are clearly coping and lying. I cannot allow you to keep coping and lying. You have to tell the truth. You are not telling the truth. You are just yap, 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 and no concern of seriousness whatsoever. You can't be allowed to lie like that. You know what you're saying is wrong. You know what you're saying is wrong. You know what you're saying is wrong. You know what shit's fucked up. You know it's not believable. But you keep saying it, hoping other people either turn it out and don't defend it, or let you get away with it. You just stop it. Just stop it. Just stop.
But for a person who's actually genuinely wants to know the truth, I don't think that information exists anymore. Like, my DMs here with Chud Logic, like, sinks him immediately. I didn't even know these existed.
Okay, put them out there. Since they're your DMs, you have access to them. Are you still on the internet? Is this a ghost? Is this the phantom of Dark Viper AU? And his cringy takes on the world?
Okay, he was already sunk immediately before in that he conceded twice that he had no legal right to do what he did. But this just makes
That's not how that works.
it even worse. But of course, that's not going to matter to people. Like, I recognize that the people who watch these kind of videos do not care what is true. But in the future, there could be people who actually want to know what is true, and they won't know it. They won't know Willie Mac Show's history of how he is just a grifter who was so engaged with my content on Twitter for so long in a positive way until the very moment I criticized him for lying, and then immediately he starts spamming out this video in a form of tantrum. This video exists entirely because I called him out for lying. That's it. This was his revenge. And what does a liar do when they're caught out for lying? They just lie more. Like, I've even got it saved, a snapshot of his Twitter to show that he was just liking all my posts all the fucking time. But that's not anywhere on the internet. Best to make your statements saying it's not true and proving that than going after them. It just creates more hate. What's that expression? A lie said in 5 seconds can take like 20 minutes to debunk. Willie doesn't argue or present evidence for anything he says in this video. It is 40 minutes of direct claims. Each one itself could be a video, right? I thought I had time when I make the iceberg to like actually lay out an entire story. Any response I make is just going to be inferior to an actual expose of my career, which I wanted to do with the iceberg video.
That seems like a very retarded waste of time, but okay, no one can stop you from doing what you want. Go do it, King. Be blessed, beloved.
You have to think about the opportunity costs. Yes, you have this deep down desire to prove these people wrong, but there will always be more of these people who will be inclined to respond to. You can't do it forever. All that time could be otherwise spent staying in your lane and concentrating on producing the best content you can.
Yes.
That you enjoy creating.
Yes.
Exactly, RBS.
So why aren't you doing that?
Countless things that I'm meant to be doing with my time every single day.
So why aren't you doing that? When you got to that point of your live stream that this clearly had to come from, why didn't you immediately stop what you were doing here and not publish this video for me to find out about? Or anyone else to find out about? Or even Chud to find out about? It should have been like a ling light bulb, ding light bulb.
Hey, I have Actually, I even listed recently most of the things I was working on, right? This isn't even everything that I've got working on right now. Actually, a few of these things have now released. This was 3 weeks ago. But, like, I don't have an extra couple of hours in my day to debunk the latest grifter, right? Like, Willie, on average, tweets like 15 times a fucking day, and he's on Reddit as well. If he wants to make another video where he just lies a bunch of times, he just takes a day off Twitter, writes fan fiction that he doesn't argue for, and then just makes a video on it. Like, I've got to forego, you know, potentially half a dozen videos, thousands of dollars, to make a video that is going to be worse than any other video that I normally make.
Then don't do it? What are we all talking about here now? Now you're being really facetious.
But lying for ad revenue is in his wheelhouse. This is literally...
Now we're getting a little bit more concrete. Lying for ad revenue. He's lying for ad revenue and money. That is the only reason he does it. He doesn't have to take a day off of lying for money. And then, if I want to do it, I have to spend all this time doing shit I shouldn't be doing because I'm creating the content that's traumatizing me. But they don't got to take the time off. They can just take a day off Twitter to then produce more shit to lie about me about. Okay. Cope, seethe, cope. Not an argument.
What he does for a living. I am versing a professional. And what sucks is, like, even Aitana. I mean, because it's not just her. Like, I will speak to other creators, and like we will talk about what to do when the Willie Max shows of the world just start lying about shit. And the response from me and everyone else is always, you should say nothing. Because we know anyone invests enough in...
But you're still talking. You're still talking. How hard is it, bro? How hard is it to just not say anything? It's so hard for you to not say anything. It's so hard for you. It beggars belief. It beggars belief. Let's get to the end. We got more content to get to before you can even get to Chud Logic's opinion if you want to know every single bit of what we need to know how to criticize Dark Viper.
This, in the narrative produced by these grifters, isn't going to care what the person has to say, especially if it creates a less interesting story. But I can't seem to take my own advice, because I just hate injustice. I hate liars. I hate cheaters. I hate people who cheat systems. I hate people who take advantage of others. And it's caused me problems my entire fucking career. Nobody cares what he does anyway. It's just normal YouTube BS. Nobody pays attention to it. Some people do, but they're usually like the bottom of the barrel weirdos, right? The reason why...
Everybody who watches a drama YouTuber, any person who watches a drama YouTuber, any person who keeps up with drama, you are cringe losers. Horror, we're cringe losers. We're cringe losers for taking interest in how much a person can't take his own advice. This is what it feels like to be a deplorable, chat. Mark yourself a garbage bag. I'm a glad. I can hold twice as much, and I don't smell when you throw me out your house.
Hey, my beef with Charlie was actually significant, and I responded to it immediately, even though I was extraordinarily angry at the time, justifiably. It's because those were normal people. No one who is watching videos like this is a normal, functioning human being.
We're now normal, not functioning human beings. We've unlocked our cosplays for next year, chat. We can be bacteria. I'll be a eukaryote. A single-celled organism that's responsible for disease.
Society. Some people lie for their own benefit. Don't waste your time and energy being upset at unreasonable people. It ain't worth it. But it's just gonna keep happening. I like doing good in the world, chat. And I feel like to some degree I've stopped doing that because it just takes too much effort and I'm so busy with my work. Surely there is some value in showing that Willie Max Show is a liar who does not care what is true. Like, surely. Like, there are gonna be people in the future that he will also lie about that I can go, hey, look, or other people can point to my video and go, hey, look, Willie Max Show lied before. He's probably lying again. Surely there's value there, right? I would tell you I was a...
Good argument. Hey, guys, Dark Viper's coped before. He's going to cope again. Oh, no, that's doing it the wrong way, huh? See, when people point out the fact that he's done bad things, that is okay. When people point out that I'm consistently doing bad shit, that is not okay for me. And that is definition of how they are a grifter. They are a grifter. You know that you know that they are grifters, bro. He is a bad one. That Mr. Grinch. He steals all of my content. He's a slimy little ski bag. He's a horrible little betrayal. That Mr. Twitch. How dare you stream and make fun of me on your live stream? I'll have you know that I have friends and make content with my girlfriend and we travel around the world, and soon I'll be able to do shit on other platforms. You should subscribe to my Instagram. I'm just saying shit now. Oh, 11 minutes left.
Fan of Willie Mac Show until I saw him lying fervently about you. There is some you would swear by your argumentation, a minority, but people are the same. Exactly, but is it worth the time? Like, to be clear, people who are even vaguely in the know have obviously left comments saying,
who is vaguely in the know? What does vaguely in the know mean in this context? Please, I am begging you. I am begging you to tell me what in this context is. Please. Give me a name. Give me 2 names. Give me 5 names.
this video is shit. Bad video. Holy shit, this video is bad. I just searched for bad. But like there's more nuanced comments saying this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong. But they're just comments from one person. And as I showed before, there is information that I have that utterly destroys Willie that most people have not seen.
Show us! Show me! I want to know! I want to see it! I want to know what being destroyed is. Provide to me the content. Provide it! Provide it, please! I really need to know! I want to see it! I hope it's big. I hope it's really big. If it's not really big, I'm going to be disappointed. Just like your mother should be. Too far. Not far enough. Please. Just a little bit of context. Just a little bit of context. Anything. Please, just anything. Provide me anything that matters. I promise we won't abuse it.
But this is ultimately a random fuckwit on the internet who's lying for ad revenue. I just feel like I've changed so much as a person, trying to not care about the wider world outside of myself. It's a video about you, you're allowed to dress it. If addressing it makes you happy, then there is value in it. But doing other things will make me even more happy. It's everything has opportunity cost. What would make me happiest is to spend a month detailing everything perfectly, voicing everything perfectly, a whole expose showing how much he lied and how much he got wrong. And every day, Aitana would look at me and go, what the fuck is wrong with you? As she has said before, why are you giving any of these people any time of day? They are obviously dumb. You know they're dumb. You know they're dishonest. You know they're lying. So why does it matter? And it keeps coming back to it. I do not like liars. I do not.
So even your partner is telling you, bro, please, I'm begging you, stop doing this to yourself. And you're ignoring her? So she should leave you, right? You're admitting that she should leave you, right? Clearly that's what's supposed to happen here. She should leave you, right? That's what should happen in this situation, right? You're admitting that now. I don't know, bro. I don't know. It seems like you probably shouldn't have said that. Just a little bit, maybe? Okay.
I like cheaters. I do not like those who perpetuate injustice, and I think taking the attitude that I am, which is just, oh well, nothing you can do about it, I think is what ultimately makes the world a worse place. The reason why the Willie Mac shows can get some foothold in the world is because people like me do nothing. Evil wins when good people do nothing. As any of you have probably come to understand, being a good person takes a lot more effort than being a bad person. A person indifferent to the truth, indifferent to how what they're doing can negatively impact other people, can do 1,000 things in a day, while a good person sitting there wondering about the implications of their next action. It just sucks. It's the worst aspect of life. in that it has so many other negative ramifications that leads to all the other bad things in life.
Plan, wait for the inevitable internet anarchist video. He is a big enough creator that making a video in response to him and piling in all the other grifters can be justified from a business perspective. There will be no I could be making a different video guilt, because it is a video that should do good numbers.
Corey is my editor, and he's obviously right. I talked about that before, I think. I still think that's wrong. Internet Anarchist isn't worth it either. Nah, but at that point, it, like, from business-wise, there's enough growth and money in that any considerations for my other content are irrelevant at that point. Because it will actually be a video that people will watch and find engaging enough for the growth and whatever.
It seems not to be the case because you keep finding yourself here in these problems. If you were getting the engagement that you believe that you deserved or wanted, you would be, you'd be not doing that. But that seems to be not what you're doing. Which is weird. Very, very strange. Just me. I mean, I'm a critical noticer. But, you know, 8 minutes.
And the editor's time to be actually worth it. Like, that was one of my original plans, was to make my iceberg video and just periodically throughout the video being like, hey, by the way, this is one of those things that William actually lied about. And just continuing, right? Which is not that overt, right? But being like, this was included because X, Y, and Z grifter said these false things before. It's always important to remember, guys, that you know that Willie is wrong because you know me to some degree. You might know, like, there's no way you know every single story that he lied about in his video. But watching it, you'd be like, wait a second, I heard about that. I was there for that. This is false. Holy shit, everything else in this video is going to be false. But there are people who know literally nothing about me, or whose entire impression of me comes through this lying grifter. The problem with thinking this way is, this platform has billions of people. It doesn't matter what I do or say or where, there is going to be people who, even prior to knowing me at all or knowing my content, end up receiving a false impression of me. It's just unavoidable. If you start trying to stop that to some degree, you just end up not making the content that normally brings you people in the first place. As I said to all those people who lied and said the reason why I made those anti-react videos is to develop an audience, making just a normal video leads to me getting more viewers than just any other commentary video that I do. Especially.
So then why don't you make more of them? You're not making sense. I don't want to do this. That gives them more attention. But when I make videos like this, it actually provides me more views than I've gotten before. But I don't want to give them I think this is just you being upset that you can't control who's talking about you. At which point, I too would probably say I don't give a fuck. Because this is pedantic. This is very pedantic. It's very pedantic. You kind of just have to accept it, bro. Either you make your peace with it, you accept it, you deal with it, you cope it up, you chop it up, you do whatever the fuck you gotta do, grill it up, beef it, concern yourself with it, do whatever. But stop. Stop. Because if you can't stop yourself and you just keep doing this as just your thing, it concerns me that you can't concern yourself with how to better handle the shit you're dealing with. And at that point, what the fuck are we here for? I'm certain that your girlfriend must be concerned. Anybody should be concerned that this is what you care about more often than not. But what do I know? I'm just some black guy.
Those that take a lot of my time. Thought I would have done Red Dead Redemption 2 speedrunning, but no, I got in drama. Maybe Pacifist 2.0 would have actually come out a million years ago, but no, I made those React videos. Oh, those anti-React videos. But I'm not a machine, guys. I am not a machine. I do not like to be lied about. I think in this business, it helps to just be entirely detached.
No, you should have some level of investment for yourself. You just have to learn to have self-perspective. I've made myself deal with that recently. You should not care so much that it does to you what you're doing to yourself. That doesn't mean that you don't care at all, because it's still your name, it's still your reputation. You just don't let it destroy you. But that's what you're letting it do to you. You're letting it destroy you. Maybe, perhaps, you should not let it affect you this much. And then handle it from there. And then, not that big of a deal. Not that large of a concern. It becomes something that is a modicum level of respect. And people can look at you in the face and not think, wow, what a pussy. Because how is anybody supposed to believe anything other than, wow, what a pussy? Considering how often you put yourself into this situation that you could easily get yourself out of if you just stopped putting yourself in this situation. Perhaps that's too hard. Perhaps I'm being too hard. But I think you can take it. I think you're capable of it. Because unlike what you think about all those other people, I think you're capable of dealing with the problem. I think you're smart enough. I think you're capable enough. I think you're active enough. No. I think you're active enough that you won't truly be broken by what you consider to be a broken concept and a broken problem. I think you're capable of handling it. And on top of being able to handle it, I think you're not only just capable of handling it, I think you're capable of taking it, and you're capable of taking that beef, grilling it up, chewing it, swallowing it, and then just getting the fuck over it still. I think you can do it. Not only do I think you can do it, I know you can do it. If I can do it, I know you can do it. That doesn't mean you don't get to do or say whatever the fuck you want, but it does mean that you don't let it control you like this. This is sad, bro. This is super fucking sad. You got your girl crying on the side of you saying, babe, please. Well, actually, she looks Latin American. Babe, please, we're in Santa Monica. No, babe. Honey, you gotta understand. I've got to say stupid shit back to these people on Twitter. They're making fun of me on Twitter. I can't let them make fun of me on Twitter. I'm gonna cook these shrimps on my Barbie. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Think of it
7 minutes!
as Winnie does.
6
as
minutes!
A magical fantasy world that you can just throw out lies into or not care about what's true. Like, if you can disconnect from it and treat it like it's a game or something, then obviously you're gonna be better off. But I've never been that way. There is no separation between Dark Viper AU and Matthew Judge. They're one and the same to me. So I can't just look.
Pause. Rewind again. One more time.
Obviously you're gonna be better off, but I've never been that way. There is no separation between Dark Viper AU and Matthew Judge. They're one and the same to me.
Pause. Rewind one more time. I'm gonna super slow that down again. 5 seconds.
Then obviously you're gonna be better off, but I've never been that way. There is no separation between Dark Viper AU and Matthew Judge.
Okay, Matthew. Since there is no separation of person and persona between your online career and your personal life, this now means that whenever anybody says anything about you as a content creator, it must be a implication of your personhood. And they should treat it exactly as what that's worth, along with your own word, and ignore the fuck out of that. And keep doing what they're fucking doing. Because if there is no difference between, hey, I think he's retarded, but he seems like he'd be a smart guy concerning this game he's super obsessed with, and wow, man, you're so cringy, I'm going to tell people on the internet to talk about you and your girlfriend so that you can mull trying to figure out what thread we're talking about you in. If this is how you see yourself, and it really shouldn't be that, because that's going to validate something that I've been teaching myself to learn to do, that validates the reason why I use people's first names. It's not valid. But you are the example of exactly why I started having that bad habit. You don't see there being a difference between yourself and the shit people talk about you online with. So you see people making fun of you as people attacking you personally. Go fuck yourself immediately in the shower with a razor spiked bat. That is insane! That is an insane thing to say and do! Clearly, there is a difference between you online and you in life. There's a difference between you being mocked and you literally being threatened. Me saying you're retarded is not me putting a gun to you! Stop it! That is so sad! Oh, I hurt my chest. I hurt my chest. Oh, this level of stupid hurts. 5 minutes.
They're one and the same to me. So I can't just look at it and go, lol, thousands of people have been misled about Dark Viper AU, but me, Matthew Judge, who cares? Because I put so much of me personally into my work.
One video to settle in.
Don't! Stop putting so much of yourself in your work if that's what makes you take this shit so goddamn personal. Because that's why you're still here. If this is true, if this is your real opinion, you are responsible for all the things happening to you. Because you can't take it when someone tells you you're being retarded. You feel that it's a personal indictment on your spirit and your character. When really it's just a personal indictment of how fucking cringe you are. You're responsible for all the shit happening to you, bro. Does that mean it's acceptable for him to be a cocky, slandered the way he is, Carl? Probably not. But he'd probably get a lot less of it if he stopped taking it so fucking personal. I bite my thumb at you. I bite my thumb at you. I bite my thumb at you.
Let it be done. Not giving up, just ending it and moving on.
It's funny because I've said the exact same things to Aitana. But she's right in that she fired back and said, it will never end, man. In the same way what I'm doing here, she would look at me and go, what are you doing? They're just gonna lie. They're gonna take this video, or this ramble, and like crop out individual words, make something else out of it, and...
So, here's the thing about that, and here's the reason why now I'm gonna say you and her are stupid in that moment about what she just said. They're going to take the things you say, they're going to crop the individual words out, they're going to stitch it back together, and lie like that anyways. No, that's something Hassan Piker would do. Commentary YouTubers don't have to do that. They can link your original video and everything you say here, and then when they say, but you lied about him, we're going to tell Dark Viper that you lied about him, we can then say, no, copy, paste, timestamp. Here's the exact moment I listened to it. My stream. Copy, paste, timestamped. Here's the exact moment where I penned the line 5 times listening to you repeat this shit so that everybody heard you say it, and then here's what I said in reaction to that. Here's even me doing the heart palpitations. You're dumb! I don't have to lie! We don't have to lie! Nobody covering you in commentary has to lie! All they have to do is show you where you said it, and then react to the thing you said. And then when you accuse them of lying, they go to your video and show you the exact second where they got that from. In the full context. That would be the clip. If Willie Mac Show put that in his video, you would say, well, he just made that up. He's lying. He's lying about me again. To which I would then go into his video, find the timestamp, find the clip in its perpetuity, find the original section it was cut from, and then make a point on how dumb you are about your own content by showing exactly the superimposed section he stole and re-edited, and then show you where it fit back in its context. If he did it maliciously, it'd be easy to show, because anybody could do that! Anybody could show where they got it from. Your takes, as dumb as they are uniquely yours. Nobody can edit them out of context from the way that you explain them. They can't do it to you, they can't do it to me. All the dumb shit that I say, you think I'll remember the way that I said it? Or rather, if I'm on my shit that day, and I'm on top of my shit, and I remember how I argued it originally on the broadcast, it'd be very hard for me to be confused about my own work. Because then, of course, I'd have to get upset at myself. Because I confused my own self. Instead of somebody making something up about me, and then me having to think, wait, what the fuck? Where'd they get this from? This isn't my original take. I never said shit like this. Because anytime somebody's tried it, I know exactly what the fuck they're talking about. How? Because it's my work. Why wouldn't I remember my own opinion about my own shit? Why wouldn't anybody remember their own opinion about their own shit? How would I ever let myself be taken out of context like that? I wouldn't. That's how it happens. They don't let you lie like that. If I'm going to be considered retarded about something, I'm going to be considered retarded for my unique opinion, not because I supposedly said a boilerplate response that somebody else also came up with. Laziness does not even begin to explain how fucking stupid that is. Hello, Astra. Like, it's so easy to catch a person who lies. It's not hard. This was his own opinion, even. But apparently now, he's stuck so deep in the cope loop that from that conversation with his partner, somehow he lost the ability to learn how to do it. So it's, I don't care so much, but I do care a lot. But I shouldn't care so much. But I care a lot because there's a lot of me in it. But I shouldn't care so much, and I should move on from it. And I know that it's not benefiting me anything. But I'm making a lot of money, 31. But I'm making a lot of money off of it. So I can't be able to do it. So because I'm making a lot of money off of it, and a lot of views off of it, I should keep doing it to promote myself. But I don't want to give them the attention, but I still, and you're just locked in there. You just can't leave because you're locked in there. Monkey, tree, honey. Just pull your fist out, dude. Just pull it out. Just rip it out. Probably rip your thumb out the socket. Probably rip your wrist out the socket. But maybe it'd be better for you to leave the cope room than stay there in the cope room. Because it's just upsetting to listen to. Either it's acceptable to criticize you, and I can criticize you without needing to know your entire life story. I can skim the chapter of contents. I can proofread the foreword, the prologue, and the epilogue. And then I can be able to put post-it stamps on the pages that I want to reference. Or, it's never acceptable. You're not involved in drama. You're not a drama content creator. You don't do these things. And so no one ever has to cross ways. Nobody ever has to pay attention to it because, oh, he's not a drama content creator. And he's a bitch. He will never take accountability for the things that he does. He'll never do reactions. He'll never do debates. He'll never do conversations. So, the only thing that we should do is we should make the maximum level of money off of him by mocking him for the shit that he's done, the shit that he said, the shit that he's broadcasted, the shit that he keeps uploading and streaming. And whenever he complains, we ignore his confrontations and we just do our job as normal. And then when he tries to strike our shit, we tell YouTube, get his ass, because that is him abusing the copyright system. And then we mock him for how, listen, I said some crazy shit about him last week, and then this bitch got upset in his feelings about how I said it. So now we finna make fun of him and watch every single second of myself laughing at myself, laughing at him as he copes about what I said about him, and him explaining to my audience why it's not wrong, and then me responding literally like in that one episode of Doctor Who, a time-dilated version of my responses to him. It's like 15 calls echoing back at each other, standing in front of a two-way mirror on two sides of a mirror in the bathroom. It's really hilarious. Popcorn, popcorn, popcorn. Those are the two futures. These are the two futures, Kane. Do we go to the future of Soul Reaver, or do we take the non-canon ending of Blood Omen? Which one is the action you want to take? This sound looks really bad. Which one do you want? Which one? Which one is right, Matthew?
Lie more. In the same way, Willie is like, hey, wait a second, I got 200,000 views making up a story that took no fucking time to make because I just lied the entire time. He's like, hey, I can do it again. 200,000 views. He can do it in a day. Just writes one more fan fiction, and that's just money in the bank. Once they realize they can do this, they will never stop. There is nothing in Willie's video where the evidence doesn't already exist that he's wrong, that he's lying. There is more evidence, again, as I showed in DMs and stuff, that I have that other people don't, but there's enough.
But you're never going to show it.
If you really want to, do the legwork and find out the...
But you're never going to show it. I don't got to do the legwork. You do the legwork. It's your reputation. It's your name. You do the work. Otherwise, don't complain about it.
He's lying, but no one does, because no one cares. So the next time he makes a video lying again, people are just going to go, oh, this must all be true. There may be some of you who stumble across the video and go, this is all false, what the fuck is wrong with you? But you're just going to be called out and be like, you're a stan or whatever the fuck people are using these days. And that you'll just be dismissed.
I mean, that's not a word that drama YouTubers use. They don't use stan. They would use sycophant, they'd use weirdo, they'd use debate pedophile, debate freak. Stan is this phrase that refers to a K-popper. A K-pooper is a person who we consider a stan. The women who wish death on the newly born child of I literally was looking at it the other day. I was looking at it on camera. The Barbie actress. And her welcoming her first son, and then them getting upset that, oh my god, she's cursed to be a boy, mom! Oh, we have to kill the fetus! He's gotta try it over and start again! Only a girl would truly appreciate their mom being Barbie! That's a stan. Sycophantic, crazy individuals like that. Those are stans. The people criticizing you and making fun of you, they're just people. They're just guys, they're just gals. But of course, now we've transmogrified into trash cans and garbage cans and not actual humans. I'd like to be a troglodyte. That's a sightless lizard that has no eyes. It's like a basilisk, but not the giant Google eyes.
So none of it matters. It is just an annoying aspect of life that people can do this, and you just have to grit your teeth and bear it.
What about all publicity is good publicity?
It's not true though. Making a video.
All publicity is good publicity if you yourself are able to control the publicity. All publicity is obviously not good publicity. In the sense that when you get to a certain size, that publicity stops being good for you. It becomes bad to be constantly in news and dramatics and drama. It becomes horrible to be involved in situations that you should not be involved in. These are things that are concerns to lots of people, and should be treated as such. But perhaps that's too hard for him. Perhaps that's too hard for him. At least that was what it looks like in my intimation. I have to pull that off the screen.
Video debunking Willie Mac show. Undeniably,
3 minutes!
bringing new viewers. People like, oh, I had no idea. In the same way that Willie lost subscribers when he made his fucking video, because it showed to a lot of people, these people who knew of me, that he's a liar and a grifter. But I can get more publicity making my normal videos than I can debunking Willie, because it would just take so much fucking time. But again, one of the most annoying things here is finding out that Mudaha is involved in collaborating with and promoting these grifters. Well, one of my mods said he was hanging around with the quartering. Remember that guy I called a disingenuous, dense motherfucker? Hanging around with Turkey Tom. Holy shit. And now he's like promoting Willie Mac in his videos? What happened?
Okay, but that's still not a crime. He associated with the wrong people, therefore he's a bad person? Seems like you're the problem.
Happened to Mudaha in the last couple of years?
General. So again, if you want to check it out, Willie Mac's video is great. He covers this topic. I would highly recommend you see this to see actual proper journalism and an actual proper objective coverage of the situation.
Journalism from Willie Mac show.
Yes, that's what it is.
I missed the hot minute where Mudaha's just like, you know, people have been calling me a drama YouTuber for ages. I don't like that. Like, I don't like being called that, but fuck it, I'm gonna become one. What happened? Willie's source in like this entire video is, I don't know, I learned about it in a dream. I made it the fuck up. Man literally went to archive.org, downloaded videos and clips, and went, I have no idea what these clips mean. Here is a random sentence that has nothing to do with it. And
that's clearly not what happened. 2 minutes!
This is proper journalism? Unbelievable. When we're done with Red Dead Redemption 1, I'm gonna grab some notes. I'll go through my notes and get like examples of things. And I'll like freestyle, explaining all the false things in this video. I don't care, well, I don't care. I'm over it. I want this grifter to have some sort of repercussions for his lies. It won't be much.
So now we're getting to the course of it. Now we're getting to the course of it. You want to punish them. That's why you can't let it go. Yes, now we're getting to the honest truth of it. After 37 minutes and 35 seconds, the reason why you're stuck here like a fucking dog and can't let it go is because you want revenge. It's not because you've been besmirched or insulted or made fun of and diminished and had people do shit to you personally or even them affecting you on a monetary level. No, you want to be the person who delivers their punishment. You want them to be punished for the shit that they're doing. Immediately go fuck yourself. Immediately go fuck yourself. Alright. Okay. Please get to the fucking end. 2 minutes, 35 seconds.
Gabby Bell when she did the same kind of shit. Which actually is kind of funny because a lot of the same false claims that Willie makes in the Gabby Bell video, I also debunk. As in, like, I could, for at least the first, like, third of it, just use clips from me debunking Gabby Bell to debunk Willie.
But you're not gonna.
It would have been.
But you're not gonna.
Some time had Willie actually watched my videos responding to people, but apparently he didn't.
This would be a really cool thing that I could do in this video, but I'm not gonna do it because I can't be bothered to do it, bro. Somebody else is gonna have to do it, but bro, it would have been really cool, huh?
But we have time before GTA 6, guys, where I can do this shit. I promise you have way more supporters than those losers do. Oh, I'm well aware. You know, Ludo isn't a good person.
I have more supporters than Ludahar. I have more supporters than Willie Mac Show. I have more supporters than Chad Logic. If we're playing pretend, I guess he's allowed to play pretend like that. I suppose he's allowed to play pretend. Okay. Alright. Alright, okay. Okay.
I see him as the leech of YouTube. IMO, he doesn't make any original content, and most of his content is fake. Didn't used to be that way. Finding out about this fucking knitting circle was like the last name in the
knitting circle.
Treating Mudahar as a different person from these other.
Now we have to ask the question, Horror, have you before, ever have in the future, or plan to knit? Do you, in fact, behave as a knitting grandma?
The degenerates that just lie for money. So I was talking to Pez. I've known him since like 2017. He's in the industry. And he says to me, I like that you just don't take shit. That you call out people for saying false things and like you hit back at people and stuff. And I look at this and I'm like, I don't really do that anymore. Of all the things that people accuse me of in regards to like changing or becoming more corporate or only caring about the algorithm and stuff, a lot of that is false. But the one thing that I can argue is probably true for is the way that I've changed in regards to responding to falsehoods.
Doesn't seem like it.
It's so ineffective.
Oh, it's ineffective, all right.
Instances in the past, but back in the day, I'm like putting on gloves. I'm throwing hands about every minor issue to disprove what other people.
Is that what you call it?
I'm too fucking old. Like Willie
oh,
Mac
really?
Show will exist
You're
for a
too
couple
old.
of years.
Okay.
He'll fade out, and there'll be another generation of grifters, and I'll be like, oh look, it's the next Willie Mac Show. Like sure.
Okay. There's a few seconds left, but I don't think they're materially purposeful. Lord have mercy. All right. Why some people falsely believe I'm toxic. 25 minutes. Let's go. This is what we have to do, chat. We need to have the true context. We need to know exactly everything in his background in order for me to have a material criticism. This is what we have to do. Let's do it.
And welcome to your daily dose of legacy.
Topics. Why some people falsely believe I'm toxic. Looking back and hoping I haven't wasted my life. The ever-increasing expectation of YouTube comment. The impossible standards creators are held to. Do I read my YouTube comments? Why asking, like, and to subscribe can work. Why everyone deserves shelter. The things we don't know we take it for granted. We should not have a problem with swear words. The foolishness of being purely results-oriented. The huge market of non-English live streaming. Has investing just become a giant meme? The Shrek epidemic. And no one appreciates my friendo edit. Let's go.
Rambles, where commentary from my older videos that is still interesting and relevant today is re-edited for a new audience.
Oh, you lying motherfucker. One more time?
Hello and welcome to your daily dose of legacy rambles, where commentary from my older videos that is still interesting and relevant today is re-edited for a new audience.
This lying fuck. So, you committed one of your own sins in your own content. Old content that is still relevant to today. Let's go back to that medium that I just see. Now see here. If it's relevant to an audience today, and it's been reclipped and re-edited to show to a new audience, for you to show out to them, then you are directly responsible for what's in this content that then gets seen by other people because you wanted people to see the old shit you said. And you decided that this was relevant enough that you would bring it to other people's attention. So you just lost any ability to say they were just talking about old shit that it didn't matter. No, you decided it mattered. This hidey hand bitch. This hidey hand bitch fucking sucker punch people in the mouth verbally in their ear for 45 minutes at a time. And then he thinks he has the audacity to say, but that's not legal. Okay. All right.
Today we start with the topic, why some people falsely believe I am toxic. Hello Matt, concerned YouTube viewer here. I saw a video on Dream cheating and recommended your analysis vid in the comments. Someone replied saying that you were the most toxic individual they had ever seen and had no business in this drama. Do you have any idea why people have that impression of you? I do not believe you to be a particularly toxic or negative person, and people thinking that upsets me as a viewer of the YouTube. Sure, so imagine that each and every moment someone is meeting you for the first time. At every single point in your life, every second,
You're describing live streamers, but okay.
Person meets you. Think of all the times in your life that you've had bad moments, down moments, you've snapped at people, been a complete arsehole. Embarrassing moments. That first impression will affect how that person views you. They may not stick around, they may not, just turn off completely, right? I have that all day, every day with my content. Thousands of people right this very moment are seeing me for the first time in some capacity. And there is going to be some portion of those people that come away with a negative opinion of me, and there's nothing I can do about that.
No, that is not true. There's going to be people who are going to have negative opinions of you no matter what you can do, but there is something you can do to control it. And it's the thing that people criticize people for, that they love to quote every single time that particular topic comes up. The audience is not dumb. The audience is not dumb. They want you to have real opinions. They're so tired of fake content creators that don't ever have things and always take the safe route. They want people who have real takes. That particular opinion came from, I forget exactly who said it, but it came from one of the videos based on why Moist Critical getting shit on for his Sneeko debate was such a problem. And it's because he's never known as a man who has an opinion of his own. Whenever he gives a reaction to a situation, it's literally just the pee-pee poo-poo man talking about the pee-pee poo-poo situation. In that debate, he had to have a real opinion about something that was his own opinion. Whether or not the opinion of someone like Sneeko is valuable, it isn't, is immaterial. It's not about what Sneeko thinks, it's about what you think. We wanted to know what your opinion was. We wanted to know what your opinion was, uninfluenced by other people's opinions. He gave his opinion. It was a fucking stinker. And then everybody reacted to that as it was a fucking stinker, thinking, bro, what the fuck? Is this what he really thinks about these things? Fast forward months later. This is the basis of exactly why the reaction, and what we then revealed because of good old Dan, thanks Dan, about Twitch was so aggressive and affluent of. His reaction to really the entire PLL and Hamas versus Israel conflict being extrapolated out by what literally is a bad faith grifter who steals content all day and doesn't truly understand a single thing of what he's talking about, being an open propagandist who admits he's a propagandist, then getting mad that people criticize him for being a propagandist. People like him and others around him, and his an entire fan base audience squad were directly responsible for their own backlash and their own issues of the shit that they said. From the mouth of people like Denims, I don't really care about the context of the video that I'm watching. I care about whether the thumbnail's supposed to be transphobic. Based? Frogan, I don't care about those people. If you're one of the good soldiers... Oh, finally, I'm getting real. If you're one of the good soldiers who's done the work, you don't deserve to have the PTSD. But if you just went there because you thought the American government is cool and fun and being a soldier is awesome, then you deserve to have PTSD. Days later, listening back to your own context, I thought that this was really cool and funny. I don't care if that happens to you. I feel nothing about it. I don't feel bad about a single thing that happens to you. You deserve the cancer and PTSD. Based? Hassan and his ability to literally put on literal propaganda. Based? Showing it to a black friend who's completely flabbergasted by the fact he's showing him actual unironic terroristic propaganda. Based? While you can't control how people will react in the situation, you do have control over the shit you're broadcasting. You don't have to say that. You don't have to do that. You didn't have to record that. You definitely can control that. But you shouldn't, technically, because then you're not really being your true, authentic self. You're not being real. And what people want isn't real opinions. They want real people. real opinions that came from a real personality. They want the personality. They want your real personality to shine through. That doesn't happen if you're sanitizing your work and then hand-wringing about, I really want to get justice for myself, but I don't want to be seen as petty. They're already making fun of me. I can't do it. It's so bad. Oh, God, honey, baby, please, you gotta understand, this shit's really bad for me. Ooh, that's really pretty. It's really bad for me, babe. Baby, please, you gotta understand, it's really bad. It's getting really hard. Oh, God, it's really bad, girl. Girl, it's really bad. Oh, my God. Dude, you gotta understand, it's really bad. My reaction is gonna get me in so much trouble. It's dumb. Stop it. Please stop it. Stop it now. Stop it. This take needs to die. It needs to die in the goddamn water. I don't care who came up with it. I'm pretty sure it's probably some of the ones that don't actually have opinions who came up with this. But this opinion needs to fucking die. You can control what you say. You can control how you act. You can control what people are seeing about you. That doesn't mean you can control how they react to it, but you can definitely control how you react yourself. You're not a victim of circumstances who has no ability to deal with anything happening to you. You literally need to take accountability for the shit that you're saying and doing and just accept that it's gonna happen, that it's there, that it's the material condition of your existence. If you're not okay with this thing that you have chosen to sign up for, then don't get involved in the shit in the future, ever. And don't complain that people are calling for you to be accountable for the shit that you chose to agree to by consenting, by being in the space. You don't get to sanitize everything that you don't like. So cringe. It's so lame. It's so boring.
Certainly, there are ways to increase or decrease the likelihood of this stuff occurring, but it just comes with the territory. Some people are going to think I'm a toxic person. I am including within this section that people can be given a false impression of me by those who specifically seek to misrepresent me as being toxic via lying or out of context clips. There are things that I do.
Oh, how cute. See, when they take me out of context, it's because they took me out of context because out of the clips. Not because they just disliked the personality that I presented on my own broadcast, apropos of those people, that I don't have to involve or even mention, but I choose to mention because, you gotta know who I'm talking about so that I can get your sympathy. Bro, you gotta agree with me. Fucking hell.
That actually embody me as a person that I wouldn't consider to be evidence of toxicity. But another person would absolutely completely disagree. Like that I talk about politics at all. Some people would be like, that's fucking toxic, my dude. You're a fucking content creator. Get the fuck out. People have these very strange standards.
I don't think, especially in how hyper-politicized this timeline has gotten, with how people choose to behave and act, I don't think there are many people, if any people, who are going to particularly say, no, you don't deserve to have rights because you talk about politics. The natural nature of how politics are existing now dictates that at some point you're going to run afoul of it somehow. You just have to handle it. No, and you know that's not what people are criticizing you about either. So you're definitely double clipping on this. Lame. Lame. Gay and lame.
As to what they believe people should or should not talk about or how they should or should not conduct themselves. And potentially, they just disagree with how I conduct myself. So it's two different things. Either a person can get a misapprehension of me given limited information based on a limited exposure to me or my content, or they can have an accurate portrayal of who I am and how I conduct myself and my content, but they can have standards of toxicity that I don't agree with, because I don't consider myself a toxic person. But their accurate understanding of me, they would still conclude me as being toxic. Looking back and hoping I haven't wasted my life. That dude yesterday who mentioned that his grandfather died at 61 or whatever. I just hope that I don't look back in 10 years and think I've wasted my life or something. Like, that would just suck so much. Getting to the end of your life, looking back and going, man, that was a fucking waste, you know? Like,
I mean, in these dramas, you definitely should have a reaction. Because if you don't, I question your sanity heavily. Because off of that, what you just said, I think that's the problem. Let's go back to that section after this fish. Let's listen to the answer again.
Consider myself a toxic person, but the accurate understanding of me, they would still conclude me as being toxic. Looking back and hoping I haven't a fucking content creator, get the fuck out. People have these very strange standards as to what they believe people should or should not talk about, or how they should or should not conduct themselves. And potentially,
people have standards about how people should or shouldn't conduct themselves, or what they should and shouldn't talk about. And I don't agree with those standards. Therefore,
just disagree with how I conduct myself. So it's two different things. Either a person can get a misapprehension of me given limited information based on a limited exposure to me or my content, or they can have an accurate portrayal of who I am and how I conduct myself and my content, but they can have standards of toxicity that I don't agree with.
They can either have an opinion about me that's wrong because they were cheated and lied to by grifters, people I don't like, that lie about me for profit, or they can have an accurate representation of my personality, but they are ascribing their standards onto me, and I don't like that. So aren't you ascribing your standard onto them and then dictating that they're interpreting you wrong? Because you're applying your standard only to yourself as though you live in a fucking vacuum, and you don't. You are a part of a larger space that you occupy. So instead of accepting it, you're not taking accountability over that thing that you say they have what's wrong. That's stupid, man. That's really dumb. And is probably the reason why you have the opinions that you do. Who is this? This is Dark Viper AU. Matthew, as he's decided to cleverly tell us from the piece of content you happen to come in for next, is an individual who finds himself in drama because when people give criticism of him, he gets mad. And now, because this is how he said he needed to do, they didn't know everything about the context of what was being referenced. He brought up a piece of material that was responsible for him supposedly being doxxed. So now, we're watching this video from his own channel about his viewpoints, about relevant knowledge, information, and questions that are supposed to flavor his mindset, that are interesting talking bits. And from this, we have just divined his real opinion about how he analyzes other people's reactions to him and of his content, which has done nothing but demonstrate how much of a bitch he is. In Dark Viper's inability to efface the drama that he brings himself to deal with, he finds himself in scenarios and then says the people who are talking about him are just grifters. They don't know anything about him. But actually, what it is that he thinks that he's allowed to have the right to do what he wants when he wants to do it. He can say what he wants, he can do what he wants, he can talk shit about who he wants, but he doesn't deserve to be discussed by certain people that he believes are beneath him. And therefore, he'll attack by that quantity. And he won't let up because he decides that he's right and they're wrong. Because even if the person's opinion is the right inclination from things that he's said and things that he's done, instead it's that, well, you see, they might have a real opinion about me and about my personality, but I disagree with the standards they're implying onto me. Meaning that even when he's wrong, he's still right. When somebody pins him for exactly what he is, no, you're being toxic to me because the standards you're putting onto me, I don't agree with. It's not, I don't think that's toxic and you're allowed to disagree with me. It's, I said that I'm not toxic and you're wrong. So, if you don't agree with me all the time, well, there's nothing I can do to control that. You're just one of those people. This is a problem of serious contentment, which results in him having his own partner tell him, babe, why don't you just let it go and move on? And the answer he gave us at the end of his video, after 37 minutes of listening to him yap about it, was, I can't let it go because I want revenge. I want revenge on people who don't love me completely. That's what it coalesces down to. People who think like this is deluded. People who think like this are deluded. This is not just delusion, it's also greed and selfishness. You believe that people hate you so fucking much that they put in that much effort. And then you also believe that people should put in that much effort to debunk what you think is wrong. I don't know if ego properly describes it. It could probably be one of the words that describe it. I don't know if ego would properly describe it, but there's something that is, and that is some shit. Bullshit, even. Bull matter, finger matter. Smother on your shoe and call it shoe shine, but it ain't truth. It fucking ain't the truth. All right. I think we're getting somewhere, chat. We're learning. We're truly learning. We're getting the real secrets. This is the secret life of Matthew. We're getting there. Just pushing through them leads. We're gonna get there. We're gonna cut down these roots in this jungle. This jungle of lies.
Because I don't consider myself a toxic person, but the accurate understanding of me, they would still conclude me as being toxic. Looking back and hoping I haven't wasted my life. That dude yesterday who mentioned that his grandfather died at 61 or whatever. I just hope that I don't look back in 10 years and think I've wasted my life or something. Like, that would just suck so much. Getting to the end of your life, looking back and going, man, that was a fucking waste.
I mean, that's what you should do when you look back at all these dramas you put yourself into. By being upset that people had opinions. That's what should happen. People should make fun of you more. So that when you get involved in more of them, you can look back even further on, God damn, I could have been fucking my girlfriend. I don't remember if he said her name was Ionia or Ayana. So we're going to call her Io. Damn, all that time I spent on the internet coping about these people that I didn't like. I could have been fucking my girlfriend. All this time I spent coping about Willie Mac's show. I could have been at somebody's quinceañera in another country, celebrating on travel. All this time that I spent about Chud Logic making me look bad and stupid. I could have been eating fine dining cuisine while I jet hop in between releases of Call of Duty franchises and GTA franchises and GTA Online. Oh man, the time! All that time and wasted air and breath and waves and air and waves. All that content and money. Oh my god, I could have been doing things. You should feel that in your chest. The way that I'm feeling right now, you should feel that. And then maybe you'll learn from it. How don't you think that already? Woo saw. Woo fucking saw.
You know? Like, I look back at a lot of my early 20s or whatever, the time I played World of Warcraft, I look back at that and think that was a fucking waste. I don't think I'm likely to do that with this stage of my life. I find this stage of my life so fulfilling. True, you can always look at it that way, where had my past been different, maybe I wouldn't be where I am right now. So it wasn't really a waste because it was a necessary prerequisite for my current life, you know? Always think about things as the glass being half full. The ever-increasing expectations of YouTube contents.
Oh, here we
my
fucking go.
Improved. Oh, yeah, it absolutely has. Every day I learn new stuff, new things. My presentation gets better, my editing gets better. As it is with any job that you do, right? It's also the case that with every passing year, people's standards for content get higher, right? Like content that was like the best shit 5 years ago. You can watch it now and be like, oh yeah, this is still pretty good, but it's just pretty good. It's harder to get into content creation every year because people's standards are so much higher. But then again, it is easier every year to make content that at least visually or audibly is better, right? You can get hardware and software that enables you to do things that took infinitely more work even a couple of years ago. Good quality hardware 5 years ago will cost you $1,000. Good quality hardware now can cost like 100, 200, right?
Okay, let's rewind that and get to the parts that are actually reactable, because he's all over the place on that one.
New things, my presentation gets better, my editing gets better. As it is with any job that you do, right? It's also the case that with every passing year, people's standards for content get higher, right? Like content that was like the best shit 5 years ago. You can watch it now and be like, oh yeah, this is still pretty good, but it's just pretty good. It's harder to get.
Okay. Do you get better at work? the more that you do a job. Do you become a better content creator? Do you become a better comedian? Do you become a better... Whoop. Let's not drive off the brook. Do you become a better reactor? Do you become a better commentator by doing the same job and improving? Yes, this is how you beat imposter syndrome. It's how I work to beat my imposter syndrome. It's how anybody should work to beat anything that happens to be a bit of a stick in their mind. However, to look at it in that regard, just from that viewpoint alone, does not a material criticism of your own work make. You have to do a little bit more than that. And doing a little bit more than that means taking it into regard in a serious capacity. Not just for what you want it to be, but what it actually is. So, by that, in what regard are you judging yourself? Are you judging your content by, have I gotten better at making videos that are entertaining? Have I become more capable of knowing what my style is? Have I just improved in the general sense? Or have I improved in a sense that, yeah, not only have I improved, but these other things have changed as a consequence of me becoming better too? Because every improvement is a positive consequence, just as every setback is a negative consequence. That's the measurement that you should be asking. That, however, I don't think is the important part there. The important part there is, do you believe that currently about yourself today? When you look at your own work, when you look at the shit that you've said, when you look at the shit that you've done, when you look at how you react to these people and these problems and these situations, are you looking at your reactions to drama and saying to yourself, excuse me, Mr. Hoof, are you looking at your reactions to those dramas and those situations and saying to yourself, damn, that content that I made about myself and that drama with Chud Logic, this is probably the best shit that I've ever done. I should keep making shit like that again. Damn, this reaction that I had in this drama with Chud Logic was really bad. I should not react to content like that. In fact, I shouldn't react at all. That's not true. You're clearly not taking the shit that you're saying and doing to heart. You're not marking it down. And in not marking that down, you're getting lost in the reeds of what you think is important instead of what's actually important. It is bizarre hearing him say that, because you'd think he was talking about something like, oh yeah, old videos that you used to watch or used to make. Man, this video I made before when I was 10 years old, 14 years old, 15 years old, I used to think this was the bomb. But it's alright. It's okay. I could make better. That's not what you're saying at all. Extrapolating that towards yourself should be the goal there. But it appears to not be. Sag. Very, very, very sag.
Get into content creation every year because people's standards are so much higher. But then again, it is easier
No, let him finish, Carl.
every year. People's standards for content get higher, right? Like content that was like the best shit 5 years ago. You can watch it now and be like, oh yeah, this is still pretty good, but it's just pretty good. It's harder to get into content creation every year because people's standards are so much higher. But then again, it is easier every year to make content that at least visually or audibly is better, right? You can get hard with...
Pause. The standards of content of what is considered to be acceptable does indeed increase over time. Old content that used to be bottom of the barrel shit that at then was considered to be the best of the best is now considered to be middling because people have either iterated on the technique or have improved themselves as content creators, that they're competing and chasing themselves. They've gotten so good that they have to compete against themselves from a month ago or a week ago or a year ago rather than just necessarily reacting to and being better than the version of themselves in the past from a piece of content that they made before or that someone comparable to them has made as well. That's not the same thing as what you were trying to talk about. And that's doing disservice. However, the other thing you said is true. Actually, it has become so much easier to make content now because the standard isn't so much raising. This is a half-truth, so half right, half wrong. It hasn't just increased the quality and standard, but the ease of getting the materials to make the better work, and also what the actual bottom floor is, has dropped further considerably. You don't need to be Willie Mack Show to get into commentary reactions. You don't have to be him. You don't have to make it the way that he makes it. None of that's necessary. What is necessary is you have to react to what you're watching. You have to know what you're talking about. You need to watch the clip, or rather, watch the video, to then make the clip that is relevant to your point, to then do the work, and then reference what it is it's coming from. If it's coming from a live stream that you can't save the VOD of, save the VOD of the live stream that you're criticizing. Then, when you chop it up, if someone accuses you of taking it out of context, have a link to the full context of the live stream. Then, if people accuse you of making it up, they can go through the live stream, and they can see in real time what you chopped context away from. Are you taking something out of context if you show the full context of what it came from? Clearly not, because you're doing the work. Not only are you doing the work, you did the work. There's nothing to be taken out of context because you have given the proper context back to where it belongs. Nobody needs to watch 5 to 15 hours of my live streams in order to understand my true opinion about something that I summarized in an hour and 30. And out of that hour and 30 summarization of a live stream's effort of clips and reactions, they probably could base it down to maybe 25 to 30 minutes. My editors could do it, and I can do it. So if somebody were to do so, I would not be upset that, oh my god, you got rid of my joke about that one thing, about that one guy, because it probably wasn't relevant to the clip of it. But if somebody tries to make a clip of me and criticize me and my opinions, Christopher, if somebody tries to take me out of context, Christopher, and they try to make a video on their channel saying this guy lost his mind about difficulty, but the person didn't actually look at any of the clips in question, in that there's multiple clips. They tried to take some clips out of context that had nothing but satire. They presented that satire as an opinion that was not my real opinion, and then said, look at this cringy guy, I shouldn't have to look at anything else he says because look at how dumb he is. And then I put the context back where it belongs by showing the clips that you tried to remove context from, so people can actually see what I said. And the opinion that they are now presented is the real opinion I said, which on difficulty is, I don't care if you play the game on an easy difficulty. I care if you played the game, period. If the difficulty of the game doesn't affect the content that you're consuming and watching, then it doesn't matter. If it does, and you try to talk about things you clearly don't understand, you shouldn't speak. Which is half the reason why it's so fucking frustrating going through those clips of fucking, brain function. Going through those clips of Lily Orchard. Because Lily Orchard's Pokemon takes materially are wrong. Why? Because she hacked the games. From Generation 1 through 3, they at least have been not as edited as badly. Concerning the remakes, she doesn't like some of the music out of it. She believes it's not as accurate and as good as it could be. For Kanto, Johto, and Hoenn. For every single region afterwards, she hacked monsters into the game. She hacked in characters, and hacked around dialogue, and hacked around story flags to actively criticize how the game was, quote, bad, and thus failed to do her job. And in failing to do her job, decided to replace real criticism of the game with bad, cringy jokes about themselves, about their sexuality, about their life partner, about their life partner's boyfriend, about their understanding of other people, and then horrible clips of how other people don't like the game because of racism. Oh, the reason why they don't like this character is because of bigotry and racism, don't you know? When gamers see a black character, they just become beside themselves with bigotry and racism. That's the reason why gamers don't like this region. That's why they don't like my gameplay. They just hate the opinions and views of the queer. My eyes could not roll further back into my head if I fucking tried. Could not roll back further into my head if I fucking tried. All of this relates. Because if part of the job is you have to be willing to watch the VODs, watch the clips, learn the context, learn the situations, get deeper involved. Where does this road go? I guess it goes there. Get deeper involved in the circumstances and situations. Learn what people are actually talking about to be able to give a material criticism of what is the most important thing to be learned. Do the job. Do the work. Make sure that not only do you do the job and do the work, but you take the time to make sure that you're not being lazy about doing that job and work. That's what should matter most. If you can't do that job, if you think that job is too hard, if you think the material function of that job is so difficult that nobody can get it done, then kick rocks. Stop doing what you're doing and find something else to do for work. Yeah, I do have to take the side road, okay. Because that's what matters in content creation. One of the biggest problems in content creation is consistent content creators. Anybody can make a channel. Anybody can make a channel and make a video. Anybody can make a channel and make a video about 10 videos on that topic. But how far and how much and how capable are they willing to dedicate to it to become effectively an authority figure on the subject matter? When it comes to video game topics, probably going to be the hardest thing to do. Simply because, on something like Path of Exile, people like Zizarin corner the market. Years and years of content from the beginning. Which is one of the biggest problems in content creation. The conglomerization of those who have already gotten in on the ground floor as early adopters. And those early adopters then doing that same content strategy to every other game they take place in. Truthfully, you cannot blame them. They're just simply playing for entertainment. They're playing to make things for a different type of audience than somebody would be in my audience. And you can't fault them for that. But there's a difference between doing that and conglomerizing it simply to gamify, to simplify, to monetize to the lowest common denominator and variable, to the sense in which he claims other content creators are. Because this, if this is what you want it to relate to, Dark Viper, and you did, because you said that's what the channel's for, your opinion about everyone that's criticized you about commentary cannot be materially true. Because Willie Mack Show has become a better content creator because he put in more work on the effort of the content that he's covering, which is drama. So has Chud Logic. So have I. You're not willing to do that. You want someone else to come along and do that for you. You see all these beautiful talking points. Oh, man. Oh, silver. You see all these beautiful talking points. Oh, if only somebody was willing to do the work. If only somebody was willing to do the job. Give me that level 4. Oh, if only somebody was willing to do the job and do the effort and do the work. Oh, man, if only somebody... If only. Why don't you do it? Oh, well, I want my revenge, but I don't want my revenge that bad. If you're not willing to do the work, why should you be given any edification of the glory? And they're gone. So, it can't be true. Because if it's true, then that applies to you too retroactively. As any take like this should. You're not willing to do the work yourself, so why should anybody go to you as an authority figure and listen to your opinion and your take? But of course, this would piss you off. Because they don't really know my real opinion. They don't really know my life story. They only know a summary of it. Okay, but I was willing to do the work. I did the work. Now, listening to your own takes in the past, your own opinion is clashing with your opinion from that VOD. So it has to be cope. It can't be your real opinion. It must be a lie. Flatter terrain required. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get valid. Get valid. There. So, that can't be true. You don't agree with yourself. You're arguing with yourself now. And now, me, listening to you on the side argue with yourself, there's two Vipers having two separate opinions. You want people to get into content creation. Or rather, maybe you want them to get into the right kind of content creation. You want them to get into content creation. You want them to learn their tricks of the trade. You want them to learn their opinions and figure out what they believe and write the shit that they are passionate about. But you don't want them doing it the wrong way. Because if they do it the wrong way, they're not really doing it correctly. And in not doing it correctly, they're falling afoul of being a toxic person. Wink, wink, wink. And then they're not doing it right. Because they didn't do it the way that I thought they should do it. Because I'm the one that dictates. Is that it? Because that's cope, first off. If that's not it... More of a crit on the other side of the pond. Well, thanks for that, game. If that's it, if that's the problem, then it has to go a lot further than that. Because what we started with was, it's easy to get into content creation. There's a need and there's a drive because there's a lack of consistent creators. Now, if what you want people to do is to be consistent and make more content, that means they have to ignore people like you. Because you're not willing to tell the honest truth about the shit you're involved in. You won't get into the nitty-gritty yourself. And you want people to not become grifters, quote, by making meaningless drama. But if their work depends on them understanding that drama, then they should do those things. But if it dissatisfies you, if it pleases you, then it becomes something you don't want to have happen anymore. And so they should just not try. And so the content remains stale because nobody learns how to make better work. Bit bizarre, if you ask me, and is clearly cope. So we've caught you in a lie with your own words. But to not pontificate about that wheel anymore. Back to the other thing. Because content creators are inconsistent, the most important thing people can do now to get into work is just make the shit. Make the shit, make it for yourself. Don't make it for other people, to impress other people. Make it to entertain yourself. And while you're in the process of entertaining yourself, you'll become capable of making better work that'll entertain you in full. And then you never have to worry about whether or not people are entertained, because you're entertained. Then when you're entertaining yourself, people will be entertained alongside you, instead of you trying to entertain people and then getting upset at yourself because you're not able to capture the audience that you want. Because you won't have to capture the audience. You're already there. The captured audience is you. It's probably been the one piece of advice that I've given myself that's improved what I've done. And if I have to truly think about something that requires greater work, I'm not going to spin the wheel by myself, letting my audience cope to me. I'll go to a trusted person, and I'll take their advice. Because sometimes you have to step outside yourself. That's the most important part that could come from this. Anything else you have to say is meaningless.
And software that enables you to do things that took infinitely more.
What is a Spurg streamer? He's a lolcow. He is a lolcow that made himself a lolcow not because people took him out of context or people attacked him, but because he keeps getting involved into drama. And then after he gets involved into that drama, he then tells people that they don't have the right to criticize him and what he says. And then tries to tell himself and his audience it's acceptable for him to be involved in shit where he personally starts attacking people's monetization cycle. So attacking people's videos, striking people's videos, trying to create a meta-narrative about why people give him hate so that he can be able to tell his audience that they should ignore that person's opinion, especially if the person has made content about him that's criticizing him and his actions, especially if it's criticizing him correctly about those actions, because it's shit that he keeps doing actively and frequently, like this content that we're currently watching. He references this particular video that we are currently watching as the example of how to do proper research about him. Because when people don't do proper research about him, then they're just grifters. And if they're grifters, their opinion isn't deserved and isn't worth listening to. So, I'm marking myself safe from Dark Viper by doing correct reactions. So that in the future, if somehow I come up on this guy's radar and I do work of it, I don't have to do it for this matter. But you know, if we need to really know the material opinions about what he considers is valuable and worth listening to from his own regards, we've done so. In the future, if he comes to my work and tries to copy strike my shit, I can instead go back on my own VOD and say, I did the work. I get to call you a retard because I listened to you be a retard for 2 hours and 20 minutes. That's the level of cringe he is. He is the level of cringe YouTuber that believes he can tell other people how to behave, but he can't follow those same rules for himself with any level of consistency, which is what makes him cringe and a spurg. The criticisms that he says about other people that he claims they ignore so that he can be antagonized by them, he's not willing to follow himself. And so he's not willing to follow it himself for the things that it really matters for, the concerns that we should care about. So if he gets criticized in the future, he'll say he's being bullied, when all you did was say, I don't agree with him. The worst thing you can do is say, I don't agree with him. And he'll consider you to be a Spurg that deserves to be criticized. Damn. That does not turn down the gold. I need more Molotovs. Anyways.
More work, even a couple of years ago. Good quality hardware 5 years ago will cost you $1,000. Good quality hardware now can cost like 100, 200.
That's just tech creep. You're just describing tech creep. I can get materials and goods and services and wares that I couldn't get during COVID now for cheap because there's no longer a shortage. During COVID, there was an extreme shortage because of the Taiwan chips. That's probably like one of the easiest things you could be able to understand in perpetuity. That's not really saying anything people don't already know. But I suppose that is valuable. Moving forward.
100, right? The entry-level stuff 5 years ago was garbage. The entry-level stuff now is pretty good. And there's just a lot more information out there that you can read and look at if you're really committed to learning stuff.
That is also true. Too bad you didn't do any of that concerning drama.
It doesn't matter what hardware you have or how much you read, like just experience matters. And so when you're starting out, you're just at a major disadvantage compared to those who've been in the game for so many years.
Also true. Also correct. The correct way to counter that is you just don't care. Okay, he's been in the game longer than me. I don't care. I'm going to keep making what I'm making. Because you won't let people potentially set you wrong by making you concern yourself like a control freak with how you're being viewed. But ain't nobody got to help you with that. You do that all by your lonesome. All by your lonesome, handsome.
The impossible standards creators are held to.
Oh,
I
here,
saw
this
that
is gonna be
someone
rich.
commented
This is
you
gonna be
feel like
rich.
You're more of a prick than a good guy, and I completely disagree. While you are definitely brash at times, you own up to your mistakes, which proves you care.
I've told this before, people have...
But you don't, though. It's okay, Carl. It's just the chatter's opinion. It's just the super chatter's opinion.
different standards of what it means to be a prick and not, right? And it's just that's just life being a content creator. And I've found as I've gotten larger, people hold larger content creators to standards that are so high that they would never hold anyone to.
That's not true. Most people hold people who they know to a basic standard. Some normies do what you're describing, but normies are not necessarily people whose opinions should be listened to. And that person can have that opinion. It's their opinion. The opinion is not going to change anything in serious regard to the problem that's being spoken about, or a material condition that's being concerned with. What it should do, what it should concern to, is whether that opinion goes further than that. If I have an opinion about something, people can disagree with me. Whether or not that opinion actually matters is immaterial. It's an opinion. Anybody can fucking have one. What actually matters is the opinion about something that is considered a moral and ethical boundary and a standard. And Lord knows the internet loves to spin and wax poetical about ethical, moral quandaries and standards, especially the fucking commies. But we're not talking about this typical moral ethics and standards of stealing someone's content or calling somebody a retard. We're talking about, hey, I like this content creator, single player Carl. I really hope he doesn't beat his child and assault his wife when we don't see him on camera. That's a basic standard that I think I'd like to know that a person addresses to. Hey, this person's done some very bad things in the past, but hopefully he's had a come to Jesus moment and he's learned how to be a better person about it, and he doesn't continue doing those things. That's a basic standard I think anybody could be able to live up to. That's an actual standard that most people want a person to hold as a, quote, content creator. Really, this applies to any level of celebrity, because internet celebrity as a content creator is just more people knowing you about a particular thing. And of course, if we apply this to you, then it completely falls apart. I'd like Dark Viper AU to take consequences for his actions and start learning to not involve himself in drama. That's just standard single player power implies upon me. I can be able to talk about whatever I want because they just want to be able to control me through their opinions. No. I want you to not be a fucking cringe Spurglord. But that's asking for too much. So, that's not happening anytime soon. Regardless, be that as it may, material condition or not, it is a basic human expectation that the people that you are concerned with, that you're involved with, that you play with, that you talk to, aren't vile human being scum that would not be welcome in polite society. That's usually where those standards come from. The emphasis on polite society. Lots of people like using society as a blanket term together, and I don't agree with it. Headshot! But, to the mouth, but, using that as an equal-handed standard, polite society, the things that we're willing to talk about and do should be handled and made right in polite society, is a basic expectation that anybody can be able to satisfy. Because, hey, I don't lie, I don't cheat, I don't steal, I try to minimize my lying, cheating, and stealing. You try to teach people to do things the right way, the proper way. You don't try to fuck people over monetarily. You try to take a maximum effort to do as much as you possibly can. You take responsibility for those things that you need to take accountability for and do as much as you can. Shit like this, shit like that, it can be done. It can be sought. It can be measured. It can be valued. It is not valueless, it is valuable. Follow this gate, follow the road to the monolith. You will find it in the trailer with the 05 on the side. What is it? Oh, Mr. Crate's location. That's something that anybody can be able to satisfy. More or less. Doesn't require anybody else's opinion to achieve it. If it does, depends on the circumstances. Are you a lawyer? No, then probably doesn't matter as much. If not, still probably doesn't matter as much. Standards are weird like that. They don't matter that much if it's not a standard that's really meaningful. Otherwise, what the fuck would we talking about other than stuff that you just want to say?
As a content creator, you are expected to be orders of magnitude better than the average person in terms of your conduct.
Yes, that can be kind of true. Not really. Being a content creator means you're expected to make content. It doesn't mean they expect you to be a fucking saint. That depends on your audience. That being said, most people's audiences are not based and debased on being the best scumbag lord of scumbag lords. There are some whose content is. Those people don't have people generally as fans. And because of that, that's not really a standard they have to live up to. Because that's not how they make their money. That's not how they get their content done. Pretty simple standard, pretty simple edifice to find yourself on. Doesn't require that much fucking work.
Stuff that regular people do every day. If you do, people will think you're a complete piece of shit. Admittedly, there is more responsibility and you do impact people more, so you can understand why there'd be at least somewhat of a higher standard. But I swear sometimes it feels as though people will criticize you for stuff that they themselves do frequently, you know. It's like that.
That's slightly true. However, does that not apply to you, yourself, and all the shit that you did? Damn, that must be weird to listen to. You do that to yourself. Maybe you should try not doing that anymore.
I had once where it's like, I got angry in a video game, and people were like, how could you ever be angry in a video game? I'm like, motherfuckers, I'm sure you get angry at video games all the fucking time.
While I can agree with this, there's levels to that shit. The way that you get upset about people criticizing you in commentary is possibly approachable to a level of how annoyed I can get with a person in an RTS or in video games in general for being bad at the game that they're playing. And in that anger, there's also levels there. Should I be angry that a person plays the game in a way different than I do? No. Should I be annoyed that the way the person's playing the game is acting actively causing us to struggle and not succeed and win, and when we give them criticism that, hey, you're kind of selling us hard here, they don't change, by all means, yes, absolutely, I can be upset about that. And not only can I be upset about it, anybody who plays the game the same way should know that and be upset about it. Because the way that they're playing can actively be preventing us from winning. Whether or not you agree with that depends on whether or not you play that game. So, for example, League of Legends. If I, as a several decade plus 2, I think it's now moving on to 3, 13 years of League existing, as a decade plus old player of the game, there's a morphic right here, player of the game exists in, should I, in that environment, when a person's playing in my match, should I be annoyed that the way that they play is going to prevent us from being able to win? Depends. Are they playing a different unorthodox style of gameplay? Are they playing the role? Are they playing the role well? These things matter. Is the person just playing like dog shit, and then when they're called out for playing like dog shit, acting like a preening fucking loser? If yes, why does it matter? Is the way that they're playing directly causing us to be incapable of winning because when they need to perform, they can't? Yes? Then that probably matters more than the other things would. 2 of them? No, same one. Because if I'm getting upset at a person not listening, then I drop a link to my stream into my Discord for that person to get challenged live on air. That person bitches out and instead sends a cope message claiming that they don't understand how you could ever say a thing. Then that person goes to the VOD or to the live stream to air how annoyed they are. If this person was not a bitch and then listened to my criticism and then continued being upset that they felt the way that they felt and then followed me onto other content to then complain about how I acted in a situation where I acted not at all wrong, or how they acted in the situation, quoting exactly what I said back to them about how delusional they're being, then no, that's not delusion. That's just me reciting something that's happened. There's an element of re-traumatization there, but for the purposes of what I'm explaining here, I'm basically describing a person who went to my stream and then mauled about the fact I called out that they sold our lane, level 1, where I'm playing support for them, because they sat in the tri-brush. We can't fight the lane. I literally don't have a backline to play off of, because they're not farming. By all means, I can get upset about that. And on the levels of that, how angry should I be about that? That you wasted 30 minutes of my time? Yup. That you don't know how to play the video game? That you're willing to AFK when you should not be AFK? Because I only ever play ranked. Most of the time, usually. Only with friends do I play non-casually. But you're wasting my time on my ranked climb stream? Yes. Should I be annoyed that you're so incompetent that you need to be told something you should already know, and then be shown the reason why that matters in the material condition of that situation? Yup. Should I be annoyed that not only are you too stupid to be able to climb, but that you don't have the mindset necessary to be able to climb in the game that you're playing? Yup. Should I be annoyed that you then go to the live stream, or go to another live stream, which is now removed from the situation, to try and antagonize me because you didn't like the fact that I called you a name? Maybe, yeah. And should I be allowed to retell that story so that I can explain it in context to other people? Yeah. Because now the anger's gone. Because the anger exists in the situation and exists in the moment. Somebody being angry and having what I would call cockroach opinions. Carl, you can't speak like that. I would never play video games with you. Then don't play video games with me. Well, you're just so upset about something that doesn't matter. It's just a video game. If it's just a video game, you play rank 2. Show me you not getting angry about somebody griefing in your matches actively. Show me you saying, bro, it doesn't matter, it's just a video game, when you get a player that runs down Nunu bottom because they don't understand something that is now getting popularized. So this person will now have an excuse to say, well, see, I know that York Drill is good because I saw so-and-so playing it. But before, when this non-popular streamer, or this streamer that I didn't know about played it, I griefed his match for it. No, I should probably get upset about those things. Because this person not knowing things, not actually having knowledge, will affect my anger. Should I be belligerently upset about playing a game with a literal child? Like my child. and be mauling at him, no, I shouldn't. Because there's levels to this shit. There's levels to being upset about drama. And clearly those levels don't matter to Dark Viper because it's all about well, I wouldn't say ego. It's about perception and how he takes it way too personal. But on those levels, we have walked through the steps and process by how a person could then bring themselves to be less angry about the situation, rationalize the anger, explain the anger, thus removing the anger. I don't have to have anger about a single thing I just explained, because I know how it happened. I remember how it happened. Understanding your footing in that situation controls that. Explaining that to people who might be uninitiated, especially leading back to his first take, there are people who are going to have opinions about me that I can't control. Well, you can control it. Remove the variables. Add the variables. Well, people are going to be upset at me because they don't understand the situation. Okay, I'm going to explain it to them. Well, bro, I don't want to know about the situation. I mean, alright, then don't say I don't understand why you're upset, and then when I explain to you why I'm upset, say, bro, I don't care. That seems to be really stupid. If it's really stupid, turn it off. Walk away. Do nothing. Very easy to handle these problems. Very easy to handle these circumstances. What's not easy is when people go out of their way to claim something that doesn't matter does matter, and when something that does matter doesn't matter, because you don't get to make that call, unfortunately. It matters to the person it matters to. So like when a person would say, well, you're just upset so it doesn't really matter. No, it matters to you. I probably don't care. It's not going to affect me any to make fun of it, because, hey, I'm not the one who's upset. I'm not the one who controls it. Nice fortress. I'm not the person who controls it. I'm not the person that decided that it mattered so much that I was going to lose my mind over it. But it matters in some regard, to the point where you should concern yourself with it. And then it's a concern that no longer becomes a material that you have to be annoyed about. All the context is there. Every bit of the understanding. No context has been removed. In fact, we've gone out of our way to make sure that it wasn't removed, so that everybody can understand how upset you are, which is pretty much what drama content is. Why is this guy mad? Let's find out, chat. Shit like that is different than the shit that you're trying to describe it to. Unfortunately, Matthew. So, we're just not gonna let you be the one that decides that. Because it seems every time when you define those terms, somehow everybody else is supposed to be the ones rolling snake eyes. And I find that strange. I find that weird.
Relax. Let me be a normal person for 5 minutes. It's like I call a person the fuckwit, and they're like, how dare you use such language? And it's like, have you never called a person on the internet fuckwit before? Like, I'm sure you have. I'm sure this is the first that you've heard. There's this tendency where it's cultural in Western countries. When a person acts poorly, people are more likely to assume that this is because of some internal drive or some internal fact, like, oh, like this person acts poorly and they go, oh, this person's an asshole. In Eastern countries, they're more likely to think, oh, this person's acting poorly. Man, something bad must have happened to them today. Obviously, it differs from person to person. You're biased towards assuming it's internal factors or external factors as to what's causing the behavior that a person's eliciting. But I hope, in most cases where I do act poorly, I hope that people give me the benefit of the doubt and they're like, okay, he's having a bad day.
Well, that depends. Are you having a bad day when you react poorly to somebody not liking the fact that you are being inconsistent? Seems to be the case that, no, they're not allowed to think that it's inconsistent. They're supposed to believe that, yo, shit, don't stink. Ever. So that's clearly not true. Are you having a bad day when you don't like a particular type of drama YouTuber or drama reactor? And so you find yourself trying desperately to say they don't know what they're talking about. And then when people show that they do know what they're talking about, you still say, well, I don't like him. He's a drama YouTuber who just makes money and clout off of me and blah, 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 blah. And bad content reactor. Seems not to be the case. That was a bad shot. It seems like cope. This seems to be a standard you don't hold for yourself. Which is sad.
As opposed to, man, this guy's an irredeemable asshole. I'll say all the time, I do push myself to achieve the things that I want to achieve, and I do work long hours sometimes. I do days where I should take a day off, maybe I don't, or whatever, and sometimes I have a hard time dealing with some of the annoyances of what I do for a living, and I act poorly. But I think I, in general, do pretty well with it. Like, I will fully admit, like, binge editing for 13 hours or something in a day is probably not good for you mentally. But
editing. Jay edits for hours on end. Sometimes editing while she's doing content in the middle of content with other people. I think her sanity is fine, bro. I think it's fine. I think you're coping when you say that. I think you're not being honest. It's possible. It's on the tip of my tongue that maybe that's bullshit. Maybe, just maybe, that is bullshit. Call me crazy.
Have my eyes set on completing a project, I can kind of get really sucked into it. Do I read my YouTube comments?
Lord knows you read
Ever
YouTube
since I
comments.
found out that there's a thing on the back end that shows you every comment that's been listed on your YouTube channel, whenever I have a little bit of downtime or whatever, I'll open it and just read a couple of comments and respond to people. I basically treat YouTube comments in the same way that I do Twitter. How on a little break or something, I'll open the
maybe that's healthy. I'm sure Horror has an opinion. My personal opinion is I treat YouTube comments differently than Twitter comments. Twitter comments are from people who are clearly going to be saying shit to possibly get a tweet to go viral. Because yes sir! Yes sir! Especially when people agree with your opinion. Because it's an open... Well, it's not an open unfiltered. But it's open enough and unfiltered enough that there are people that are going to disagree with you. So if they disagree with you, you can find out real quick how quickly wrong or right people think you are on the topic. And then handle it from there. So, treating a YouTube comment like a Twitter comment is a bit bizarre. Namely because people are probably going to be a lot more amenable, and possibly nicer, than they would be not on YouTube and Twitter. Mainly because Twitter is moderated, and the amount of opinions and the amount of dislikes that people can give. And I know this from looking at the opinions of people across plenty of content I've done in the past. OSRS players, very, very nice. Reddit using Path of Exile players, hit or miss. They could know what the fuck they're talking about. They could completely miss the entire point of what you're saying and go out of their way to demonstrate how toxic you are, to the point that other people then see, wow, I could care less about whatever the fuck this video was supposed to be for. There are so many people here who are trying to be so negative that I can't imagine how that would not affect you. Especially considering they're not willing to post that opinion on Reddit, because if they were to post the things that they were willing to say there, they would have gotten banned. And you let that shit roll off your fucking back. Chalk it up as a learning experience, if anything. Because they literally don't matter. But the YouTube comments are a bit more engaged, especially if it has to do with content. Maybe there are people who are supportive of you. Maybe there are people who are critical of you. It's not going to be all wrong. It's not going to be all bad. But it doesn't mean that everyone's going to agree with it. I could probably say the same thing about the people who are currently listening and watching on Kick. They could disagree with something I say. They could disagree with something that I do. They could agree with something that I say. They could agree with something that I do. It's going to be different. It's going to be different. It's going to be different people and different opinions. They are not guaranteed to agree with me. They're not even in need to agree with me. So going off that and going from there, the only thing that truly matters in that regard is how I handle it. What do I do about it? What do I do with it? Who's calling me? I didn't take this. Hello. Fucking robocallers! Creating YouTube comments, like they're the drag of the drag. Not exactly useful, because it's not just random idle opinions coming from nowhere. It's opinions coming from people who have watched your content assumptively. So, I'll use an example. From the other day, when we watched Zane's video, in praise of Shadow's very, very, very cringy, poor, oddly timed, and very not addressing the issue apology video to return to the internet. I don't believe what he's saying, because I know that's not his real opinion. Because his real opinion is what he said in the situation. His real opinion is what he was willing to say behind blocks. What he's willing to say behind his paywall to his Discord. Or rather, the privacy wall of his Discord. If he thinks certain things, and he believes certain things, certainly, he'll follow through with it. At all times. Because, what does he have to hide? Shouldn't have anything to hide. But it appears to be, at least to me, that he does. That's how you should probably handle things like that. Otherwise, what are we talking about?
Comments along with the rest of my social media. Why asking to like and subscribe works. The reason why asking people to sub increases the likelihood that they're going to sub is because people forget. When you ask them, people ask themselves the question, do I want to subscribe? Absent that question, people may just not think about it. Like, you probably run across videos all the time that you're half watching or whatever, or that you kind of enjoy, and you just never think about hitting the like button. But the second someone asks, you go, oh yeah, I guess I can. I mean, yeah, sure, whatever. It's been proven many times over that it does work to do exactly that. I'd say about 50% of the time, my liking of a video, like pressing the like button, is because the video itself has reminded me. Especially because I'm normally passively watching the video. Like, I'm not actively thinking about what's going on, or the video is coming.
That kind of means you're a bot, bro. Which is kind of sad, considering how opinionated you are, man.
To an end. I've never liked a video when a person's asked me at the beginning of a video, though. I won't give a person a like unless I actually like the video. It's less that I'm liking the video because they ask, and it's more that they remind me to ask the question of whether I want to press the like button. Why everybody deserves shelter. Why do I care so much about low-income housing? There's always going to be people who find themselves in bad circumstances.
This feels like a skip, considering I don't really think I need to give my opinion about that, because I already know what my opinion is. Yeah, some people kind of need to have housing. And the fucked up marketplace when it comes to housing is really shit. And sheltering is really shit too. Especially the ones that happen to deny men over women and children, because they believe the men are capable. There are more homeless men on my streets than there are homeless women and homeless children. And unfortunately, it doesn't get solved at the easy level, because guess how many people control offices in my county and in my state, and how many of them are Democratic? High or low? The high number is probably going to be the better one. Skip.
And you can about buy. We take for granted. Some invest or build a business or take a risk or whatever because you're on the borderline of existence. The things we don't know we take for granted. Sometimes I seem to have a lot worse of a memory, or at least in terms of my ability to recall things. I don't have great distinct memories of my past like other people seem to. When I have some need to join together facts, I can do that. But distinct memories of my past, like personal past, seems very hard for me sometimes. Like, it's just weird seeing people sometimes recounting stories and as though they're like reliving their past as they like regale everyone. Like, oh, I remember this one time, March 1954. I was bloody. I don't know.
That's really sad what you just admitted to. You don't remember memorable moments of your life. Is that the reason why you put them on Instagram, so that you can remind yourself that they exist? That's gonna be sad for your partner to hear about. I would never admit to something like that. Couldn't get it out of me. Couldn't get it out of me. Steel trap. Couldn't get it out of me. Because that's weird. Why would you admit to that? Why would you admit to that? Oof. Oofers. Oof. Big oofy, chat. Big oofy.
Many times, like, I wish I could experience what it's like to be another person, how their brain works or how their body feels. Like, because people are so
Now we're starting to sound like a serial killer.
diverse in terms of how their minds work and how their bodies work and stuff. And like, you can read Reddit posts about people where, like, the question will be something like, what's a weird quirk of your body? And people are like, oh, you know, like whenever I take 4 steps, my left knee pops. Not sure what that's about. It just happens. Well, I saw a post yesterday where a guy, he believed that it was normal for a person's libido, or it's normal for a person to get sexually aroused after they do exercise. And so his entire life, he thought everyone experienced this. So he'd, before having sex...
I'm just not going to comment on that, because y'all don't need to know that much about my life.
He'd, like, go for a run with his partner. It took 30 years for him to realize that this isn't a normal thing. So his entire life, he'd been making, like, his partners go for runs or exercise and shit before sex for fucking no reason. And so he'd confronted his exes about this, and they were like, yeah, I just thought you were really into yourself. Like, it's like, I felt so fucking embarrassed. That's what I mean, right? There are things that each of us probably takes for granted or just assumes about our everyday lives, that we think this is common for everyone, that isn't true. It's like when people find out that like people either sit down or stand up to wipe their ass when they go to the bathroom. And when they find out that other people don't do what they do, they go, what? Really? No way. Simple things like that, you know? Your lived everyday experience, even in simple things, isn't necessarily the same for everyone else, you know? I didn't want to get into a conversation about that, chat. I'm sorry for bringing it up. Whatever you do is acceptable.
You do not apologize. You are not sorry. You're laughing about it.
You should not have a problem with swear words. It
also feels like a skipper, but let's see what happens.
It's very clear to me that I have a different idea of what is normal, acceptable content than potentially most advertisers do. I was like, how could you...
Sure you do. Sure you have a better eye for content control.
Also, you see, this is problematic, and because I mean, I play I'm Australian, and I play this game all day. Like, what kind of content seems irregular to me would be different from the average person. It still boggles my mind that people exist who can care about swear words, or that the concept of swear words exists in society. It's nonsense. No words are inherently offensive. No word has an inherent meaning.
Okay, so I can walk up to you and I can call you multiple things, right? Because when Chud Logic did that, you said he was an evil grifter who was unreasonable, and his constant insulting of you is what made him unreasonable. That was your entire point about Willie Mack Show, right? He's a grifter, because look what he's defending. But words shouldn't hurt you! What a bitch.
They just misunderstands words. The only reason some words...
they're misunderstanding the words! I'm gonna find the most obscure slur in all of Cajun dialect. I'm gonna find the most insensitive word in Southern French dialect, and I'm gonna use it on you. And when you find out what that word means, I'm gonna tell you, no! You think you're misunderstanding the word. It's a word of endearment. And I'm gonna look at the camera, just like this, with that look on my face. This one, right here. It means dear friend. That word means dear friend. Don't get upset, Matthew. It's a good word.
Words are more offensive than others is social convention, and therefore the social conventions can change. What isn't an offensive word today was not necessarily an offensive word 50 years ago, and it won't necessarily be an offensive word 50 years from now. What matters is what is being communicated by the word. And why...
Okay, if I call you that offensive slur, but what I'm communicating is, I don't think you have very good opinions, then it's valid. Right? That's what you said, just now. If that's not accurate, then please tell me, why isn't it? It should be just as valid as anything else. Seems like cope. Seems we're picking and choosing.
My swear words are weird is because it doesn't matter the context or what you're communicating with the swear word. In fact, most swear words are just pointless filler words. They're just something to mindlessly communicate a particular feeling of like annoyance or what have you. There are some words that literally have no meaning except to be filler words to communicate something, like sodding. Look up what sodding means. It's just a filler thing. The foolishness of being purely results oriented.
Thoughts on the person that has 220 million worth of Bitcoin, but can't access it due to forgetting his password?
Oh, that is such a sad story. That apparently there's a guy who has this Bitcoin wallet with Bitcoin that's now worth over $200 million or something, but he's forgotten the password. And he gets 10 tries at trying to get in, and if he fails all 10 times, it's locked forever. There's no way to access it. It's encrypted beyond recovery. And I think he's used 8 of the 10 tries. When you hear stories like that, you this is an old wives' tale. There's no way that could actually happen. But apparently it's true. What would you do in that situation? Like, you just hate every day, whether these are old wives' tales or not. Like, conceptually, this could happen, where you go to work and they have like a weekly lottery thing where everyone chips in $5 and everyone gets a lottery ticket for the group or whatever. And one dude 1 week is like, nah, I need to save money. I'm not gonna chip in this $5 or whatever a week. I gotta save all the money that I can. And then like that week or whatever, the group lottery ticket wins millions and everyone gets like $1 million. And the guy's just sitting there like, oh my fucking God, dude. If I had just joined in that one extra time, I would have made the money as well. Like, these events where people miss amazing opportunities or lose massive amounts of money by like a hair difference must happen every day. You would never want to trade places with any of these people, you know? In the same way that doing the irresponsible thing or going against the grain or whatever can sometimes give you huge benefit in the future in terms of you just get lucky, the opposite can be true. You can do the perfectly responsible thing, the thing that makes the most sense, that in the overwhelming vast majority of cases in the long term will provide you benefit. And just because of bad luck, you know, if you had gone against the grain, if you had done the stupid thing, if you had been irresponsible, you would have gained a huge windfall, you know? In those situations though, it's always at least some comfort where you think to yourself like, oh, you know, I could have done this stupid thing, but if I did that stupid thing, or if I continuously acted my entire life doing the stupid thing, then over the long term I would lose out. It's like with poker, how you can sit there going, oh man, if I had just gone all in with 8-3, I would have won the entire pot and won the entire game, because the flop comes 8-8-3 or whatever.
Jesus fucking Christ, please find a fucking period.
8-3, every time you play poker, in the overwhelming vast majority of cases, you'd lose, you know?
Okay. There's one bit of advice that's useful in that. Actually, no, 2. First one. Don't get sad if you end up not winning at something when it comes to games of chance, especially when it comes to things like building a business in life. Sometimes it's meant to happen, sometimes it's not. If you want it to happen hard, and you believe that you can do it despite all odds, work hard about it and don't let anybody stop you. Period. Number 2, there is a lesson to be taught in that, because boy, is that not just my situation with my account, or is that not just a situation of people learning what gambling is like, and then realizing, damn, I have a gambling addiction, because there's so many ways in, and they literally can't stop themselves unless somebody cuts them off physically. The useful bit that comes from that happens to be what you do in the loss. The most important part about the loss is, damn, I took a loss about something. That sucks. So, I'm going to learn from this experience, and I'm going to learn how to do it and manage it even better. Because I should be able to. Because if I can't, well, then I'm doing something wrong here.
Long term, I would lose out. It's like with poker, how you can sit there going, oh man, if I had just gone all in with 8-3, I would have won the entire pot and won the entire game.
When you're dealing with something like poker, Or, and I'm gonna use the relation to this to be when you're dealing with something like a roguelike. The amount of effort of what you do to win matters less than what you were able to learn from the failure. The failure matters more than that. Actually, this mod should be switched with the other mod. Yeah, this mod needs to be switched with the other mod. What matters more is the failure and the fact that you failed. Because that failure is going to teach you something. You try Name Out for the first time. You take a horrible fucking loss. You are washed. Ass blasted. Fucked. The most important part is that you learned from your loss. Losing didn't matter. Learning from the loss did. This is how you end up becoming a better player of your games. It's how you become a better learner in your field. You're not going to win all the time. Sometimes you will lose. Sometimes you will lose badly. What does matter is that you take that time to learn why you lost, and you put in that effort to become better at what you're doing. So next time, you don't have to wonder. You just are better. You learn better. You become better. You perceive better. Play better. Plan better. Don't take things for granted. Understand what matters more. That's the most important lesson you could ever learn about any other situations at all in any sense of perpetuity. Because if you hyper-focus on, damn, I lost and I could have won, then you're going to lose your fucking mind. Cut your losses, understand why it happened, learn from it, never let it happen again. That's the only thing you can learn how to do. Anything more is going to drive you up a fucking wall and destroy your mind mentally.
Because the flop comes 8-8-3 or whatever. But
7 minutes.
If you went all in with 8-3 every time you played poker, in the overwhelming vast majority of cases, you'd lose, you know? The huge market of non-English live streaming.
That one's just obvious.
The non-English speaking live streaming world is blowing up crazily. Like, you remember I showed that on stream, right? Someone did like an analysis of the largest content creators on Twitch and how they connect to each other. I was on the page, but I was in like my own little circle by myself, no connections to anyone. But there was this huge section of just Spanish content creators who had basically effectively no connection to anyone else, but were just like a huge part of the platform. Being bilingual is certainly has advantages in terms of, you know, you can just easier reach more audiences, right? Do I watch Spanish content creators? No, because I don't speak Spanish. And even then, the content that they'd make would not be of particular interest to me. As in, like, the content that is popular with the Spanish content creators is the same content that's very popular with the English ones and stuff I don't watch, you know, Rust and Fortnite and all the shooters and stuff. Yeah, the Greg or whatever his name is did set the highest live streaming record on Twitch. Actually, I think he has like three of the top 15 largest streams that have ever been done or something. You don't speak English and you see me, said with perfect English.
His take is kind of dumb because there's actually a lot that you could probably have in common with those content creators. There's a lot of things that you could have in common with the non-English speaking audience because you're playing the same games, you're enjoying the same content, you're existing in the same world. You should be capable of doing it. Shouldn't be hard. They're not fucking aliens. They're people. They exist. They make stuff. Ouch. You all make stuff in the same spheres. You're going to be involved in those spheres in some capacity. So don't let that personally stop you and say, well, I could never understand Julio. Julio and I don't speak the same language. You like butts? You like fat asses? I think Julio likes fat asses. I think he likes fat asses a lot. I think there's a lot you could find in common with him.
75% of Germans can't speak English. Really? I thought being bilingual with English was very common in Germany. Like young people, I thought in school it was required to learn English and German. Is that not true? Yeah, to my understanding, with a lot of these smaller European countries, it's common, or at least not uncommon, for the older generations to only speak, German or whatever. But the younger generations all learn English in school. Like English is the cross-border language or whatever. Well, someone Google what percentage of people speak English as a second language in Germany? Just Google it. Literally everyone in Europe who is 10 to 35 speaks English. 63% of Germans can speak English. Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, as India and China continue to branch out and grow as superpowers or whatever, knowing a language that can communicate with those markets would seemingly be very good. Although, of course, speaking English in those countries, I'm sure, is at least somewhat common. I saw some video of some ordinary gamer talking about his upbringing or whatever, and talking about how his family made sure that he knew their native language as well as English, and he wants to do the same for his kids, and he considers it to be an advantage, which I agree with. Has investing just become a giant meme? The more of these investing stories that hit the news, the more that investing just seems like one big meme. It's just a joke. People will invest in stuff based on like tweets or like someone randomly mentioning shit. So Elon Musk mentioned Signal on Twitter. People bought a stock called Signal for some random company, and the stock just went up like 100, 200%, whatever the fuck it was, a lot of money. And Elon Musk wasn't talking about this company, he was talking about the app Signal, which is kind of like a competitor to whatever messenger fucking service. Instagram, is it WhatsApp or something? It went up 638%. Yeah, and he was just talking about a competitor to WhatsApp. It just seems so dumb. And now Dogecoin, for those who don't know, Dogecoin is basically a joke cryptocurrency that people made it kind of a real thing, but it's worth like a fraction of a cent per coin. But now that it's kind of getting memed on Reddit and on Twitter, it's now actually going up in price because people are just talking about it. Like, well, if people are talking about it, it must have some value then, so I'm gonna get in that too as well. It all seems so dumb. Is not investment at its core meant to be about reallocating capital into the hands of stuff that will actually provide benefit to society? Isn't that...
No. Investing is about investing. Investing in the most primal material source of it is, I think this is neat. I will put money on this. Because I believe in this product, I put money on this. And this is how I make my business. We have fun making money off these things. So because we have fun making money off these things, I will make money because people think that this has value with their money. That is the entire whole of investment. It doesn't have to be any bigger than that. It doesn't have to be any smaller than that. It could be as simplistic as that could be. It could be as big as investment deep as you could want it to be. It literally just has to be, I want to make money with this thing because I believe and support this product, or I think that this is a worthy investment. It doesn't have to be any more complex than that. They don't gotta go any deeper than that. Most people probably never really would. Any further than that, and you're hitting levels of involvement that some people probably haven't thought about. They probably only thought about this is gonna be really funny, not about how consistent of a moneymaker is this. If people think it's going to make money and that they can break even on the margin, they're going to do it. They're going to do it when it comes to hacking. They're going to do it when it comes to investment and cheating. They're going to do it when it comes to gameplay. Because if it wasn't worth the time of investment, they wouldn't do it. That's how investment really technically works. Technically. Anything can be like this on a technicality. It can become any more nebulous, possibly. But be that as it may, whether or not you think it's valuable doesn't matter. It's about whether other people think it's valuable, which is the problem with the investment cycle. You're promising money on futures. You're investing on futures. The future of the game, the future of yourself, the future of society. So the investment has to measure out. And if it doesn't, well, that's fucked.
Like, meant to be the points of the stock market and just investment in general as is meant to benefit society. You're meant to find someone who needs money to make something of value, innovate or grow a business like, and connect them with a person who has money who wants to get involved in something like that. That's kind of the point, right? That doesn't seem to be what investment is now. Investment now just seems like memes and bots and manipulating fucking markets with money. Like, you have so much money that if your mere utterance of what you're going to invest in can influence whether that stock goes up or down. It just all seems so dumb. But the people who seem to make the most money with this shit is rich people. And so nothing's gonna change because the rich people won't let that shit change, you know? No, I'm not saying that that's how things are. I'm saying that this is the justification given for how things are. As in, it's like, well, we need things to be this way so X, Y, and Z can happen. You look at it and go, but X, Y, and Z isn't happening. You're talking shit. And it just becomes, with every passing day, more and more apparent that how things are doesn't make actually much sense. And the justifications for how things are aren't very good. Is an investment similar to gambling? In the sense of risk, certainly. Anything where you have a chance of getting more or less of something of value and the future is uncertain could be considered a form of gambling. It just depends on your definition of gambling. I mean, well, there's multiple...
Gambling is gambling, sir. Gambling is you spending money immediately for an immediate payout. Not what you end up dealing with stock market exchanges, where you're gambling on futures. They're two different things.
Definitions of gambling. Some that are broad and some of them are thin. What I'm looking for here? Broad versus narrow. There you go. He is a good opposite of broad, guys. Not broad. I mean, I'm not wrong. You know the opposite of narrow, guys? Not narrow. The Shrek epidemic.
I don't even know if I really want to know, but I might as well.
Yeah, whenever I
We're almost done, chat.
I think of Shrek.
3 minutes!
Haven't seen that movie in 1 trillion years. And I still remember so many lines from it. That movie, when it came out, was fucking everywhere. Like, you'd go over a friend's house, and they'd be watching Shrek. A teacher wants to put on a movie or something, you have a free day or whatever, they put on fucking Shrek. The movie was in the cinemas for like 1 trillion years. Everyone had it on DVD, VHS, fucking kids getting Shrek tattoos. People would write fucking reports in school on Shrek. It's crazy. All I know about Shrek is the donkey fucked a dragon. I think it's pretty fucking weird for a kid's movie. True. Wait, does that mean it wouldn't be weird for an adult's movie? Donkey fucking a dragon, that's weird for a kid's movie, but an adult's movie? Yeah, that's just everyday shit. No one appreciates my friendo edits. I edited myself, No Country for Old Men, but I added friendo a bunch more times. You know that scene? You may have seen the scene even if you haven't seen the whole movie. What's the most you've ever bet on a coin toss? I edited that so he says friendo far more, and it's actually a nice conversation. Didn't get that many views.
Cringe.
But I found it funny. I put it on Twitter in my clip channel.
And you're gonna make me watch it too, oh my god!
How much, friendo?
69 cents. Y'all getting any rain up your way?
What way would that be, friendo?
I seen you was from Dallas.
That's the way it is, friendo.
Is something wrong?
With what?
With anything.
Is that what you're asking me, friendo?
This is not funny. This is critically unfucking funny.
You don't know what you're talking about, friendo.
Just passing the time.
What time do you go to bed, friendo?
Somewhere around 9:30. I'd say around 9:30.
Well done, friendo.
Maybe something else.
I don't know. Will there, friendo?
Well, I got to close now.
Friendo.
It's a bit of a meme, me saying friendo. I'm not sure.
Okay, keep that meme in your stream, and don't fucking terrorize me with that shit ever fucking again. Oh, fucking Christ. Stoner humor. Fucking stoner humor. Ouch. Ow. 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 I feel like I have to wait for this thing to come out because I'm just paying a premium for 8,000 when I'm going to end up spending the routine on it. Because I looked at them and they're obviously nice. I just feel like I should wait, but it didn't say clearly when this drops inside of the wish machine. Anyways, we have done it. We've done it, chat. We've gotten to the other side of the gauntlet. We now know all there needs to be known about the Dark Viper situation. We're still gonna get terrorized with extra dog shit, still. It's still gonna fucking happen. But we've done it. We did it. Simo, we did it. Now we can move on. Which, speaking of Forbes, there is one singular person who writes on Forbes who seems to understand the entirety of the circumstance concerning anything written right now for this topic. With forgetting the name, because the game is so bad and irrelevant. With Dragon Age: Veilguard, there is multiple people who were referencing it, and I actually have, I guess you could say, Aristocratic Utensil is a mutual because I'm friends with Aiden, that happen to be talking about the circumstance of it. And as there are multiple things here to be discussed with when it comes to this video games, I wrote it down, and we're going to go over that article. Erg. Let's just pretend it doesn't exist. True. I at least want to read what this person wrote in the article, because the article actually does something that normally doesn't happen, which is they tell the truth. So since they tell the truth, we can go over it. Dragon Age: Veilguard's clumsy, preachy political message does more harm than good. Already off to a great start. Eric Kane, senior contributor. The best way to convince someone of your own point of view is generally not to bash them over the head with a cudgel, though that seems to be the preferred approach in modern political discourse and, alas, in entertainment. True! He said the magic word! When ice crystal shadows 4 additional ice missiles launched at nearby enemies, stealing status damage equal to 40% psi intensity, targets hit with 60% damage for players, or vortex bonus damage still applying. Based. The culture, being what it is, has lost all sense of subtlety. In far too many films, TV shows, and video games, we see a heavy-handed top-down approach to the issues of the day. It's a real shame that developers BioWare decided to get this route on Dragon Age: Veilguard. I've already posted my impressions on the game. We're going to look at that next. Because he also wrote that. This was written on Halloween. This one was written literally All Saints Day. I've already posted my impressions about the game, which I've been positively satisfied with. I was worried going in, but the Veilguard has been more fun and more engaging than I've expected, even if I'm still overly annoyed with its oversaturated, overly cartoonish style, amongst other things in my piece. I noted that so far, at least, I hadn't encountered anything overly preachy or that one might describe as garishly political or overly woke. The game is diverse and gives you options to play as male, female, or trans, but in my time with it, it felt mostly like giving players more choice and freedom, and I'm all for that, especially in an RPG, where choice and freedom are largely the point. Other big games in recent years have done the same thing, but I had not yet arrived at a certain section in the game that now has been making the rounds on social media, being roundly and rightfully mocked. Unfortunately, the same question will play directly into the narrative that the game is woke, feeding a cycle of online discourse that goes nowhere but earns a lot of clicks. Undoubtedly turning many gamers off entirely, but not necessarily because they're unsympathetic to trans rights, but because they're tired of being preached at. In the scene in question below, one character misgenders another. To atone for the sin, she does a set of push-ups and then lectures the other characters about how to properly apologize. The term non-binary being thrown around, especially despite this being a word that very few people have ever heard of when Dragon Age Inquisition came out a decade ago, let alone a fantasy setting divorced entirely from the real world, thus meaning escapism. This is immersion breaking. It's written so poorly that it comes across as self-parody. The character's performative apology is shallow and empty, as are all performative apologies. Yes! Yes! In my experience, a simple and genuine sorry is better than making a big show of it and then bragging about how much better your apology is. The whole scene feels freshly cut from some conversation an undergrad gender studies had from the year 2024, the kind of conversation that undergrads will someday look back on and cringe over. Here's the scene in question. There is a better, more subtle way to include a trans character in your fantasy game that does not involve a performative apology and a lecture using parlance that has no place in a game like this. This is basically self-parody. It is a shame, because this game is, in my opinion, still quite, still quite fun.
Pounding that snake's nose. She's still holding the ruby in her other hand. Maker's panties. I was so proud.
Oh,
Ah, shit. They're still holding it. Sorry.
what are you doing?
Pulling a barb.
Oh, okay. A barb?
Tradition in the Lords of Fortune from one of our old members, Barv. Good guy, but like most of us, his plans went sideways a lot. Bad blood among your crew's not good for morale, but there's not always time for big, drawn-out apologies. So, when one of us screws up and we know we've screwed up, we do a quick 10 to put it right. Pulling a barb.
That seems stupid.
Oh, there we go.
I have enough to justify it, so it's not that big of a problem.
Fortune have Tarsh's back.
Oh, Tarsh isn't the first non-binary member of the Lords.
Really?
It was a little before your time, but Horlicks was one of ours. Huh. Bastard looked better than I did in a dress or pants. And out of them, too.
You?
Any reason you can't just apologize?
Sometimes people say, oops, sorry, and hope that fixes it. But they just want to get the whole thing over with. Trust me, I know. But pulling a barb, you sweat a little. Makes you think about it a little more. Shows the other person you mean it.
What if they mean it when they say they're sorry, though?
And that's the other reason. Some people mess up and get all dramatic. They make it about them. Oh, you know, I didn't mean it right. I'd never do that on purpose. They feel so bad about it that it's on everyone else to smooth it over and make them feel better.
Oh, okay, yes, some people might do that.
Pulling a barb puts it on the person who screwed up. They made the mess, they fix it, done.
That's so stupid. That's so stupid. Oh God, that's so stupid. Unfortunately, I'm not a person who played Dragon Age, so more than likely the person who's saying this dialogue is extremely even dumber to be the person delivering the fucking soliloquy. But you know, what's having opinions and rights, other than just feeling less bad that you said things for reasons that don't make sense? I cannot use shelters while I'm using Dual Fury. What can I get away with? Anyways. Again, my problem with this scene is not the inclusion of trans or non-binary characters in Dragon Age, but the ham-fisted way this is framed. Recently, I wrote a review of Wes Grossman's excellent Arthurian fantasy, The Bright Sword, and also noted in the review he included a trans character as one of the knights in the Round Table. The different approach here is worth noting. In the book, the term trans is never used, as it would have not been around during Arthurian times, similar to how non-binary would not be a word in Dragon Age. Instead, the character is born as one of two twins. At birth, she is a girl and her twin is a boy, but she chaffs at all things girly and then confines and restricts and is placed upon her and wants nothing to do more than train with the sword and become a knight. She encounters a fairy, from which she makes a magical bargain, taking her to a lake and instructing her to swim down to where she meets another fairy, but the second fairy giving her a fey blade to train with, and every night she returns to the lake to train her eyes with curious swordsmen. For years she trains like this, eventually becoming a swordmaster, and one day she'll be told she's to be forced to marry. Instead, she chooses to run away, disguising herself as a man and taking on a new identity, always feeling that she was meant to be a boy, not a girl, and with a new name and manly disguise. She, now he, goes on to live her dream in Camelot at Arthur's side. This works because it's never preachy. It doesn't awkwardly adopt the terms of modern-day gender politics. Instead, Grossman tells the kind of story anyone can relate to, beautifully written prose. It never comes off as politically driven, rather a grander, timeless tale. From what I've just been told, there's various different ways that you could work that into any fantasy setting, especially if it's the case of you were given a magical blade. Hey, the magical blade makes you appear to be what you believe yourself to be when you're training with the sword. You believe yourself to be capable of being a sword master without gender. So, you're a sword master who doesn't usually have any definitive markings that presents them as one gender or another. Congratulations, you are now a bi-sonen, androgynous anime protagonist. The dream that all of us truly want. Or you appear to be the different gender to whatever gender appears to you. You appear to be male to a female, you appear to be female to a male. And nobody can truly ever guess except the people that you want. Many people are born with this feeling that they don't belong to one or another. This character's story, calling themselves Dinadin, and when the hero encounters himself, it's Sir Dinadin, is just about anyone being empathized and feeling a part of an old fable rather than a conversation you might hear at a campus coffee shop. It does not stand out like a sore thumb, in other words. There's no performative apology after someone misgenders the night, no coloring extra inserted as some kind of message to readers. It's subtle and gracefully handed, in my opinion, a much more effective way to create sympathy towards trans people than Dragon Age's clumsy approach. And alas, this will undoubtedly dominate the conversation around Veilguard, and to what end? Will anyone who plays this game learn something useful because of this scene? Will people who are hostile towards social justice politics become convinced otherwise? That's the problem with preaching to the choir. Someone not normally inclined to sympathy towards trans people might read the right sword and actually walk away with more complicated feelings. Nobody playing the Veilguard will. Instead, they'll be rightfully annoyed at this 21st century first world problem, not the word he used in the script, 21st century dialogue, ham-fisted for the modern era, foisted upon them midway through a fantasy RPG, thus removing what is the actual issue, which is escapism. Fucking with people's escapism. There are better ways to address these issues, but it requires a subtle touch and cripple writing and character building, especially since this is a fantasy setting and a setting far removed from the modern world. The character in question is a Quinari, who people have very strict gender roles in the lore of the world's games. How hard would it have been to say something about their choice to abandon the restrictions placed upon them by the Queen and delve into that for a bit, shining a light on the lore of the game than the terminology of the real world? There are so many ways the gender identity in this setting, this not being the first time it's been explored, is just a huge shame that they chose this path instead. You can see how misguided this game's writers truly are. The scene above, the character that says no apology makes it all about you, and they blatantly hog the spotlight to make it all about her. No one seems to spot the irony. I have to ask, has anyone ever successfully apologized while lecturing everyone at the same time? Very rarely. I've seen it like maybe 5 times in my lifetime. I made a mistake, but here's my apology, and here's why my apology is so much greater and your apology is so bad, even though you're not the one who made the mistake. Look at me. Look at how wonderful I am. That's how I sort of see BioWare in all of this. They're making it about themselves. They can be praised for their progressive bona fides instead of actually doing the work required to tell the stories. Where's my chapstick? They tell the stories that might actually evoke in players true empathy and understanding. Tapping into that, creating something that people can relate to requires more than a cudgel. Nobody enjoys beaten over the head. In parlance over times, do better, BioWare. I still recommend the game. You can read why in my review process. It's not perfect, but I've had a feel of Dragon Age meets Mass Effect. I've had fun for much of a while. Quite a lot more than I anticipated. Update. Watch this clip from YouTuber Mr. Matty Plays for a nuanced discussion on how BioWare screwed up the character, Tosh, and how condescending the treatment of this character is. And then, from Mr. Burnout himself.
But not least is Tosh. And I feel like some reviewers are going to shy away from this character and any sort of critical conversation on Tosh because of the subject matter that this character tackles. However, I believe if we are to grow as an industry, if we are to grow as an art form, we have to be able to speak constructively about these characters without it always resulting in mudslinging. So I'm going to go ahead and get into this without spoiling anything whatsoever. So if you're going to place a message into a character like you do with Tosh, it requires nuance and thought to actually have impact, which I think BioWare did completely miss the mark on here. I'm totally for stories that want to bridge the gap of understanding and opening people's minds. Like when I was in high school, Gone Home was a pivotal game for me in opening my mind. It happens. That's why games are art and why these sorts of stories can be important. Now, to properly critique this, I'd actually like to look at a character that tackled tough subject matter with such elegance that it still impresses me to this day, and that's introducing Parvati from the Outer Worlds. Parvati was conceived by writer Chris Littell as asexual before he left Obsidian Entertainment. This character was then placed in the hands of another writer in Kate Dollarhide. Now, Kate Dollarhide herself is asexual and spoke at length in interviews after the game's launch on how this character was equal parts terrifying and exciting to work on. She was able to put a piece of herself into this character and in turn bring it to a whole new level, but at the same time, it's scary to do that because you're showing a piece of yourself to people you've never even met before.
But you work in a writing capacity in a company, and as should be, and should legally be binding as such, if you write on the game process, you should be capable of handling being able to deal with that. if you can't deal with it, take your ass out the fucking project. But okay. Alright. No problem. No word. No word. No big issue.
Now, lived experiences drive the best of scriptwriters, whether it be our grief, sorrow, happiness, or everything in between. It's that thoughtfully and artistically conveyed sense of emotion that carries our favorite characters in our hearts.
This will work.
As a result, Parvati resonated with asexual gamers who felt seen in a way an RPG, or hell, a game, has scarcely or possibly never even represented before. At the same time, it wasn't the crux of her entire existence as a character. Parvati had wit, comedy, smarts, and a healthy dosage of being socially awkward.
Oh, beer. I guess, yeah, I can do that. Beer can be good. I bet.
The quest design encouraged players to kind of play wingman for her, which was a bit different for an RPG where typically you're trying to romance everyone. But Parvati also had much more plot relevance and dimensions to her character beyond said asexuality. It is that which makes her a believable character in this world, and not just a laundry list of talking points to get across in quite possibly the most obtuse matter I have seen in entertainment. The problem with Tosh is not really to me the character of which BioWare is conceived, but how they are handled. Tosh is written like ideas spawned from social media discourse as she barges into every conversation in quite possibly the most unlikable manner. Worse yet, it exposes problems with the game horribly, like not being able to be mean to Tosh, not being able to talk down to her for the way she behaves. It also spotlights what I view as a lack of communication between the writing team when Tosh's values are inconsistent.
I'm from Ravane. Not like I follow the Qun.
You've got the arm ropes.
Sure. I wear a lot of stuff. You don't get to tell me who I am. Doesn't matter anyway. The Antom don't follow the Qun either. Not anymore.
Then, 30 minutes later, no exaggeration because I have the timestamp for it, this happens.
So, the Dragon Hunter has a softer side.
The Qun says you take care of people.
Like, I don't know. To me, it sounds like in one moment you follow the Qun, in the other, it's just not fitting you and what you're trying to put forward for the character. But back to the Outer Worlds, I can leave Parvati behind. Like, frame one, conversation one. I can tell her to screw off. I can tell her I don't like her. I can choose not to help her. That is what made the Outer Worlds go around, because you had choice to approach, not just in being mean, but how you also wanted to be nice to the character. So I do think Tosh, out of the entire character roster, is unfortunately the biggest miss of them all, because it does swing the hardest for something different that Dragon Age, BioWare really, has never done before.
Now, this one. Yes, Dragon Age Veilguard is very good, with a few caveats. I was pretty skeptical about Dragon Age Veilguard when running about BioWare's games being showed off with the first trailer and gameplay footage, and the reasons I was skeptical about turned out to be largely true. This coming from another article of his. Dragon Age Veilguard puts an end to tactical combat once and for all. He's introducing new characters, blah 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 blah. I'm choosing choice, using truncated the game's open. Elf Solas takes the role of villain. Destroy the veil that he himself created long ago to use fast. We go through blah 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 blah. This combat I like to discuss. From what I saw, I'm not overjoyed with the combat. It's never catches my action combat fantasies, but there's always been a degree of tactical play. It's about the adventure and the story, but combat takes up a good chunk of the time, and then working at how they take together. Moves away from the tactical side. With the tactical depth, you will not be able to control any of your companions, instead pulling up the ability wheel and instructing them what to do. Yeah, I can see how that would be controversial. Because basically that's what makes it more like Mass Effect. But okay. On the other hand, I've been playing the game for a week and a half at least, and I'm having a blast. One part it's your job, you know. I'm not gonna hold that against you, Eric. With Veilguard flounders, I find myself wishing BioWare had made a few different design choices, but overall, this is a solidly single-player game RPG that's incredibly polished, lots of fun to play, and exactly the kind of game that I've been hoping for since Baldur's Gate 3. It's a very different type of single-player RPG, but these two games both remind us that the genre is far from dead. In Veilguard's case, I'm pleased to say that BioWare is back in form and far from dead as well. I would disagree, there are many people who disagree, but he has his own discussions. For one, the tone is too chipper. I'm not sure how else to phrase it. It's about ancient diabolical elven guards who want to destroy the world and everyone in it, but it feels like half the time the characters are effervescent with bubbly happiness. I wish this game had a bit of darker tone to go along with the story. I may be exaggerating how chipper your campaigns can be, but it's a bit glaring at times. I'm all for comic relief and darker fantasy stories, and I'm not suggesting this to be 100% grimdark. Either Dragon Age has always had its flippant dialogue after all, but tonally the game feels off. The aesthetic is too cartoony, and the monster color palette is too neon. Don't get me wrong, the game looks absolutely stunning, and the attention to detail with the character designs and the world design is astonishing, but neon blue energy coming out of half the monsters you feel, again, feels very tonally strange. This combined with the character design that leans heavily towards cartoonish throws me off entirely. I've gotten used to it, but this is definitely not the direction I would have gone. I'm not saying they should have gone super realistic either, but there's a happy medium. Combat is fun, but I miss the tactical aspects. He just explained why he feels about that, but we'll read it anyways. I need to emphasize that I actually enjoy the combat in the game, but it's action-oriented and fast and be challenging. I'm super picky when it comes to video game combat, so that I've enjoyed this combat is a very big deal, but I do miss the ability to zoom out over the battlefield, pause the action, and direct my companions, and even switch to a companion to control them directly. As for the visual combat feel, the game is way better than previous entries, but I said that it's completely abandoned tactics entirely. Why can't you do both? And the writing is hit and miss. We've just read why that is the case. But he and Paul Tassi have opinions. Oh boy, Paul Tassi. Paul fucking Tassi. But, read this. I like the overall story and characters, and often the dialogue works just fine. Other times it feels amateurish and cliched. One example is when your party shows up at the village with an overriding blight. One character says it's quiet, another says too quiet. Hilariously, I've also been watching the third season of Vox Mechanica, and this whole bit in the new season where the one of the characters makes fun of this, chiming in every time someone mentions it being too quiet. There are other instances where it feels like more creativity could have gone into the writing, but overall, it's mostly just fine. And blah, 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 blah. For this, I am a female elven rogue veil jumper. I've also spent far too much time with the character creator and changed my character back and forth with mirror transformation to be male, female, tried out different hairstyles, voices, and so far. Ton of options to fine-tune your character's appearance. Bunch of choices come through story decisions, not sure how they'll impact the ending. Clearly the story will be based on your choices, which some impact the missions you'll go on, and which companions will be affected by those decisions, with more requiring more than one playthrough. It sounds like, oh damn, he actually makes the comparison with Baldur's Gate here. It sounds like the Veilguard was designed to try and capitalize on the same appeal that people found with Baldur's Gate 3, which, considering that Baldur's Gate 3 isn't properly Baldur's Gate 3, but is actually a Larian game with a Larian writing that happens to use the official setting of Wizards of the Coast and the Forgotten Realms, it's going to have the humor that a Larian game is expected to fucking have. So, in that regard, you're not getting what would have come back from the time in which it was written by Black Isles. You know, Neverwinter Nights, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. But instead, you're going to get the element of what they were able to hit in Baldur's Gate 3, and what people were able to receive in Baldur's Gate 3. And from there, you're going to get what they interpret an experience like that should be, but inside the Dragon Age setting, which is probably part of the problem. So people on board at the offices who were a part of the writing project probably didn't really experience what they were supposed to experience, and that's why the writing is the way that it is. Reading. This is just his opinion about combat. As far as the story goes, have to keep playing to find out. Fan of the world design. Not gotten to the part that's very blatantly, ham-fistedly overly woke. I have to walk back the above paragraphs. In my time with the game, I hadn't seen anything like this. But while we're taking things in this Ramos F. Clary, these one quest line, you can watch the scene and read my thoughts in the matter as such. So, all of this was written before he got to that part of the game. He was doing it correctly the entire time. And by correctly, he was playing the game and not looking at social media. Then the clips blew up on social media. Because the clips blew up on social media, that's when he became aware of what was being described and what was being written and what was being said. And that is the reason why that became what that was. Which is a bit sad. It's a bit sad that he was doing his job correctly, and in doing his job correctly, people are going to miss the fact that he did his job correctly. He covered things. How did switch off my gun? He covered things the right way. He was taking his time. He was playing the game. He did not try to make bad comparisons about the game. He let the game exist and be what it was supposed to be. He was taking all the effort to know and do these things. And instead of being given the benefit of that doubt, he instead got dog shit. Back to back. What cowhide did I use? I used cowhide. I don't think I was supposed to use cowhide. Fuck. Cold resist +5. Yeah, I'm gonna have to redesign some of these when I find these Highland gear. Oh well. He did his job. He played the game. He was staying off of social media. He was ignoring social media. Then he got to this part of the game. Then he paid attention to the reaction to social media. And he did not cope and seethe. He told the honest truth. Good job. Well done. That was what's supposed to be done the entire fucking time. I can't believe that people have been doing that. Surprisingly, people are failing to do what's supposed to be the easiest job to do. But I'm not shocked. I'm not fucking shocked. It's an embarrassment that so far there's only been one publication that's covered it and said, you know what, yes, actually they do have a reason to be upset and they do have a reason to be mad, and there is a reason why it's a problem. This is the one I needed. Yep, because now I don't have plastic. Fuck. But yeah, I appreciate the fact that this was the one writer who was willing to tell what needed to be said about the story. I'm so happy. I'm so fucking happy. Now it just remains to be seen if it's going to go through like that, if he'll stay on his issue. This is the first time I've heard about this individual in question, so I'm hoping that I hear only good things and not bad things. Be that as it may. I can buy plastic. I can buy plastic. Moving on to the next story. Ouch, my foot. I mean, if I was to ever ask for somebody to buy it, I'd tell them don't buy it from me unless it's going to go on sale. I'm not going to be like the other content creators right now. I don't have an interest in playing it just because it's going viral. I make the choice not to do that because I find it boring. I find the game boring. I had no interest in playing it when I heard about it. So, I'm staying where I should be, which is in my lane, because I don't want to play it. Which, moving from that, bring up my screen. Bring up my screen. There you go. But, moving on from that, now we get to look at the Joe Rogan podcast appearance of JD Vance. Prepare yourselves, this one is going to be a little bit of a slog. I'll try to make sure this isn't boring. I'll attempt. Meanwhile, in unrelated news, for the 24th annual Golden Joystick Awards, Helldivers 2 has been nominated for Ultimate Game of the Year. Alright, this should be in podcast and body politics. Yep, here we go.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
All right, how are you, sir?
Good, man. How are you doing?
Very nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
What is it like running for Vice President of the United States?
Funny, weird how JD Vance is able to show up for Joe Rogan, and Trump's able to show up for Joe Rogan, but Kamala is not able to show up for Joe Rogan. How strange. How weird. How bizarre. How bizarre. How bizarre. It's almost like Kamala is making tactical error after tactical error. Really weird how she's doing that.
How crazy is this experience?
It's pretty weird. It's pretty weird. You know, I was just telling you this earlier, but the first time that I've been in a public spot without Secret Service in the room is right now. So I'm like looking around for these guys because I'm used to just having them. It's 3 months, right? So he asked me the Monday of the RNC convention, which I think was June 15th. And I really didn't know that morning. I thought that he was probably going to pick me, but I didn't know for sure. Probably 60-40, basically. And so I had no idea. I get the call around 1 o'clock at Milwaukee time at the RNC convention. I'm hanging out with my kid. Another one of my kids is in the other room asleep because, you know, our kids are young, so they nap still. And he makes this call, and he's like, hey, do you want to be my vice president? I was like, oh.
Was it literally just like that?
Well, actually, what happened is I get a text message from a staff member on his team that says he just missed a very important phone call. And I don't know, because there's so much inbound traffic that I think it just went straight to voicemail. So I call him back and I'm like, hey, sir, what's going on? He said, JD, you just missed a very important phone call. I'm going to have to pick somebody else now. So I'm about to shit a brick here. And then he says, no, I'm just kidding. Obviously, I want you to be my vice president. And the funny thing is, my 7-year-old is in the background, and he has no idea what's going on. And I love that, right? It's one of the good things about this. He has no clue what's going on. He's like, Dad, who are you talking to? He's talking about Pokemon cards, right? And Trump hears my son in the background, and he says, well, who's that? And I said, that's my 7-year-old son, you. And he's like, put him on the phone. So and I'm just anxious for the...
Who's that on the phone? Put him on the phone. I'll have you know, little man, Charmander is the best starter of all the regions, and don't anybody ever let you think differently. I love that little fire fucking lizard. No goddamn match. I heard from this streamer that this Pokemon is the best one. No, Charmander is the best one. And if you can't get Charmander, get my man, Big Man Blastoise. Don't you ever take a fucking Rawls in your life. Rawls sucks. And fuck that Butterfree too. Something I swear to God Trump would do it. He'd do it. If I was Trump, I'd do it.
him to get this statement out, because in my mind it's not final until the statement is actually out. And he talks to my son and he reads the statement that he is going to put out on Truth Social announcing that I'm the VP nominee of the Republican Party. And he's like, what do you think about that, Ewan? And my son Ewan's like, oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then he gives the phone back to me. He's like, I have no idea what the hell's going on.
He doesn't
and
even know what that means.
Yeah,
That's
he has no
crazy.
idea. And of course, I remember this story because in particular, and the Madison Square Garden rally of a few days ago was the first time that my son actually met Donald Trump. So he'd spoken to him on the phone, but hadn't actually met him until the rally at MSG. And my 7-year-old really wanted to tell him a joke, and he remembers this phone conversation. And so he tells him this joke, and Trump kind of chuckles, but also is probably judging me because it was a somewhat inappropriate joke for a 7-year-old to tell. But yeah, here we are.
Well, that's the only ones 7-year-olds remember.
That's right. Well, it's like, I have terrible language. I mean, it's one of my many flaws. But I was raised by my very working class grandmother, and she was actually very interestingly, she was a very devout Christian, but she also had a language that would make a sailor blush. And so I talk like that because I was raised by this woman.
Those are fun ladies.
Those are fun ladies, man. She was she was awesome. She was an amazing person, a huge personality, right? We called her a force of nature because she was such this big personality. But my wife's rule is, basically he's only allowed to cuss when he's telling this one joke. So
that's hilarious.
Yeah, so he told
tells
this
that
joke to
joke all
Donald
the time?
Trump. Yeah, exactly. He says it 14 times a day.
Yeah, early on I told my kids.
I mean, I couldn't blame my child. I swear. Even if Zulian was to do something similar like that, I'd have to look him dead in the face and like, you got some big balls, son. You got some big balls. Because, you give them a rule like that, you can't be upset. They followed the rule. You get upset at them after they followed the rule that you gave them. They can never trust that rule again. That's not fair. So, of course.
You can swear in front of us. But don't swear in front of other parents.
Right.
And don't swear for no reason.
Right. Well, because they judge you, right? The other parents judge you. How old are your kids?
Well, the youngest ones are 14 and 16, and I have a 28-year-old.
Okay.
But when my 14-year-old was 2, we were on a skiing trip. And we were about to leave. We packed up all our stuff. But her helmet, we forgot to put her helmet away. I go, we forgot to put the helmet away. And she just looks down at the helmet and she goes, shit. And my wife is just like, oh my God. Right. It was so funny. There's just something adorable about a 2-year-old that doesn't know that you're not supposed to say shit.
No,
and just
absolutely,
have that cute
man.
little face.
Well, I mean, my 4-year-old, he was 3 at the time, we were going, because, you know, we live in Cincinnati, but then I'm a senator, so we spent a lot of time in Washington, and I was taking my 4-year-old solo, he was 3 at the time, on this trip, and we're on like a Delta flight. We're in the back. I'm kind of wondering, because, you know, I've got bedhead, and I'm thinking to myself, do any of these people know that I'm a senator? Because I look like shit right now. And I sort of get away with it. I don't think that anybody notices who I am. And we're sitting there, and my son drops one of those Biscoff cookies in between the seat, and he looks at me and he says, "Dad, well, fuck." And like 12 people instantly turn around and look at me, and it's like, "Oh, Senator Vance, your son has such colorful language." And I'm like, "Oh my God, I'm such a terrible father, and these people are all judging me."
Yeah.
But it's, you know, but you're right, it's so cute.
It's adorable.
It's so funny, but yeah, I got to do a little bit better about that, because they're going to start judging me.
People need to relax. Little bad words
really
every now and then. It's good for you.
Yeah.
I think it's good for you. I think it gets a little steam out.
I agree. It's good.
Was there any part of you that was like, do I really want this job? Because it comes with so much. It comes with not having the Secret Service in the room. It comes with this enormous change of your life, this insane responsibility. Everybody's watched presidents, especially, age radically, dramatically.
Yeah.
And everyone but Trump. Trump
That's right.
just
It's kind of amazing, yeah.
Dude just didn't age. It's so strange. It's like it barely affected him. Everybody else is like they're getting radiation sickness, and he gets out of there, he looks exactly the same. I can't wait to do it again. Let's go. We're gonna win big. Just like. When you feel good, everything else is easier. AG1 covers your bases with nutrients that are hard to get in the modern diet.
He's modernized his ad breaks.
To build a foundation for whole body health. It's super simple. Just mix it up and drink it when you wake up. And there's a reason why I've talked about AG1 for so long. The product is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities. This includes 500 herbicides and pesticides and 75 additional toxins. So they make sure that you just get what's going to help you feel healthy. The team at AG1 is dedicated to making their product better over time, constantly reworking the formula and researching new ways to address your foundational nutrition. If you're feeling tired or like you need a routine to bring a healthy habit into your day, try AG1. It takes just 5 minutes every day, and right now, AG1 is offering a surprise bonus limited edition gift in addition to the welcome kit with vitamin D3 plus K2 when you first subscribe. It won't last long, so head to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan to check it out while supplies last. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan.
Thanks, Joe.
This episode of the Joe Rogan Experience is brought to you by Call of Duty. You know,
This political review is brought to you by the games that have been accused for radicalizing the political scene. Please start playing this video game so you can become addicted to brain-dead politics today.
when a new Call of Duty drops, everyone's trying to find a way to squeeze in those extra hours of gameplay. I get it. Life is busy, but sometimes you just...
Hey, Joe, it's the replacer. Yeah, no, you. Hey, I'm gonna take it from here so you can enjoy some Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Great. Now listen up, folks. Life can be chaotic, but you shouldn't have to miss out on the latest Call of Duty just because you've got, I don't know, responsibilities. That's where I come in. I will handle the boring stuff like work, chores, even podcast ads. So you can dive right into the fight. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is out October 25th. So dive in because I've got your back. Remember, I replace, you play. It's that simple.
Man, the replacer always gets it done. Seriously, though, if you're hooked on Call of Duty, this is your time to jump in. Head over to callofduty.com/Black Ops 6 to get in the game. Call of Duty Black Ops 6, available now.
It really
Thanks,
is
Joe.
amazing. I mean, one of the first times that I sort of spent like a large amount of time with Trump was in 2021, and I was thinking about running for the Senate, so I was down to Mar-a-Lago talking to him, and my initial reaction on seeing him was like, oh my God, you look really good. You actually look healthier now than you did 6 years ago. Normally, presidents age very, very badly. Yeah, I mean, look, I definitely thought, okay, obviously this is a big thing, right? I talked about it with my wife a lot because she was a working corporate litigator. She's got a very big career. She's much smarter than I am. And it was a marital conversation, in some ways a tough one because, even though, I'm a senator, we're still pretty anonymous, right? Like we can go on vacation, or we were till this happened. We go on vacation. Yeah, you'd have people stop and ask to take a photo or say something, nice. But most people, if you went somewhere, didn't know who you were. Right now, it's literally impossible for us to go anywhere.
What's that shift feel like? Like you're 40 years old, right? So
yeah, I mean,
like like this, just off a cliff, complete different life.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's been. I mean, look, in some ways, it's really nice because people come up and say really nice things to you. They tell you they're praying for your kids, they're praying for your family.
It
but it's
depends
also
on where you
very
go,
weird,
though, doesn't it? Like if you go through
no,
Brooklyn.
sure, yeah, no, of course, yeah.
Go through like the super woke, blue-haired parts of Brooklyn.
It's interesting. When we were in New York for the MSG rally, a few people saw me and flashed the universal New York sign for "We're number one," right? So they like us even in New York City. But it's definitely weird to just not be anonymous at all anymore, right?
Yeah.
And that's taken some getting used to. I think part of it is also. Let me just give you an example. So Sunday morning, we want to go for this is the event in Madison Square Garden. We had the morning where I didn't really have anything going on. I had a couple phone calls, so we want to go for a walk with the kids in Central Park. And normally, you would walk out of your hotel and walk into Central Park and hang out with your family. Now it requires them to notify Secret Service, and so then they have to scope out an area where they can make sure that it's going to be properly safe. And so instead of walking out our hotel room and taking a walk in Central Park, we hop in a car and show up in some random part of Central Park that's 20 blocks away. And then, of course, as soon as we get out, everybody's like, well, who the hell is this? Because there are 14-car motorcade there. So the lack of anonymity is definitely an annoyance that comes along with it. But I'm the kind of person where you just take the good with the bad. There are a lot of benefits to it. There are some downsides to it. It's what I asked for. I try not to think too much about it or complain too much about it. I just try to accept it. I think obviously if we win, which 6 days from now, I think we are going to win, I think we'll have to sort of get into more of a routine with it. My attitude thus far has been, well, it's only for a few months, so you can do anything for a few months.
Is the adjustment, is it difficult? Was it pretty easy? Did you just accept it? Like this is how life is now?
Well, you have to accept it, but it's not easy, right? I mean, in particular for our kids, right? Like, okay, I really like to drive, and 99% of the time if we're in the car as a family, I'm driving, my wife's in the passenger seat just because I like to drive. And I think for our kids, getting used to, we're not going into our car, we're going into this black SUV, and Daddy's not driving.
Right, there's some other person there that don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
Or, like one of the first things that happened, we're back at our house in Cincinnati the weekend after the RNC convention, and we're sitting there watching like some stupid show, Emily in Paris on Netflix or something, which, sorry, I don't mean to call that a stupid show. I actually think Emily in Paris is a masterpiece, but set that to the side, bracket that one for now. But we're watching some show on Netflix, and you see one guy walk past your window, and then you see another guy walk past your window, and it's just a Secret Service agent patrolling, just little things like that. So, you recognize that your zone of privacy is very narrow, and that takes some adjusting and getting used to. And, there are all of these small little adjustments, but it by and large, honestly, like I love our Secret Service detail. Our kids are really into them. They sort of see them as their police protectors. Our 7-year-old, it's funny, he's in 2nd grade, and one of his buddies, their parents came to us and said, "Do you know that the kids are playing this game in school called Boss Man, where basically one 2nd grader will walk down the hallway or down the playground flanked by 2 separate 2nd graders."
Like they're playing Secret Service
they're playing
now?
Secret Service now in their school.
Bizarre.
So, like, on the one hand, that's really bizarre, and I hope that it doesn't permanently screw up the psychological development of my kid. On the other hand, it's kind of funny, and you just go with the flow, and you try to work with it.
Yeah. I guess they're just making fun with it.
Yeah.
Did you have presidential aspirations before all this? Is this something that you had considered about the future? Was it... Like, how did you approach this?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these things when you're elected to the Senate, and I'm a pretty young guy. I think I'm the second youngest United States senator right now. You certainly think, like, is this something I might do in the future? What does this look like? What would you need to do in terms of getting your family in the right mental space and just making it happen? But it's all very abstract, right? It's not all that different from 10 years ago thinking about starting a business that I never started, right? It's just things you think about, but you never really think that hard about, right? And that was kind of my attitude towards it. I started to realize that Trump was thinking pretty seriously about making me his VP nominee probably earlier this year, because he would ask me a lot about who I thought the VP nominee should be.
Oh boy.
And I'd give him, yeah, exactly. And I'd give him names of people that I thought would be pretty good at it. And a lot of the names that I gave him, he would criticize. And I almost felt like he was inviting me to throw myself out there. But I mean, it's funny. The morning that he was shot in Butler, PA, was the first time that he and I ever talked about it. So that was a Saturday. Just thinking about it, I guess it was probably June 13th, because I think the convention started June 15th. I go down to Mar-a-Lago that morning, Saturday morning, and I'm talking to him for the first time, because the media always asked me. I was like one of the rumored shortlist candidates. I kept on getting these questions from reporters. Have you ever had this conversation with Trump? And the honest answer was no. Well, Saturday morning that changed, because I go down there and he's like, what do you think? Why should I choose you? Why should I not choose these other guys? Like, we just had a conversation.
Who else was in the running?
I don't really know, actually.
Don't lie.
I really don't know.
Come on, man.
Look, I think that there were a couple of senators that were being considered, a couple of governors, a couple of former cabinet secretaries, but you don't really know, because when Donald Trump sat me down, I mean, he talked about 10 different people that he was thinking about naming, and this was 2 days before he made the selection.
So he's playing like a little, like, let's see how JD thinks game.
Yeah, I think so. And he told me that he was talking to the gardener at Mar-a-Lago about who the vice presidential nominee should be. And that's one of, I think, Trump's sort of political geniuses, is he talks to everybody about everything. And I was like, well, what did the gardener at Mar-a-Lago have to say about this conversation? Because this really directly impacts my life. And, he basically said, well, I think I'm probably going to pick you, but I don't know, and I'm not ready to make a decision. And then he looks at one of his staff members who's in the room. He's like, actually, wouldn't it really set the world ablaze if we just made the decision today? And so why don't you come up with me, and we'll just do the announcement in Butler, Pennsylvania. Whoa. And I said, and of course not knowing at the time what was going to happen, I was like, absolutely, let's get this over with, because I'm sick of not knowing. Let's just get this thing over with. And then he's like, no, I'm not gonna do it up there. We need to prepare for it better. So look, I'm not saying it's going to be you, but I'm thinking very seriously about it. Have fun. We'll see you after Butler, PA. And then of course I go back home to Ohio.
Oh boy.
He gets shot. The initial reaction is I actually thought they had killed him, because when you first see the video, he grabs his ear and then he goes down. And I'm like, oh my God, they just killed him. And I was first I was so pissed, but then I go into like fight or flight mode with my kids. I'm like, all right, kids, we were at a mini golf place in Cincinnati, Ohio. I grab my kids up, throw them in the car, go home and load all my guns, and basically stand like a sentry at our front door.
Oh shit!
And that was sort of my reaction to it. Anyway, I really didn't know it was going to happen until Monday morning. I didn't know who else was being selected. I think it was all the names that people sort of see out there, right? All good guys, like nobody I have any personal animosity towards, but obviously, here we are.
How much did you study the story?
That's really surreal. Trump's opinion, when he was asked this question by Rogan, was, how did you feel when you were elected and you were in this the whole thing? This would probably be JD Vance's surreal moment. Because really, who plans to be like, hey, I was talking to that guy the other day, and now he's gone? How many people have that surreal moment? You were talking to somebody literally hours before something happened, and now they're gone, and you can never talk to them again. But in his case, it's like, oh no, some shit was happening. But like, it's all good now. And then he has to then think about, well fuck, I can't even think about work. I gotta think about the kids. And now he's standing outside the house like Rory. During Matthew's Tennant era's, fucking Doctor Who. That's bizarre. There's no way he probably could have related that to other people. At all.
of the assassin, the attempted assassin? How much have you paid attention to it?
You know what Crooks or Cooks or whatever the guy's name is in Pennsylvania? I mean, I've read a fair amount about it, and it's pretty bizarre. It's
very bizarre.
It's bizarre. They haven't been able to get into his phone.
Well, they got into his phone. Didn't they?
Have they? I thought they've...
I thought they said they did. Maybe you know better than me.
Well, maybe they got into his phone, but they couldn't access his encrypted messages or something. I thought there was some deal where they haven't really gotten his communication yet.
Yeah, it's
I maybe haven't read it as closely as you have, so don't take that as gospel
you're
truth.
You have access to more information, but maybe you can't talk about it.
No, trust me. There's nothing about this that I have access to information I can't talk about.
Well, there was a lot of weird stuff to it. One of them is that his where he lived was professionally scrubbed. So he got there was no silverware. There's no silverware.
That's
the place
bizarre.
Is scrubbed.
Right?
Yeah, there's nothing. There's no DNA, no hard drives, no nothing.
Well,
so
and how do you get that close? I mean, do you shoot guns?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm a pretty good shot. I served in the Marine Corps for 4 years. An AR-15 from 140 yards away is a
chip
pot shot.
Even without a scope. He didn't have a scope, right?
I don't believe he had a scope.
But even without a scope.
Without a scope. I mean, I've shot an M16 many times, and an AR-15 without a scope. There is no... It is shocking that he's alive.
Yeah.
Right? It really is. I mean, I'm a person of faith, but I think it's a genuine miracle that that guy didn't kill him. But how did he get so close? There's a lot of really big questions.
Well,
that
he
we
was
should be
walking around the area with a rangefinder before the event,
and people were yelling and saying, "This
he's on the
guy's got a
roof.
gun.
Yeah.
He's on the roof."
Yeah.
You know, there was that crazy. I think it was a BBC reporter, somebody with an English accent, who did the report on the ground with the guy. You know, he's like got a MAGA hat on and a Bud Light. He's probably not a Bud Light. He's got some beer, and he's talking to this guy who saw Crooks get on the roof, and he's yelling at him. It's an amazing clip. He's yelling at him like, "Hey," he's yelling at police officers saying, "Hey, this guy's on the roof. Go and get him." And nobody responded to it. And the whole thing is very fishy to me, and I hope that we win and then get to the bottom of it, because I think somebody clearly screwed up.
It doesn't seem like just screwed up. Like the excuse that the lady from the Secret Service had, that they couldn't put snipers on the roof because the roof was sloped. Like, all of it is bananas.
No, that's
story.
ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
And the miracle is Trump turns his head at the last second.
That's
at
right.
the very last second, he turns his head to look at the chart, and the bullet just grazes his ear.
That's right.
He's got there's this stupid conspiracy out there. He's got a mark on his ear. I saw it. He has a mark on his ear, and people are like, "Why isn't there a hole in his ear?" Because it's just the edge of the skin got hit.
That's
right.
right.
All it was.
That's right.
It's the luckiest of luckiest shots ever for him. Unfortunately, not for the people that were behind him, because a couple of people got shot. And for anybody that thinks that was staged, you don't understand shooting. There's no way you can graze someone's ear from 120 yards.
Absolutely
You can hit
not.
them center mass.
It's crazy.
You're not going to be able to graze their ear. You can kill them easily, accidentally, if you were faking something like that.
Well, we've all seen the graphics, right, of him turning his head, and if he hadn't turned his head, that it would have went right through his brain.
And there was another one that went to the left side of him, right?
That barely missed him. Yeah, that barely missed him.
And then instantly that guy's dead. And then they take a hold of his body. He's cremated 10 days later. There's no press conference. There's no toxicology report.
No,
no one talks about it on the news.
Right. And when there's a school shooter, we usually have the person's manifesto out there a day or two later.
Except for the trans ones. Except for the trans ones. It's a mystery nobody knows, except when we are very certain it's probably a false flag operation. In which case, like Christchurch, you know immediately. In which case, when it's sub to PewDiePie, you know immediately. Not the other one. How weird.
Yeah.
We know nothing about the motive here, which I think is the craziest thing. You know, obviously he's motivated because he hates Donald Trump, but you don't know anything about the secondary motive. Man, it is weird. It is.
The only time we don't get a manifesto is when they're trans. When they're trans, they hide
I'm right there with you, Joe. Joe, I'm right there with you.
The Nashville shooter, man, that was crazy.
Have you ever read any of it?
I've read some of it.
It's pretty wild.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean that.
And they
guy,
decide that's bad for the cause.
That's
so
right.
They decided
they
cover
decided
it
to
up.
suppress it. But no, the Nashville shooter. I mean, just while we're on the topic, went in and murdered a bunch of children at a Christian school because he or she, like whatever, was motivated by some very radical trans ideology.
Yes.
And that is something we should talk more about as a country.
100%. And they didn't want, if there's any other ideology that led someone to mass murder, you would examine that ideology very carefully. It
Sure.
was some sort of radical religion. People would be like very concerned about that radical religion.
That's right.
And it is. It's
Yeah.
radical religion of
That's
woke.
exactly what it is.
It's
That's
this
exactly what it
weird
is.
idea that you
Yeah.
are so virtuous and so correct. You're allowed to
Yes,
commit
cancel
violence
worker too.
against these other people
Sure.
because they're the oppressors, even though they're children.
Well, you know these signs that are in super woke neighborhoods. I'm sure there's plenty of them in Austin. Like, in this house, we believe science is real.
Yeah,
no
yeah,
person
yeah.
is legal. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't know your religious background, but like I'm a convert to Catholicism. It's like was raised Christian, became an atheist, came back to Christianity, got baptized Catholic like 5 or 6 years ago. And what is so interesting about this in this house we believe is it's so similar to the creed that you declare every day at a Catholic Mass, right? We believe in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God. And there's almost a similar cadence between the Christian creed and what these guys are doing with this hyper woke stuff. And then there's the rallies, and then there's of course the various rituals, and it absolutely is a religious faith. There was this really interesting post that was I forget exactly who wrote it, but the title was Gay Rights as what was it? It was like gay rights as religious rights, but the second rights was RITES. And it was a guy who was like a pro-gay rights guy, but sort of made the observation that when you get into the really radical trans stuff, you actually start to notice the similarities between a practiced religious faith and what these guys are doing.
Yeah.
And
there's an argument. Well, it's not even an argument. It's just an obvious observation. But then the observations you can make about that argument break down further. There's plenty of demonstrable proof that all of the people in these regards of conversation points like this, topics like this, discussion points like this, they aren't doing it from a position of, I have beliefs of my own, and this is just about being seen as a person. It has to do with, they have to believe these things because it is demonstrable upon themselves as a part of their faith that they need you to see them. They need you to do these things. Otherwise, they cannot breathe, they cannot live, they cannot speak. They hyperventilate when anybody's around them. This becomes detrimental to their lives if they don't receive help or concern or treatment about these regards. There is an element of that where that becomes the certainty. And doing away with that, in that regard, sends them down a very bad spiral where their viewpoint about the world effectively cannot matter, cannot be, cannot exist without someone in that regard treating them differently and better. And so they don't feel like they're left out somehow. The religious right aspect of that, rites, R-I-T-E, as in rites and ritual, is probably the most fascinating part when it comes down to it, when you study any kind of this kind of social ideological capture to any serious degree. Because most of them usually come from religious backgrounds. All they did is they swapped out one god for a different god. Nice permit. They swapped out one god for a different god. And then by doing so, now the world doesn't seem right to them. Because they switched out one religious structure for another religious structure. And then from that religious structure, man, these people won't believe the things that I want to. Specifically, I guess I better do a bunch of shit that's gonna hurt a bunch of people and not make it about myself. It's unfortunate, but a lot of it seems to be people who definitely need to take a creepy sock vacation. The unfun one, not the fun one.
It's very interesting. I mean, I actually met earlier with a friend who lives in Austin, who's like a kind of a gay Reagan Democrat, and he's a very interesting guy. He's a fascinating guy. He's one of the smartest political philosophers, I think.
How do you be a gay Reagan Democrat?
I don't know. It's just kind of.
What's a Reagan Democrat? Like,
well, I mean, he's basically like now what you would call a Trump Republican, but he's a political philosopher and he writes about economics. Right? That's sort of how I got connected to him. I had no idea he was gay when I first met him. But, I'll never forget, he sent me something like 6 or so years ago, and it was Elizabeth Warren when she was running for president, and she was like, we stand for all non-binary two-spirit, and all of the like, the LGBTI plus.
Right.
She was talking about all the plus, and she was codifying it, and he sent me this text message with this Elizabeth Warren tweet, and he's like, I don't know what the hell two-spirit is, we just wanted to be left the hell alone. Yeah. And I think that, frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if me and Trump won just the normal gay guy vote. Because, again, they just wanted to be left the hell alone, and now you have all this crazy stuff on top of it that they're like, well, no, we didn't want to give pharmaceutical products to 9-year-olds who are transitioning their genders. We just wanted to be left the hell alone.
Well, a lot of gay guys feel like the whole movement is homophobic, which is ironic because they think there's people think there's something wrong with being gay, so what you really are is a girl.
Yes.
And they think that a lot of this is being given, these thoughts are being given to gay kids. These kids will just grow up to be gay men, and instead you're getting them to convert their gender.
It's pharmaceutical conversion therapy, right?
And it's profitable, which is terrifying. It's terrifying once pharmaceutical corporations have they have a pattern and a history of profiting off of things. They want to keep profiting off of it. They don't want to just stop. And so right now, this has become a profitable venture that's scaled. If you could look back from like 2007 to 2024, there's way more of these, air quotes, gender-affirming care centers.
Yes.
And they're profitable.
Well, and this used to be something that the old left, right, the criticism that was made of American healthcare, which I always thought made some sense as a conservative guy, is that when you have the profit motive influencing government policy around healthcare, then sometimes the profit motive can be a good thing, like we're going to develop life-saving cancer drugs. We want that to happen, right? And I'm fine with people making a big profit for that. But then sometimes they'll try to manipulate government policy to make their own drugs more profitable, not because it's good for health, but because these people just naturally, like most people, want to make some money.
Yeah.
There's more shit in there.
That conversation has totally disappeared. Like, I got into a big argument, and, this person... You can read about it in the New York Times, later disavowed our friendship and leaked our text messages to the New York Times. But the breaking point was I came out against this gender transition for minors when I was running for the Senate a few years ago. And she's a transgender individual, and she kind of flipped out on me. And the thing that I never understood, because she's like very much an old school leftist, is, are you not at all a little bit worried about how rich people are getting by prescribing experimental therapeutics to 9, 10, 12-year-old kids? Like, this used to be something that the American left would have gone crazy about. And now the only people who are raising concerns about it are conservative Republicans. But we should be concerned because it's not just like the lobbying and the influence. I mean, there's something called the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. It's sort of the manual of psychiatric disorders. And I think that we're on the DSM-5, as it's called, which is the 5th edition of this manual. You have drug companies that are making money that are lobbying to have, child dysphoria put into our psychiatric manuals, because then psychiatrists will treat that condition, and then those pharmaceutical companies will get rich from it. Somebody should be interrogating whether the political incentives of our country actually align with the financial incentives of the pharmaceutical industry, because oftentimes the answer is going to be no, but nobody's asking that question.
Well, we've always known that children are very easily influenced, and that children shouldn't be allowed to make life-changing decisions when they're very young. That's why they can't get tattooed.
Absolutely.
We've always known that. And then all of a sudden, because of gender, that's abandoned.
That's right.
We've completely changed the way we think that children, they just know. I've had mind-numbing conversations with people who believe that. And it all falls apart if you just keep asking questions.
That's right.
Just ask them to define, how could you know this? What about the development of the frontal lobe? What about this understanding that children have never been able to make life-changing decisions?
Correct.
You don't allow them to drink alcohol. You don't allow them to get tattooed. They can't join the military when they're 10. Like
That's
there's,
right.
there's a lot of shit you can't do when you're a little kid.
Yeah,
Why are you letting them just change their gender? And what does this even mean?
That's right.
And then the New York Times thing that comes out where it shows that they had a whole study about these puberty blockers that showed that they do not help the children's mental health,
Yes.
and that they probably have a lot of horrific side effects.
Exactly.
And so they decided not to release
And they
the
decided
study.
not to publish that, right?
Which
shows you the corruption of science is that we're actually not publishing studies that suggest that.
Well, it's not that they're doing science; they're doing scientism. Different.
Gender transition.
The religious form of science
has reached the boiling point. I mean, you know, you have kids. I have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old. Every single day, my 4-year-old or 2-year-old will come to me and say something that is batshit insane because they're 4 and 2.
Yeah.
Like my 4-year-old will come and say, "Daddy, I'm a dinosaur," right? I'm going to take him to like the dinosaur transition clinic and put scales on him. And
well, the other thing is, like, if you were
crazy.
encouraging them, and some parents, it's just I'm just going to say it, even though it sounds gross, they want their kid to be a part of the LGBTQ thing because it looks like a flag of virtue that they can post in their front lawn. Oh, look, we have a queer child. Like, oh, you're amazing. There's a weird thing about it with some of these nutty parents where you could imagine them there has to be some reason why this enormous percentage of Hollywood kids are trans. Like, how many celebrities have trans kids? It's new. It's not a thing that was going on just a few. It was rare in the past.
It becomes a social signifier for a lot of parents, and we have to be honest about that fact. And if you look at where the gender craziness is the most common, it's most common among upper middle class to lower middle class white progressives.
100%.
Now you could believe, okay, that there's just like something genetic going on in the mind of a wealthy white progressive, or you could believe that this is a cultural trend that we should be questioning a lot more than we are right now. And unfortunately, I mean, here's one thing that I really worry about is, okay, think about the incentives. People are very good at rationalizing things. If you are a, middle class or upper middle class white parent, and the only thing that you care about is whether your child goes into Harvard or Yale, like obviously that pathway has become a lot harder for a lot of upper middle class kids, but the one way that those people can participate in the DEI bureaucracy in this country is to be trans. And is there a dynamic that's going on where if you become trans, that is the way to reject your white privilege, right? That's the social signifier.
Yeah.
The only one that's available in the hyper woke mindset is if you become gender non-binary.
Non-binary is the best one because you don't even have to do anything. You just say I could say I'm non-binary, and like you don't have to do anything, but all of a sudden you're a part of the group.
Yeah, well, that's right. And again, I think it's important to sort of, most people are not saying, oh, I'm white privileged, how do I become part of the privileged set? But it's these weird ways in which these ideas creep into the mind, to the mainstream, and people are very good at rationalizing these things. And so what I think 20, 30 years ago, even among very well-to-do white progressives, like an 11-year-old boy says, I think that I'm a girl, most of the time we would have said, oh, that's ridiculous and crazy and, ha ha ha, and come back to me in a couple of days. Now I think there's this massive incentive to try to say, oh my God, does that mean that my kid is trans? And I also think it's, to your point, very warping on the minds of young kids, because what they're now doing is taking normal adolescent curiosity and normal adolescent discomfort. Like, I don't know a single person who went from the ages of 10 to 15 who didn't say, oh, like, sometimes I had some weird ideas, or I dressed weird for a couple of years or something, right? It's a confusing phase for most Americans. We take that normal adolescent confusion, and then we try to medicalize it, and nobody's saying, oh, when we do medicalize it, by the way, a lot of pharmaceutical companies get very rich off of it.
Not only very rich, but then the child is sterilized.
Yes.
I mean, this is for a lot of these kids. They'll never be able to have children ever again. If they change their mind, if they one day decide, oh, I was just going through a confusing time in my life, but now I've ruined my voice with hormones, my ovaries are destroyed. You know, I had my testicles removed. Like, the whole thing is crazy.
So this is where I had the real breaking point with a friend that I mentioned earlier, is she made this argument that puberty blockers are fully reversible.
That's crazy.
Oh, God. Now, Blink agree. The insidious part that I see with puberty blockers, and that I also see with therapy, is that the therapy doesn't really therapize shit. If you want to feel secure and safe in the gender that you choose to live as, you probably don't need to cut your balls off to do it. But if you're a grown adult, by all means, have fun. Children definitely shouldn't be doing it. They shouldn't be encouraged by adults to do it. If there's an adult that is encouraging a child to do it, please get that person out of the room. Blase, blase, blase. However, puberty blockers are not reversible. They are chemical castration. Anybody who ever says that chemical castration is reversible needs to be beaten in the head with a science textbook. And they need to remember what happens when a body has chemicals in it. Because that's just dumb. And we know that's dumb. Many of them know that's dumb. And they'll still say it anyways. Because they're not being held to a higher regard or standard about saying that stupid thing. If they're not being actively mocked and ridiculed, there's something wrong happening. Or, not enough wrong things happening. Take that as you will.
Heard that. I mean, this is a few years ago. I'd never heard that argument before, and so I actually went and looked at it and looked at the data on this. The idea that if you give puberty delaying, puberty blockers, whatever you're going to call them, to kids who are 11, 12, 13, that's fully reversible, that is completely and preposterously insane. Now, even the most radical advocates of trans healthcare do not say that, right? Because look, I mean, you have sexual dysfunction, you have, to your point, you know, hair in weird places that won't go away, you have voice changes that won't go away. We're experimenting on tens of thousands of American children. We're making them miserable. It's not having any long-term health benefit. It's making a lot of pharmaceutical companies rich. And it's conservative Republicans are the only ones saying, maybe this is a little crazy, maybe we should stop.
Well, it just shows you how a lot of this, you know, if you can call it a mind virus or whatever it is, it does make people behave religiously.
Yes.
So it's like they're ignoring all of these signs because it doesn't line up with this ideology that they subscribe to.
That's right.
Like, you have to support trans kids. Like, okay, what are you even saying? How is this a new thing so pervasive? How is it everywhere? And how are you letting them compete with girls in school? That one drives me bananas. When you have biological males, all they have to do is, they don't even have requirements in some schools. You don't have to be taking hormones. You can just identify and you can compete as a girl.
And of course that causes injury to the young girls.
Of course.
And again, this gives me faith in the wisdom of the American people, because if you see how radically the Democrats leaned into this stuff 4 years ago, and how much, you know, Kamala Harris is running away from it today, most Americans, they don't really care who you sleep with. They're pretty open-minded about most lifestyle choices. But when you talk about having a biological male compete with their teenage girl in competitive sports, Americans are saying, no. This is crazy. You're causing injury to my kids. We have to stop this.
Not only that, it like ruins chances of getting scholarships. If you were the #1 player and then all of a sudden some guy comes along who wears lipstick, now he's the #1 girl on the team, like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
There was a recent pool tournament in England. It's a women's pool tournament, and in the semifinals, 2 guys are playing each other.
Yeah. Well, and it looks, when you see them in the actual, you know, swimming pool competing, it looks like the biological males are running at 1.5x speed and everybody else is running at normal speed, right? This is just clearly different. And to your point about, It destroys opportunities for scholarships. I mean, go back to the original reason why we wanted girls' sports, why we have Title IX in the United States of America to begin with. Like, we recognize that competitive sports, like, what does it teach, right? It teaches you how to participate on a team. It teaches you to recognize your own weaknesses and the strengths of your teammates and vice versa, right? Like, I'm the father of a 2-year-old daughter. I want my daughter to learn these important life skills. I don't want her going into athletic competitions where I'm terrified she's going to get bludgeoned to death because we're allowing a 6'1" male to compete with her in sports where you should not have biological males competing with biological females.
Not only that, but they get to change with them in the locker rooms.
Which is even worse.
One in Canada where a 50-year-old man identified as a teenage girl. He was a professor. Do you know about this guy?
I haven't heard about this.
And he was changing. He was in a swim meet with teenage girls.
Yeah.
And he's changing in the same locker room as them. And then
it's crazy.
The problem with that is people there's a psychological condition called autogynephilia. And autogynephilia is where
he said the
men
A
are
word.
sexually aroused by the idea of dressing and behaving like a woman, but they're heterosexual. Now, all of a sudden, these people with this known psychiatric disorder are allowed to just identify as a woman, and you're a
The tweets have
bigot
already
if you
been
don't let them
spawned.
change in the women's room.
I can already see it. I can already see it. He said the word. This, like, I can't believe that Joe Rogan gave truth to this lie of a feel that came from the alt-right. We believe that we are. I can already see the tweets. They probably already exist. I can already see it now. I can already see it now. Oh, I can see the headlines. And it will be lovely. Oh, yes. Keep talking.
To empower them at the expense of young women who are very often much more vulnerable for obvious reasons than young men. And it reminds me of, so the very first congressional delegation trip that I ever took was to Paris. I think it was to Paris. And it's part of the Paris Air Show, and Ohio has all these, aviation interests. And anyway, long story short, I was talking to a very conservative woman at the Paris Air Show who was from Mississippi, and she was probably 65, 70. And it was really interesting because I was just like, how do you find the city? She had never been to Paris before, and I'm just, interested in people. So I was asking her, and she said, what's really interesting is I just feel like Paris, I would think of as very liberal, but I actually think Paris is more conservative than some of the big cities in the United States. And I said, oh, tell me more about this. And this woman doesn't know me very well, and she's clearly kind of embarrassed to tell me. But she walks through, she says, well, I just don't see any people, like when you're in Paris, the girls are girls and the boys are boys. And that's true in Paris, and that's not necessarily true in some of our big cities. And then she says, she says, Senator Vance, I'm embarrassed to tell you this, but when I was in New York City recently, I saw a grown man who was walking around in a miniskirt, and then she gets very quiet and she said, Senator Vance, I could see his balls.
He probably wanted you to see his balls.
And you realize, oh my God, this is not empowerment. This is not respecting lifestyle choices.
Right.
We're letting a grown man walk around in a miniskirt in broad daylight. Like, what are you talking about?
I feel like you should be allowed to wear a miniskirt. If a girl can wear a miniskirt, you can wear a miniskirt. That's not what bothers me.
But
what bothers me is if I have to see your balls.
To flash people in broad daylight in New York City?
You're a pervert.
You're a pervert.
You're just a pervert.
If that's what you're doing, you're a pervert. And I want all of us to say, whatever your political persuasion, just say, no, that's weird.
Right.
You're not allowed to walk down the street and flash children in the middle of the world's, or the America's biggest city. And it reminds me, Emmanuel Macron, who's the leader of France, made this observation about, somebody asked him, why hasn't all the transgender stuff made its way into France? And Emmanuel Macron says, well, in France we have 2 genders, and that's plenty. I kind of wish that was the attitude that we had in the United States of America.
I wish that was the attitude he had towards a bunch of other shit, but unfortunately we may have 2 genders, but one of those genders likes to beat on the people who are in that country. Ain't that right, Macron? Come on. Come on. I need to have a fucking thing. But no, he says that, and yet, what keeps offending and assaulting the women of my country? Who keeps attacking them, Macron? Who keeps attacking them, Macron? regardless.
Well, have you ever heard Mark Andreessen break down why woke is like a cult? He does it. He's a brilliant guy.
He's a very good friend. Yeah, I've heard this. Yeah,
it's brilliant, and he talks about how you can be excommunicated from the cult if you don't follow the doctrine. You have to follow it religiously to the letter. That's where all this stuff, like if you're allowing guys to just have their balls hanging out walking down the street because it's empowering.
Yeah.
And because like you're being inclusive,
Sure.
like no, you're empowering perverts.
Yeah, it's a cult and it's a religion, but with one big difference. And I think this is, actually this observation is probably one of the things that led me back to my own faith. But I sort of just a fundamental background belief I have about humanity is, we're the hardware, right? We're biological organisms. We're the hardware. And the software is the ideas that we have in our head. And certain software promotes human flourishing, and certain software destroys human flourishing. And I think that the good kind of ideas tend to promote human flourishing. Most world religions have, but the woke stuff doesn't have, is forgiveness and redemption.
Yes.
Right. It
That's
has
a
the
good
excommunication part, but it doesn't have the forgiveness and redemption part. Most people recognize that even if you violate some fundamental moral value that I have, if you apologize and try to be a good person, we're going to be forgiving. We want people to be able to live together. There is this weird thing with the woke stuff where and you see this, and I feel bad when like comedians in particular do it. I'm sure you've seen this, but when anybody does this, where they'll go and say, well, I'm really sorry. They'll sort of prostrate themselves when they make an offensive joke or they do something they're not supposed to do. And they expect redemption, but no. They don't get forgiveness.
No.
What they get is you need to do even more of what you've already done. It becomes this self-defeating, self-flagellating cycle. And I think that's what's most destructive about this is you can't be friends with people if you think they're only ever wrong. They can only ever wrong you.
Yeah.
And if they apologize, your response is not to say, oh, okay, I accept your apology. If your response is to say, no, I want you to apologize even more and even harder, that destroys human civilization.
And that, more or less, is exactly what to tie back to the first story, is exactly what Dark Viper does. Everybody can wrong him. He is never wrong. You're never able to have a disagreement about it. You can never have your own opinion about it. His opinion is the only opinion that matters. And when you offend him, you have wronged him in a way that requires genuflection. It's a religious form of zealotry that you cannot in any way take serious, because it's not a serious thing to take serious. The person truly believes that they believe to be genuflected towards, as though they have been wronged, and they are the cosmic years and days and stars. Time does not move parallax to them unless they desire it to. Bitch, you are not Jesus. It doesn't track. But it's not that it's weird, it's the only thing they understand and believe. Because they have a religious zealotry to themselves where they must have genuflection amongst themselves as the one and only giver of the salvation. When that salvation is taken and received, they are capable of deciding who deserves it. And the entire deserve part is they decide who's going to be allowed the room for forgiveness and who will not. For the purposes of, well, I decided this person is evil, so they will have no platform. I decided this person is good, so they'll continue to have a platform. Just the other day, when I walked into the room, I saw fucking none other than the comedian with the headed thing. I know her first name is Catherine. I don't remember her last name because she's not funny. The redheaded one that looks like she's the fucking cousin, stepsister of fucking Carrot Top. I saw her on some fucking program talking to, I want to say it was one of the talk show hosts for the morning shows. If it wasn't Good Morning America, it was a different one. Can't remember. Kathy something. Somebody can't remember. But she was live on platforms, giving talks and interviews, talking about shit, as though she did not participate in probably some of the most deranged political violence of our time. And because it's bothering you so much, I'm going to make sure to look up the name. I should remember these things, but unfortunately, in one ear, out the other. Kathy Griffin. Thank you. Kathy Griffin allowed to go back onto news, allowed to go back into views, allowed to go onto mainstream publications, as though she did not walk around with a decapitated head as effigy of the then president. Trump, supposedly Nazi evil Hitler, people are taking pot shots at him because you told them that they're fighting true evil extremism, and suddenly, I can't believe such things like this happen. How could our country have come to this? I don't know, maybe it has something to do with you saying that it was open season on this man. Perhaps it was that. I don't know, maybe, kinda sorta. Possibly, don't you think? Shit like that is what makes it religious and cultural aspect, at least to me. It's obvious to me since I've been raised in a family that is extremely religious, to the fault of falling back on religious values when things don't suit them. On the personal sense, I can be able to operate under the regards of not needing to have religion as the basis, but I'm able to understand and be spiritual enough on the basis that I can relate to people spiritually. But I don't have to use spirituality as my guiding stone at all times, because I can function without it. But for some of them, it's probably something that if you were to tell them they couldn't do that, their head would explode. Because it's just that they can't square the circle on that. How it's possible to do that without that. Because for them, if a gangster is ruled by money, cash rules everything around me, religion rules everything around me. Ream! The second R is silent. I did not think of that acronym before I said it. Anyways, religion rules their life. So as long as religion rules their life, the things that they're willing to allow to exist on the formation of that religion, it can't exist without that religious aspect. And all they really do is just swap one out for the other, and then they remove forgiveness. And that's the political spectrum as a whole. If you don't believe what I believe, I'm going to Protestant to you why you shouldn't believe it. And then for everybody else who's underneath the age of 14, I'm going to treat them to this religious diatribe in the form of something that would not be unwelcome on Dora the Explorer. It's sickening. And the more pervasive they try to put things into content, the more annoying it becomes. Annoyingly before, it was just annoying, pervasive, and sometimes sickening. Now it's sickening and annoying. Because they do it and they think that you're too stupid to know that they're doing it. Which insults your integrity and your intelligence, because of course you're not that dumb. None of us are.
It's an interesting observation, right? Because it really does behave like a religion, but it's a religion without like a good doctrine.
Yes.
It's a religion that hasn't been thought out by wise people.
That's right.
Where they haven't come up with these different, like the Ten Commandments, or different pathways to forgiveness. There's nothing. So it's this thing that behaves like a religion, but it's not really well thought out, and it's very illogical. And it also combines pharmaceutical drug companies and all. There's a lot of other weird shit that's attached to this religion.
Yes.
That you kind of need. Like if you're gonna do this whole woke thing and like go guns a-blazing, you're gonna have to get drugs involved. Like they're gonna have to do hormone blockers. It's like it doesn't just happen on its own, and that somehow or another is natural to them. Like this is how you be your true self. Like your true self is you add hormones that aren't supposed to be in your body. That's your true self. Like how do you know? Right. And it's irreversible. Are we fucking sure this is?
Yeah. And by the way, instead of your true self being, maybe I should be skeptical of some of the crap that I'm putting into my body, I should lean into the idea that I should put more foreign things into the human body. That's what to me is so fascinating about it, is the true self. Like, I think all of us, that's sort of part of the human journey for truth. We're all asking, who are we?
Right.
What is our true self? And maybe we should be asking ourselves, this is sort of more of a Bobby Kennedy point, but why are we putting all this weird crap into our food, into our water? Maybe we should be a little bit more skeptical, like my body is a temple, rather than I'm going to welcome even more pharmaceutical intervention into the human body. It's very interesting how some religions view the body as a temple, and some religions almost invite the pollution. I think the woke...
Some bodies are a temple, and some bodies are amusement park fairgrounds with used condoms in the sewer drain.
Thing is inviting the pollution.
Well, they're also inviting... So one of the weirdest things is if you are on the wrong side of their ideology, like if you're aligned with Trump, like RFK Jr. is, now all of a sudden I've seen like people on the left that are trying to dismiss a lot of the things that he says about additives in food, about atrazine, fluoride in the water, all these different things, because now they're connecting not having toxins in your food with a right-wing idea.
It's crazy. It's mind-blowing.
It's so bananas. Like even being healthy, fitness, they're connecting fitness with a right-wing idea.
Yeah. Well, and it raises one of my sort of core political beliefs is that our politics is focused on fake shit and distractions to distract us from the real stuff, right? And so if I'm looking at the environmental movement in the United States of America, and I don't even have like strong views on the what the carbon footprint ultimately does. I'm sort of skeptical of the experts here, but I'm also skeptical of the other side. I just don't really know what I think about this. I think it's insane to try to eliminate fossil fuels. That's kind of a belief that I have. But it's interesting that the environmental movement in America, the only thing that it talks about is the carbon footprint, and it never talks about like, oh, why do we have the highest rates of obesity in the world right now? Right? Why is it that American kids spend less time outdoors in nature than they ever have in the history of our 250-year civilization? There's this weird way in which we get distracted by the fake stuff instead of focusing on the real stuff. And I think there is a really very important environmental conversation to be had. It was interesting when one of the first things that happened when I was a senator is you had this terrible train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio. Got a lot of headlines, and it was a mistake at the time that wasn't obvious. They basically set off a few of the chemical cars, which, I mean, if you see the images, it looks like a nuclear bomb went off in East Palestine, Ohio. But it's putting vinyl chloride and all these other pollutants into the water, into the air, into the soil. And it was amazing. The environmental movement almost could not have cared less about a chemical explosion in rural Ohio that is potentially poisoning thousands of people, but they were really, really concerned about the carbon footprint of those same people. I'm sick of the distraction. I think we should focus on the real stuff. And unfortunately, it's true of the environmental policy, but it's true of a lot of other stuff. We just don't talk about the real thing.
The carbon footprint thing is very concerning to me because I'm seeing this concept being pushed out of having an app that monitors your carbon footprint and limiting the amount of travel you can do and limiting the amount of things.
I know where that's going to go.
Yeah, just control. It's just controlling
absolutely
people.
About control.
And if you can do that, then you can get away with a lot of things. You can get away with a lot of policy. You can get away with a lot of decisions that are made that people wouldn't agree with because you're going to limit so many things about their life. They're going to become accustomed to being governed in that way. It's disturbing to me that there's also profit that's being made off the green movement. There's a lot of people like Bill Gates who have like making a lot of money off of
Bill Gates do be making money off that farmland, don't he?
$50 million to Kamala Harris, by the way.
Although it's bullshit fake food, that fake meat, which is not good for anybody.
Creeps me out, man.
You read about fake meat, folks. Read about how they're making this. And I'm not talking about 3D printed meat, which is a very different thing, which seems to be at least more consumable. But like the plant-based meat stuff, that's garbage. That stuff is garbage. Highly processed garbage. If you want to eat vegetables and be vegetarian, eat Indian food, okay? Like, they make really delicious
I'm
vegetarian
married to an Indian
food.
American. They make very good vegetarian food.
They make the best vegetarian food.
Yeah.
But it tastes good, and it's actually vegetables.
Yeah.
It's not this crazy fake cheeseburger thing that you have. Like,
no, that's right. I mean,
stop eating that.
When I first started dating my wife, I just had no idea, like, what vegetarians ate, right? I'm like a meat and potatoes guy from Ohio. and I wanted to make her dinner, and I wanted to really impress her because I was like madly in love with her. And
did you cook beef?
No, the meal that I made her, I'm not proud of this, but I'll tell you, was, you know what crescent rolls are? Those like Pillsbury yeast rolls.
Yeah.
So I rolled out a flat.
Did you make a croissant? Did you try to feed your wife croissant?
Crescent rolls. I put raw broccoli on top of it. I sprinkled ranch dressing, and I stuck it in the oven for 45.
Salutes to our retired member of the Army's Romance Corps for making a social football for vegetarians. That's wild. Raw broccoli on a crescent roll with ranch dressing for 45 minutes. Now I have to torture Star with that. This is your fault. This is your fault, Vance.
That was it? Disgusting. And that was my vegetarian pizza that I made.
Wow.
Vegetarian pizza.
Follow a recipe?
No.
You just like decided
I'm just like, well,
free
you know,
will?
it's like cream. I know she ate, you know, dairy. It's
Wow.
it's broccoli and it's bread, right? That's what vegetarians eat. So yeah, I think that, to your point, vegetarian food can actually be quite good.
Yes.
I don't, you know, I still like, I'm kind of one of these people where if I don't have a piece of meat, it's not a complete meal. But if you're gonna eat vegetarian, eat paneer and rice and delicious chickpeas. Do not eat this disgusting fake meat.
I'm just very skeptical when someone is promoting things for either global health or for the environment, and then I find out that they have a ton of money invested in companies that could fit those needs.
Yeah.
It's a real problem, this philanthro-capitalism
Right,
thing.
it's very
Philanthro-capitalism. That's a new one.
We have to look at the financial incentives of this. I mean, so one of the big things that me and President Trump confront all the time is the accusation that we're somehow like in bed with Russia, which is like the dumbest thing in the world to me. Like, I don't really care about Russia. I just don't think we should have a nuclear war, like writ large. I'm very anti-nuclear war.
That sounds reasonable.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And one of the things they never interrogate is who is the biggest funder of the green energy movement in Europe? It's the Russians. And why are the Russians funding? It's not because they care about climate change. It's because they want the Germans and everybody else to buy Russian natural gas. And they realize that if the Germans and French close down all their coal and nuclear factories, Russia is going to have them by the balls. But, oh, it's...
Mine did?
Mine did? Oh, okay. Joe's did?
Oh, okay. Let's see what's up. Is this it right here? One of these popped off.
Something must have happened in the studio.
Holy shit. The Russians are monitoring this fucking conversation.
Check. Yeah. Oh, I hear me now. I hear me. Yeah.
Got it?
Yeah, what happened? No, I'm out. No, it's gone again, Jamie.
Huh.
We'll be right back. Oh, I'm back. Yeah, but I don't even know if I'm going to stay back. How will I know if it keeps working? Okay.
Should we shift? Or should we just, let's try this and then we can...
Just let me
keep
know
going
if it
for
goes
this?
again,
Okay,
and I'll
if it goes
put
again,
my
yeah.
headphones on if it goes again. Had a slight technical problem, ladies and gentlemen. So where were we talking about? Oh, Jamie.
It must be. I don't know where it is, but your foot's not touching it.
No.
Am I touching something?
No. It's something.
Okay.
It's back. It's back, Jamie. Jamie, you got to replace this. I keep saying that, but now you really do. We good? I hear it. Okay, I'm not going to move. I'm not touching anything. All right, we're back. What were we just talking about?
Well, we were talking about how you asked why do the Germans shut down the nuclear facilities? And I know, you know, it's they're shutting down coal, they're shutting down any of their base power and leaning really into solar and wind. But again, the green energy movement in Europe is heavily funded by the Russians because the Russians want to have, because they produce so much natural gas, they want to have Europe by the balls. So again,
how did they convince them to shut down their nuclear power plants? Though?
Well,
That's
in the
so
same way that
stupid.
Bill Gates is convincing us to eat fake meat, is they fund all this stuff
I
and they
don't
make it
think
about
he
the
is.
environment. Well, that's true. But he's trying to.
But
he's not
everybody, the
successful.
problem is, you look at him and you go, "Hey, how are you a health expert? This is look at you. The funniest thing ever was when Elon showed a photo of Bill Gates next to a photo of a pregnant man emoji, and he said, "If you want to lose a boner real quick." That's a wild boy. You imagine?
Elon is funny as shit, man. He's
funny as shit.
Yeah,
Getting
he
dunked
really
on
is.
by that guy's gotta suck, because you can't even say he's a dumbass.
Right.
You know?
That's right. Yeah. You can say many things. You can't say he's a dumbass.
You get dunked on by one of the smartest guys alive. But the point is, like, Bill doesn't look good. He looks terrible. He's aging way harder than Trump. Like, it doesn't, whatever you're doing, don't eat like that anymore. Like, go to an actual doctor. Like, I don't know what you're doing. Who's telling you to eat your fake meat? You look like shit.
Yeah,
so you can't
that's
give
right.
advice. This is crazy. You
That's
can't
exactly
give advice
right.
about health.
Yeah.
You're not a healthy person.
That's right.
You know?
Well, I did. So there's this thing called the Munich Security Conference in Germany. Obviously, it's in Munich. It's kind of like Davos, but for national security. And I went there, and it was like a big deal for me because I went in there as the one skeptic in the entire this like massive Euro complex. Kamala Harris is there. I went as the person skeptical of continued escalation in Ukraine because I think that what we're doing in Ukraine is insane, and that we should have a policy effectively of promoting peace in the region. And we walk in, and one of the people that I'm on this panel with is the leader of the German Green Party. And, you know, she's like 30 years old, and she really, really cares about Russia, Ukraine. She's like the youngest person in the German government. And you realize you are like the exact, like you guys are literally Russian influence. Like you're accusing me of wanting to do Russia's bidding. You're encouraging your own country from the perch of government to shut down all baseload power. And you're not even self-aware about how much of your own propaganda is funded by the country that's benefiting from this. The lack of ability to interrogate, I mean, Bill Gates, you know, like maybe he's a good guy. I'm highly skeptical. I don't know him very well, but he's getting rich off of all of this stuff that he's supporting in the name of health or in the name of climate. Our inability to just ask ourselves, who's getting rich from this stuff? Maybe we should be skeptical of the people getting rich from this stuff is one of our big failures as a political society.
It's a sheep costume. You put on a sheep costume when you're a wolf.
Costume. That's right.
And you make a lot of money with global health.
That's
you
right.
know? And who doesn't want global health? What a nice guy.
Yeah.
Oh, he's like very philanthropic. He's spending all this money trying to help poor people.
Right.
And then you find out, like, hey, wait a minute, how much money did you make doing that?
Yeah, exactly.
You made $500 million doing that?
Exactly.
That's crazy. It's a very
It's also sold in the, man, look at how much money you're doing and how much money it would just take. Guys, it's not so hard. All it does is that you'd have to do this much to save the world. And it's so crazy.
sneaky move, but he's a smart guy. He's done a lot of very sneaky moves, like the donating all the money to the media companies, which is why they never criticize him.
That's right.
He's donated like $350 million to all these different companies.
That's right. Or, you know, this is, I think, one of the reasons why we don't have more people asking questions about Big Pharma.
Of course.
Is the entire national media. Think about how many pharmaceutical advertisements you watch when you watch a football game.
Yeah, let's get into this, because this is an interesting one. So one of the things that happened that separated us from the rest of the world, other than New Zealand, is in the 1990s they allowed pharmaceutical drug companies to advertise.
That's right.
Is that something that has to stay that way? Is that something that can be changed with policy, or is the financial incentives of that too big to move?
Oh, you could change it with policy. I don't know that
Do you think that you would have enough support to do something like
It's
that?
an interesting question. So I've been critical of pharmaceutical advertising for a long time. My assumption is that there are not enough people who would like to do it to actually get it done. But, you know, I've never actually talked to my colleagues about it. So maybe it's possible.
I bet if you ask the American people, you know, I bet that's one of those things, if you put it to a national vote, instead of representatives, the problem with representatives is special interest groups.
Yeah.
Special interest groups and lobbyists and the amount of money.
The whole conduit of money into politics is fundamentally broken. I think we have to fix that. But I mean, here's the thing, and I say this as a critic of pharmaceutical advertising. Whenever I see a pharma ad, and I pretty much only see them when I'm watching football, I'm always shocked that they actually influence anybody, right? Because it's like, oh, take this drug for rheumatoid arthritis, and you can have all these positive experiences. And it's like, oh, the side effects are, erectile dysfunction, rashes on your face,
suicidal
ideation, tumors in your brain, and you'll hate yourself and be depressed. So you'll need this other drug. And I always wonder, like, you get so many of these weird side effects in the advertisements. How do they actually work? So I actually think that the real corruption is not really that they like persuade Americans. I mean, if you're going to take a drug, you're probably going to take a drug based on conversations with your doctor more than a pharma advertisement, but they do corrupt the media ecosystem. Because if you're getting all that money from the pharma companies, then you're not going to launch investigations into some of the things you should be launching investigations into.
100%. And that's why it's dangerous, because it's not like these are completely innocent companies and have never done anything wrong. So if you all of a sudden have them removed from your list of people that you're investigating just because they advertise, they've essentially bribed you.
That's right.
They've bribed you, and you're supposed to be the people that distribute the actual news to the American people, and you're compromised.
So let me tell you this story, and this is purely secondary. So if you know, somebody tries to fact check it, I heard this from a friend, but I heard it from a friend I trusted. So he was a guy I knew, and he worked at the largest industry lobbying organization for the pharmaceutical companies. And I was in DC, this is a long time ago, and I just kind of ran into him. And you know, I care a lot about the opioid problem. My mom struggled with opioids for a very long time. She's been clean and sober for a while, but I'm very proud of her. I love you, Mom. I know you're watching this. But I ran into this guy in the street in DC, and he had just quit his job for this pharmaceutical lobbying organization, or he was talking about quitting. And I was like, well, why? He's like, man, we just did something that's very dark. And basically what they had figured out is because American Indian tribes, Native Americans, have tribal sovereignty. And so they figured out, I guess, that if they gave some Native American tribe some fraction of a penny of the royalties from the sale of opioids, that they could actually insulate themselves from litigation around the prescription opioid epidemic. And I guess this guy was just like, thought it was so dirty that he was like, I can't work for this organization anymore. And I was like, holy shit, that is some pretty dark stuff. So you guys are giving some Native American tribe like pennies so that you can insulate yourself from pharmaceutical litigation. I'd be very curious. I should follow up on this to see if that actually happened. But again, just to be clear, if the media tries to fact check me, this is what I heard from a friend.
Let's let Jamie fact check it right
Jamie,
now.
I'm very curious if this actually happened.
Jamie, boy, shut up!
Look into it, because but I think it did happen, because I saw the look on this guy's face, and he was like, "Man, this is some pretty dark stuff."
That's crazy.
Yeah, man,
but that's how corporations behave. You know, we were just the trigonometry guys were on here yesterday, and we were talking about it. That corporations behave like psychopaths. Like there's a book about it. It's like they describe how this endless pursuit of.
Yep, there it goes.
Really, you know what it is, Jamie? Whenever I move the mic, tell me when it's back.
You just hit it and it made a noise. It must be the cable. Sorry.
Oh, this is it, dude.
Oh, was that?
I got it.
Oh, you got it.
This
okay.
was loose. Try it now. Tell me now.
I mean, I heard that clip.
Damn it, Joe!
Is that it? We're good?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
What was that thing you want me to check real quick? Sorry.
Pharmaceutical companies using, giving royalty streams to Native American tribes to insulate themselves from lawsuits. Anyway, yeah.
It's very scary stuff.
Well, yeah, this is like one of the things that I think is genuinely different about, and I don't want to get too partisan political here, but about Donald Trump's Republican Party is I mean, yeah, obviously, like, there are corporations that we're more pro certain businesses, and we tend to be more anti certain businesses, like, for example, big tech. I hate big tech. We can get into that later. But fundamentally, I think President Trump has changed the mindset of the Republican Party to where it was like instinctively always pro-corporate. We're now sometimes willing to ask, well, is this corporation's interest in the American interest? Like, there was this famous quote, I believe, from the leadership of GM back in the 1950s, that General Motors' interest is America's interest. And I'm probably butchering the quote, but sort of paraphrased. Can anybody really in 2024 say that Google's interest is America's interest, or Apple, which employs thousands of slaves in Shenzhen, is Apple's interest is America's interest? Like, I just don't. That's ridiculous. And the fact that we're at least somewhat skeptical of corporate power in the Republican Party, I think, is a very good trend for us.
It is kind of weird that one of the wokest companies, if you thought about like woke companies and like super progressive and like on the right side of everything, yeah. Apple's like one of the best ones, and they have phones that are made by slaves.
Yeah,
like the people,
like definitionally.
Yeah, the people are they're putting nets around the building because so many of them were jumping to their deaths.
Yes.
Instead of fixing the work conditions, they just go,
That's
put
right.
up some nets.
Yeah, put up some nets so that people can't commit suicide.
The crazy thing is, you still, like, all these, like, progressive people are using these devices to talk about, like, important social issues.
Oh, yeah. Well, and talking about distractions, right? The distraction politics versus real politics. If Apple says #BLM and gives a few $1 million to a trans rights organization, then the entire political left ignores that they're profiting off of slave labor.
It's bizarre.
Now,
it's
why
crazy. Can't Apple? Oh, here it is. Strange bedfellows, Native American tribes, big pharma,
Okay, so this
and
is
the
like a real-
legitimacy
yeah,
of their
okay.
alliance. Wow.
Thanks, Jamie.
Oh, so it's true.
Yeah.
2019.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is about You said it's 2019. I was going to say, I think I saw that guy in like 2018.
It's so gross. It's so
It's
gross.
crazy, man. It's so sick.
But it's what we were talking about. If you allow these corporations, look, they have an obligation to their shareholders. They have to make more money.
Sure.
What's the best way to make more money? Not get sued. What's the best way to not
Of
get
course.
sued? Sir, I found a loophole.
Yeah.
You get some
Exactly.
fucking Adderall-riddled psychopath
Yeah,
who's
exactly.
been working 16 hours like,
Yeah.
I got a plan to get us out of here. And it works. It's legal.
I'm sorry. Like, look, I get the imperative to make money, but the guy who thought that up is a grade A sociopath.
Yes.
I mean, that person is, I don't want them anywhere near my kids.
You got to put guardrails up. Like, you have to have laws.
Absolutely.
That's why you can't have
Yes.
insider trading, right? Like, you have to have
That's right.
guardrails up.
Well,
and
this
if
is-
you
yeah.
don't, people go ham.
Yes, and this is why, look, corporations want to go make money. They should make money.
Yes.
Fine. But my job is public and social policy. And what really pisses me off, and frankly what should piss off more Republicans, because again, historically the Republican Party has been the more pro-corporate party, we should be saying the more that these corporations are engaged in social policy, and in particular left-wing social policy, the more that we should be saying, I don't know that I want to give you everything that you want, which is, of course, what the historical party did, but I think is much different in the last few years.
I'm just scared that the tentacles of the pharmaceutical industry are so deeply entrenched in politics and in media that you can't just shake them off. You can't just say, hey, you can't advertise on TV anymore, or hey, you no longer have exemption from responsibility from the side effects of certain drugs.
Yep.
Because that whole thing they pulled off with exemption of pharmaceutical companies being responsible for injuries from
Injury
vaccines
from the vax was crazy.
It's crazy because you
I
just
believe it still
empower these
exists.
people that have lied forever. Yeah, it does still exist.
And it still exists, and that is totally insane. And I mean, you know, I took the vax, and you know, I haven't been boosted or anything, but the moment where I really started to get red pilled on the whole vax thing was the sickest that I've been in the last 15 years by far was when I took the vaccine. And I've had COVID at this point 5 times. I was in bed for 2 days. My heart was racing. I was like, the fact that we're not even allowed to talk about that, even, you know, no,
Not allowed to talk about it, not allowed to mention it.
But even the fact that we're not
In
even
position
allowed
of
to talk
mentioning
about
it.
the fact that I was as sick as I've ever been for 2 days, and the worst COVID experience I had was like a sinus infection. I'm not really willing to trade that. And you don't even, you know, everybody that I know, or a lot of people I know, they talk about the second shot that they got of the vaccine that made them really, really sick. Well, that's a side effect, and not a side effect that we even talk about enough in this country.
No, it's also, again, we're talking about companies that have a long history of lying and being forced to pay criminal fines, and then we're giving them this exemption from being responsible for any of the side effects.
Yeah, and who do you think those big pharma companies donate to politically in 2024? I'll give you a big fat guess.
Probably Kamala Harris.
By a significant margin.
Well, particularly with RFK Jr. being attached to Trump.
Sure.
With RFK Jr. comes a lot of, you know, like, there's a lot. There's a lot that you're going to have to handle there. But that's the question is, like, are they so entrenched that it's impossible to these things that disturb us, the fact that they have exemption from any responsibility because of the vaccine, the fact that they have the ability to advertise on television, can those things be removed? Is that a possible thing?
I think it's a possible thing, but because I haven't actually done the work to figure out how many of my colleagues would sign on to this, I can't say whether it's like a certain thing or a likely thing or just something that we should be working on. What I mean, here's an interesting thought experiment. If there was one thing that we could do to rein in the pharmaceutical companies, like what would it be? Would it be liability on the vax stuff? Would it be advertising? My intuition is actually it might be the advertising on the healthcare stuff, because
I wouldn't stop at health. I wouldn't stop at healthcare. Advertising on products, advertising on political campaigns, attack ads, defense ads. I would hit the advertising dollar every single place I could where it hurts, because it controls too much of society and its dictations. Wow, it's already 5. We're only halfway through. Fuck. Okay. I'm going to put a pin in this. And I'm going to do an impromptu stream to watch the rest of this in perpetuity as a versus chat tomorrow. It's already 5 o'clock. So I'm going to turn off the stream and then turn it back on again. Carl will play. And I will see you all in 5 seconds-ish. It actually will take me longer. It'll be like 5 minutes. Ah, fuck. I'm actually extremely pleased with this interview. Extremely. Less pleased with what we dealt with earlier in the stream. But, you know, it is what it is. Certainly, that's for editing Carl to square out. Streaming Carl's leaving, coming back in 5 minutes, everyone.